Council members, we're almost ready to start. We're just waiting for one technical difficulty, and so give us a minute, and I think we'll be ready to go. Council members, we're about ready to start. We're just having one slight technical difficulty on our end, and so give us just a second, and I think we'll be able to get started. Good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Thank you all for being here. There will be some learning as we go along today, so please give our IT a special round of applause. There's a lot of moving parts, but I think we're quite close, and we've almost gotten there. So I'm going to turn this back over to our Madam Clerk for the Pledge of Allegiance today. Madam Clerk, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Vice Mayor, with that, we'll transition to your first item today, which is roll call for the Reno City Council. At this time, IT will be unmuting each of the council members so they may give an affirmative of their attendance. Breckus?
Here.
Dewar?
Here.
Delgado?
Here.
Weber? Mr. Vice Mayor, we can see that Councilmember Weber is on the call. I believe she is figuring out mute on her end at this time. We'll transition with her attendance. What, Jarden?
Here.
Reese?
Here.
Here.
Shivi is absent at this time. Mr. Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council. Mr. Vice Mayor, the first item today on your agenda is general public comment. It should be noted, Mr. Vice Mayor, that this is the first time that the Reno City Council is taking live public comment at this time. We have already sent all general public comment that was received to council, which has been entered into the record and is part of the record. I'll read each of their names as we transition to get our attendees ready for their roll call for public comment. First to speak today in general public comment is going to be Sam Dene. And while we get Sam Dene queued up, Mr. Vice Mayor, it should be noted for the record that we received public comment from Julie Eideker, Janine Stannard, Adriana McGolan, Francis Gates, Adrian M., no last name, Kristen Hartley, Amina Mahid, Sharon King, Darren Lee, Bruce Martin, Dawn Horn, Anush Kashifi, Lynn Hale, Savannah Fairfield, Malachi Heinbaugh, Deborah Lamman, Katanya Taylor, William Holbrook, Christy Evans, Gina McGahee, Melissa DeMartin, Sarah Popov, Courtney Hicks Pace, Soma Miller, Charlie Osborne, Caitlin Theed, Crystal Pinkston, Kathleen Downs, Denise Minna, Mary Mahala, Brianna Edgerton, and Mario De La Rosa. These are general public comments that do not pertain to a specific agenda item, Mr. Vice Mayor. They have been submitted to the Reno City Council and are part of the official record. At this time, we will transition to general public comment as has been pre-registered through the link sent out and is available to the public. It should be noted for all of our public commenters, your time is limited to 3 minutes as it would be if we were in a physical meeting today. Please address your comments to the council as a whole while being respectful and observing all rules of decorum. You should note that you will be muted after your 3-minute time period has lapsed. Sam Dene is first to speak.
Can we unmute
Sam, we can see your video and we have you unmuted. All right, it looks like we're having some bandwidth issues on your end, Sam. We can see you, however, your video is not keeping up. We will give you a few minutes to get that figured out and then circle back. Mr. Vice Mayor, I don't believe we have any other general public comment signed in at this time. So I'd recommend that we move on to our next item. And if we can get in touch with Sam, we can always reopen this item.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I want to make sure that we give you as much flexibility as possible today with regard to public comment because it's new for both the participants and to all of us. I want to thank you and your office and your leadership for working through some of these technical difficulties. I understand that this is new for all of us, and it's possible that Mr. Dene is now unmuted, and so I just want to come back to Mr. Dene if he is available.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you,
Hello.
Sam, and we're excited to hear your voice. The floor is yours,
Thank you
sir.
very much. Well, okay, you got me off guard just a second. Let me give me 30 seconds to put my, all right, anyway, I'm Sam Dene, the heart and soul and the body and mind of Reno government. I'm Air Force Academy graduate, responsible for 88% of the good things about Reno, and I spent most of my life for the last 25 years coming to these meetings. And I want to go back, and I'm going to be a nice guy, but I want to remind everybody what public comment is about. It's freedom of speech, and the Supreme Court unanimously put it into plain English in 1964. As Americans, we have the profound national commitment to the principle that debate on public issues should be uninhibited, robust, and wide open, and may well include vehement, caustic, and sometimes unpleasantly sharp attacks against government and public officials. And I'm not going to be unpleasant, so don't worry. I'm putting my words to music. And hopefully you can hear me. Here we go. What's going on in Reno? What's going on in Reno? Get on the bus, bring in the mail. Sammy Dene is back at the podium. So here we go. God bless America, land that from the light from above. My country is the free land of liberty, of the I sing. Land where my father died, home of the pilgrim bride, from every mountainside, let freedom ring, let freedom ring. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Over and out, and goodbye. Thank you.
Sam, it was a
I guess that
privilege
went
sharing
on.
a little bit of our morning with you today. Thank you so much for your kind and inspirational message.
All right, Mr. Vice Mayor, with that, I do not believe that we have any other general public comment. So at this time, we will transition to approval of the agenda, in which I will turn it over to the acting chief manager to see if he has any changes.
Thank you, City Clerk. Yes, we do have a few items that we're going to be removing from today's agenda. We're recommending removal of the citizen appointment to boards and commissions until such time that staff can plot a course forward for all of our citizen boards at this time. As you know, COVID-19 has made it very difficult for people to participate in these types of meetings, and managing them remotely takes a significant staff effort. We're going to look at these very closely as we start to gradually reopen the city and as we get into budget season as well. These items that we will be removing are items G11, appointment to the Human Rights Commission. Item G12, appointment to the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee. Item G13, appointment to the Ward 2 Neighborhood Advisory Board. And then I also just wanted to let council know item D34, that's a potential agreements for new market tax credits. This item should have also been on the Redevelopment Agency Board agenda. If council provides direction today to proceed, we will be bringing this item back on the 527 redevelopment agenda for approval as well.
All right, Mr. Vice Mayor, with that, we will transition to your council for a motion, and we are unmuting your council so that way they can give you a motion.
Okay, I'm going to seek a motion, and then I'm going to come back to the chief manager for a brief comment. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve Dewar. Second, Jordan.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, a second by Councilmember Jordan. Any further discussion on these items? Seeing none, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I believe you said you wanted to send it back to your acting manager at this time?
Yes, I do. So I'm going to turn it over to Chief Manager Chief Soto.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Reese, and thank you. I'm very proud to be presenting to you today as the first time as your acting city manager. Just a couple points that I wanted to point out to our listeners. I did want to thank our clerk, Ashley Turney, and our IT department, including Rishma Kimji, for all of their work in bringing this more public involvement into these meetings. That was a lot of work, and they were successful as we had our first public speaker. I also wanted just to highlight a few items on today's agenda. We do have police facility impact fees today. We have the Reignite Reno package. As soon as we saw the economic challenges headed our way, we put together a staff working group to package together the city's ideas to help the community recover. We also have adoption of the city's fee schedule, which will allow us to take your will and incorporate your priorities into the budget that you will hear later this month. And then finally, I just wanted to let our public know that this week, May 10th, was Police Officers Memorial Week, and Vice Mayor Reese will be reading a proclamation to them. So I'm going to turn it over back to Vice Mayor Reese.
Thank you, Chief Manager Soto. I want to also let the council members know that we've made a decision in chambers, and I think our IT has made an opportunity for us to unmute all of you So it will not be as difficult for you to get back into the meeting for votes or that sort of thing. So please make sure that you control your muting or unmuting on your end. It cannot be controlled the way we thought it would be on this end. So hopefully no one has any issues. I'm going to also,
Mr. Presiding Officer,
yes,
this is
Councilmember
Councilmember
Breckus.
Breckus.
Yes,
Yeah, I try and follow an etiquette of being on live for the meetings, and I'm asking if I miss if I don't unmute myself, if a hand raise for a vote could be acceptable as a vote calculation or something like that, just so I can, take advantage of being live.
Councilmember Breckus, I think the difficulty is I don't know what recording is being done, and so they still would like a verbal acknowledgement of your vote, yay or nay. And so if you wouldn't mind,
We'll do roll calls.
not for every item. I just don't think it'll take. We have so much on our agenda today. It just is unrealistic. I'll make sure that we come to you and make sure your vote is properly recorded. I don't want you to feel excluded from that process.
Okay, well, that's fine.
And ultimately, if it turns out to work better, and your suggested idea is better, we'll transfer to that. It's not, again, we're just no playbook for it. We're just trying to do the best we can on our end. I also need to, before I read the proclamation, note that there are 2 time certain items. It says our closed session labor briefing is a time certain item at 11. I'm not sure it was intended to be time certain, and so I'm getting an indication in chambers that it is not time certain. It'll just happen on one of our breaks as we plan for that. And then the second thing is we, of course, have a 6 p.m. public hearing tonight, and so I wanted to just make sure everyone was aware of those things. And then I'm going to read a proclamation offered by our mayor in observance of Police Officers Memorial Week. Certainly this week means a great deal to our community, especially those in law enforcement. And unfortunately, because of the pandemic, it has changed the way we honor and celebrate it. But in any event, and nonetheless, I would like to read this beautiful proclamation on behalf of our mayor. And it says, whereas of all the promises America offers, none is more precious nor more elusive than the right to be free from crime and violence. And whereas the dedicated men and women who have chosen law enforcement as a career face extraordinary risk in preserving our freedom and security. And whereas during the week of May 10th, 2020, National Police Week is observed throughout the nation in order to recognize the hazardous work, serious responsibilities, and strong commitment to our nation's peace officers. And whereas President John F. Kennedy in 1963 signed the congressional resolution that each year makes May 15th Peace Officers Memorial Day and the calendar week of each year during which May 15th occurs as Police Week to commemorate those noble officers who have tragically lost their lives in the line of duty. And whereas we take this opportunity to pause and remember our Reno police officers who have died in the line of duty while serving this community. Patrolman Harry Brown, 1905. Patrolman Charles Brown, 1907. Patrolman Wilson Fugate, 1927. Officer Ross Peterson, 1931. Captain Leroy Geach and Sergeant Alan Glass, 1947. Officer Auxiliary Michael Mills, 1969. Officer James Hoff, 1979. Officer Keith Hashimoto, 1996. Officer John Bohatch, 2001. And Officer Michael Schofield, 2002. And whereas there are 146 law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty in 2019, and on average 15,000 are injured each year, now I therefore, Devin Reese, on behalf of Hillary Sheevy, Mayor of the City of Reno, Nevada, do proclaim the week of May 10, 2020 as Police Officers Memorial Week in and for the City of Reno, and I encourage all of our citizens to recognize the heroic men and women who have dedicated their lives to preserving our public safety. And just a moment of silence, please. Okay, council members, we're back to our agenda. Agenda item A5 is the approval of minutes. May I have a motion, please?
Breckus will move.
Okay.
Second, Jordan. Well, and I have a question after we're done with this.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Breckus, a second by Councilmember Jordan. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please say no. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, before I get to the consent agenda, I just want to remind council members that we now have in chambers the ability to see your raised hand. And it looks like Councilmember Dewar has a raised hand, and I heard Councilmember Jordan, but now she has raised her hand as well. So, and Councilmember Dewar has come off of that, but so we're good. I'm going to just remind all the council members that you can pop in by raising your hand physically and I will see you, or by pushing the button, which is the virtual hand, and I will try to acknowledge you. It just helps us to keep the meeting going in order. So I'm going to turn this over to Councilmember Jordan, who has asked for a point of privilege.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Reese. And it is just kind of a clarity of record, and it refers to item 6.0 of our client, or our, excuse me, our council rules. And I just want a clarification. While you are the presiding officer of this meeting, clarification for the record, your title is Vice Mayor Reese, correct?
Oh, yes, thank you. And of course, I'm honored to serve in that capacity. And so, yes, thank you for that.
So that is the way in which we are to address you.
Anything but hey, you.
Thank you.
I also note for the record that Madam Mayor is on by telephone at this point in time, and I just want to acknowledge for the record that she's here, just not on the video, and so you all can see that she is here with the illuminated telephone and her name there at the bottom, so she's here with us. Let's see, now we're on to, Madam Clerk, the consent agenda, I believe.
Mr. Vice Mayor, you're correct. We are on to the consent agenda. And it should be noted for the record that we received a letter from Kyle Davis and Christy Cabrera in support of items B3 on your consent agenda. Additionally, we received public comment from Tom Polakalis in support on this item, Tim Farkas in support, Brian Beffert in support of this item. Additionally, we received public comment from Iris Jewel Pipard on item B11 in support. Those have been submitted to council and are part of the official record. And Mr. Vice Mayor, I do not have anyone who submitted pre-registration to speak in public comment, so I'll turn it back to you for council to pull any items for discussion.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to go ward by ward and just ask if there are any items council wishes pulled for discussion at this time. I'll start with Ward 1, our representative, Councilmember Breckus.
None.
Ward 2, Councilmember Dewar.
None.
Ward 3, Councilmember Delgado.
That's for me, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ward 4, Councilmember Weber. Okay, Councilmember Jordan, Ward 5.
None, thank you.
Okay, I have none. Madam Mayor, do you have any items you wish pulled from the consent agenda?
No.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items then, please?
Motion to approve.
Okay, I have a motion
Dewar,
by
second.
Councilmember Dewar and a second by Councilmember Jordan. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed, please say no. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Vice Mayor, with that, we are transitioning to item C11. This is a public hearing for the Business Improvement District.
Okay, thank you. Let the record reflect that the City Council is opening the public hearing on item C11. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Mr. Vice Mayor, proper notice was given on this item. And we received correspondence on this item. We received 11 letters of support and 25 letters of opposition. These have been lodged into the record and submitted to council.
Thank you. And any council members need to make any disclosures at this time?
Vice Mayor Reese,
Councilmember Jordan, the floor is yours.
thank you very much. And I would refer to our legal counsel and ask them if this is something that I need to recuse as I represent and the voting member on the Downtown Reno Partnership.
This is Carl Hall. I think that just mentioning that you're on the Downtown Management Organization is sufficient.
Thank you. So please put that in the record. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we'll ask for a staff presentation.
Good morning, council members and chief manager. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, Mr. Limpert, the floor is yours. Thank you for being with us.
Okay. If Madam Clerk, do I just share my screen for the slideshow?
Yes, if you will share your screen at this time, being cognizant of being in a recorded meeting at this time, we will transition to your PowerPoint for staff for this item.
Okay. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can. You may proceed.
Okay. All right, so the goals of the public hearing for today is to provide a brief background on the creation of the bid, describe the proposed assessment role, do a brief update from the Downtown Reno Partnership, and discuss the assessment scenarios that are available. Given, the economy that we're currently in, or that we foresee us to be in with COVID-19, the Downtown Reno Partnership is willing to discuss their current budget and look at various options that they could pursue as part of this public hearing. So, we will have that discussion later on as well. Account for hardships per NRS and Ordinance 5385. I'd like to note that there were no formal hardships presented to staff. Individuals did claim with COVID-19 that there would be a challenge to paying assessments, but in terms of actually formally submitting a hardship, none were submitted. Either to dispense or accept the written objections to changes to the proposed assessment role, and then to ultimately adopt a resolution and introduce an ordinance. So if you recall, this all started with the Reimagine Reno. I think we've all seen this vision board before. During that process, we learned everyone loved Reno except for downtown. And so this was kind of the precursor to creating the downtown action plan and then the creation of the bid. If you recall, the original concept and the idea that the bid was formed under was to replace the existing police and maintenance special assessment districts with a single business improvement district, and then to use teams of ambassadors to augment Reno Police Department so that they could focus on hospitality, quality of life, and social work, and then free up Reno Police to do, to resolve more serious crimes. And then another important component of it was to create a private nonprofit downtown management organization, which is the Downtown Reno Partnership that oversees the bid functions and services, and then market and champion downtown. There's 3 layers of services that individuals receive in the business improvement district. You have your standard layer, your premium level, and then your premium plus levels. The standard, again, is your clean and safe and all of the organizational work that the Downtown Reno Partnership provides. Your premium is very synonymous with your old maintenance districts. So you're receiving, the pan and broom services, the sidewalk, cleaning, and those types of services. In addition, the Premium Plus, not only do you get the daily maintenance services, but we've also added that they could improve, do improvements such as the lighting that we saw this past winter, and then other streetscape enhancements. This is the map. If most of you are pretty familiar with this map. The tan area is kind of the parcels that are impacted by the maintenance grid. The purple lines represent the premium areas, so that's the grid that is followed for doing those maintenance services. And then the Premium Plus is your green line, which receives the enhanced services along with the ability to have those additional improvements done on, for streetscape. Kind of looking back at the entire process, I created this slide just to kind of, refresh our memories of the entire bid development process. Again, I stated that it really started with the Reimagine Reno process and the Downtown Action Plan. From that, Puma created the bid formation report that was ultimately accepted by council in October of 2017. We went through a petition process whereby property owners needed to reach a threshold of greater than 50% to start this process going forward. That was ultimately approved in January of 2018 with council adopting the ordinance and creating the bid, and that was the first year that assessments were levied. The month later in April, the DRP was approved as the DMO, the Downtown Management Organization, that would be responsible for the oversight of the bid. The police and maintenance SADs were officially dissolved. A month later, we entered into an agreement with the Downtown Reno Partnership, outlining their requirements for managing the bid. And then finally, in November of 2018, the bid is up and running and ambassadors are deployed. The following year, May 2019, we had our second public hearing, our second year of assessments, and here we are a year later again, doing another public hearing for year 3 assessments. So how do we get to this point of having a public hearing for assessments? It all really starts with the financial report by the Downtown Reno Partnership to the city of Reno. That is required to be filed with the clerk by February 1st of every year. That was done this year. They filed on February 1st, 2020. They provided a presentation to council on February 12th of that report and its contents. Just to kind of rehash memories here, it's the items that were reviewed by the Downtown Reno Partnership were the planned actions for fiscal year 2021, as well as the services that they had provided to date at the time they presented to council on February 12th. And then in addition, we still have the quarterly reports that are submitted by the Downtown Reno Partnership to help staff ensure that they are in fact providing the services that they say they would be providing to the constituents of the Business Improvement District. Going back to their budget at that time that they submitted to us, they were showing essentially a $3.1 million operating budget. Of that, they were seeking $2.874 million in assessments. So the rest of their budget was going to be made up by their contingency account as well as donations. That's primarily from the RTC, that 140,000 that you see there. Again, things have changed since COVID-19. So this budget doesn't necessarily reflect the budget that we'll be moving forward with, but at the time of that presentation, this was the budget and the idea of asking for a assessment budget of around $2.874 million. So how do we actually get to the assessment role that we have today? It does start with the DRP board reviewing plans for their next fiscal year. They're looking at their services, the level of staff needed to provide those services, and the overhead needed to run the operation. That gets formalized into the document that we just discussed. So they set that budget and they approve it and they present it to council. From there, it's a matter of understanding how that actual budget is made up. So you have various moving parts. You have the assessed valuation of the properties. Those can go up or down year over year. And then you have the assessment rate that gets applied to that assessed value. And that rate can go up or down each year. And just keep in mind that it is capped at 5% per year, and it's on the rate, not the budget. We work together as a team. In the beginning, I do try to provide the Downtown Reno Partnership some members to work with to understand that here are the current assessed valuation of properties. And so if you apply the max rate, here's what your potential budget could be. If you apply a 0% increase, here's what your potential budget would be based on just the assessed values going up or down. Ultimately, the decision is theirs. I just provide them that framework to work under. From there, it's, you levy the assessment, by creating the assessment roll and then having the public hearing that we're having today. So again, the total property assessment is made up those 3 layers: the standard services, the premium services, and the premium plus services. So for standard services, again, it's assessed valuation. That's per Washoe County Assessor's Office data. I locked that data on, this year I locked it on March 13th. According to the management plan, we can lock it as early as February 1st, but I do my best to let any changes be reflected in that roll, and that we're accounting for it once we create that preliminary assessment roll. You multiply that assessed value times the assessment rate. Again, it's 5% cap. That max rate this year could have been 0.005279. However, you'll see the rate history below that they actually returned back to their fiscal year 18-19 rate of 0.005061, so well below that 5% cap. In fact, it only represents a 0.67% increase from the prior year. So your premium and premium plus services are calculated a little differently, a little more straightforward in that it's the linear frontage or footage of the property times an assessment rate, which is also capped at that 5%. And those max rates could have been $11.41 for premium, $19.82 for premium plus. Again, they didn't go to those max rates. They pretty much held them consistent with the previous year rates. The $10.92 for the premium is a slight increase from the $10.87 for the previous year, and that was primarily due to the change of ownership of property. There is, on North Virginia, there was property sold to RTC, and since they get a reduction in their rate, that actually would have lowered the total premium account, and we wanted to keep that value whole at $400,000. So that's why you see that slight 5-cent increase to help account for that and keep the budget whole at $400,000 for premium services. So when you look at it by parcel groups, if you recall, depending on what type of property you own or the ownership group, you get a discount. Residential property owners receive a 15% discount on their standard services, the assessment. They do not get it on the premium or premium plus, and the reason or the logic behind that is that they don't benefit in the marketing aspect and those types of services that the bid provides to commercial entities. So that's why you see a 15% reduction in their assessment rates for standard services. Governmental and public agencies and nonprofits, they all receive that 50% discount. And so as I previously mentioned, the rate this year for premium services really just returned back to fiscal year 18-19, represents a 0.67% increase. And then we had the slight change of $10.80 to $10.92, a 0.5% increase for that rate. Premium plus rates did not change. And again, primary driver is the assessed valuation of properties. Overall impact year over year. This is just a snapshot to provide council a better understanding of what this increase does to the total assessment for properties, or I should say the standard assessment. For simplicity, I'm only showing standard because the premium plus are relatively flat. So from here, you can see the overall impact to the budget and assessments is an 8% increase from the previous year, or $177,000 in budget, or yes, I'm sorry, in the assessments. So part of this is to hear written protests and objections that individuals may have with the business improvement district. This is the list of everything that we're aware of that's been filed with the city clerk's office or that has been emailed to myself. And I also do input the concerns and questions category, just so council can see, those emails as well, and just to be overly cautious and, remove these or, address them should we need to. When looking at this from a staff level, the one thing that I'm looking for is the Downtown Reno Partnership providing the services as outlined in the management plan and the professional services agreement that they have with the city of Reno. And so from my perspective, I don't have any reason to say that the Downtown Reno Partnership isn't performing to those two agreements and plans. And so at this point from a staff level, I can't provide anything with council to make any changes to any of these protests and objections, except for the RTC, which I will get into here in a second. So while individuals may have valid concerns over, you know, the economic conditions of the city of Reno and their own personal interests, I don't have anything that I can make an adjustment or you know, to accept any of these protests or objections at this time. In terms of RTC, they did provide me with evidence that I reviewed and determined it at a minimum needs to be presented to council for council to make a decision of whether or not their adjustment should be approved. They bought property that is associated with the expansion of the university and part of their, I think it's a roundabout they're building. And they've been in the process of demolishing all of those buildings. I drove it as early as yesterday, and those buildings have in fact all come down. They were in process of the last building. So from that perspective, it seemed reasonable to remove the improvement value of that and only assess RTC on the value of the land per Washoe County Assessor's Office. So, you know, your top box there is the original assessment. The middle box there shows the adjustment that would be made due to the removal of improvements. And then the final box on the bottom would show the actual new assessment taking into account for the removal of those buildings. And so at this point, from a staff level, I would recommend that would be a reasonable approach for the RTC properties. I would also like to note that I know there was a lot of concern from individuals that I spoke to regarding how we would manage a public hearing for this particular item. And so I did just want to point out that, you know, from a staff level, we've done everything we can to make sure people were educated in terms of how they can communicate with the city clerk's office, the various forums available to them. And so this was what was posted on our business improvement website page. If you were to call my cell phone right now, I wouldn't answer, but my voicemail would direct you to this page and would give you this information as well. You know, so we've done everything we can at a staff level to ensure people could be part of this public hearing and part of this process. As discussed earlier, you know, the Downtown Reno Partnership is, you know, it's in their name, partnership, and they are willing to discuss potential budget scenarios and not necessarily go with the submitted fiscal year 21 budget that I just, you know, went over. I won't get into the details of this. We'll probably come back to this slide later. Alex Statinsky, the Executive Director of the Downtown Reno Partnership, will provide a presentation, and in his presentation, he will discuss this more with council in determining what is the appropriate number to fall on or approach to fall on. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Statinsky, and I could answer any questions after that if that suffices council.
Mr. Limpert, thank you for your presentation. I am going to wait to get Mr. Statinsky on the line, but I want to also say after the staff presentation, I will entertain questions from the council. Then there will be a moment for public comment. And I believe, is Mr. Statinsky going to speak before the staff before the council asks questions?
Yes, that would be my recommendation.
Yeah, no problem. So we're going to go to the presentation by Mr. Statinsky, and then the city council will have the opportunity to ask questions of staff and of Mr. Statinsky. Upon conclusion of that public hearing, the city council will also discuss and deliberate upon the proposed resolution and ordinance. Upon conclusion of that discussion, the city council will decide whether to either approve the hardship determination or to, if any, adopt the resolution dispensing with protests and objections to the assessment roll and confirm recordation of said assessment roll. Then three, the introduction of ordinance levying the assessments. The city attorney will read the title of the ordinance for introduction, and the city council will motion and vote on those items through its introduction. If the city council has no questions, we'll get started with Mr. Statinsky's presentation.
At this time, we have transitioned to the Executive Director, Alice Statinsky, of the Reno Downtown Partnership. At this time, your screen has been shared and your presentation is up. Alex, you have the floor.
Thank you. Everyone can hear me?
Yes?
Awesome. Honorable Mayor Sheeby, Vice Mayor Reese, and members of City Council, today's vote of the budget for the Downtown Reno Partnership is a vote to invest in the future of downtown. Just like when Council voted to create the Downtown Reno Partnership 2 years ago. For the record, I'm Alex Statinsky. I'm the Executive Director of the Downtown Reno Partnership. Just to remind you real fast, the DRP, or Downtown Reno Partnership, is charged with managing downtown, its cleanliness, its image, and its success. The bid was created because downtown had pressing issues that needed to be addressed effectively. And while we all find ourselves in a very difficult time during COVID-19, we will not always be in quarantine, and Reno will bounce back as it always does. In the meantime, the issues the bid was created to improve did not go away and are only highlighted by the crisis that we're still in. We need to continue to support our community to build a strong recovery. I just want to quickly take a look at the conditions of the community that the community faced before the bid was created. We had major cleanliness issues. Homeless population had no strong conduct guidelines. Camps were erected all over downtown. Homeless individuals were not strongly tended for help and referrals to services. Police was overwhelmed with nuisance calls for service. There's countless graffiti tags throughout downtown. Downtown's reputation was negative, and not just within the local, but also the regional communities. Developers were hesitant coming to downtown because it seemed unmanaged. And there was no strong sense of a community within the downtown businesses and residents. So after the DRP had been active for just a little under 2 years, downtown has been transformed. No substantial cleanliness issues. Homeless camps are gone, replaced by a team of ambassadors that actually tend to the need of homeless, referring them to services, programs, and even housing. Nuisance calls have been greatly reduced for the police, freeing them up to address major crime. And due to that collaboration between the ambassadors and the police, we were able to see a reduction of nuisance crime by almost 50% in downtown. No graffiti, and if something gets tagged again, it's immediately reported and removed. Our outreach to media and social media activities have begun to change the reputation of downtown, something that cannot be underestimated. It's not just the ambassadors, it's also the public outreach work that we do to create an image that's more conducive for our downtown. Downtown has been in the news 79 times this fiscal year. We reached almost 3 million people with positive publicity that's valued at about $95,000. Developers have moved forward and with substantial projects because they have experienced a more managed downtown. UNR survey of students has been executed and faculty to better understand how downtown is perceived and what it needs to attract the student community. And the DRP just recently applied for a $50,000 Main Street grant this year to beautify the retrack covers. And then came COVID-19. So when the majority of businesses were forced to shut down, the DRP worked full speed ahead to provide needed services. The police department declared the DRP as an essential service. The ambassadors worked regular shifts plus an extended night shift to surveil the area until 3 a.m. The county asked us to use our infrastructure of communication, which has gotten so strong that combined with our newsletters and our social media, we reached over 30,000 people. We're asked to use that infrastructure to get county messages through individuals. The DRP was the first organization that actually created a flyer educating people about what COVID-19 is, how to prevent more spreading. And in addition, on the back of the flyer, we printed all the portable bathrooms that were installed throughout downtown. And those were distributed by the ambassadors to people that do not have access to news. VOA needed the ambassadors' support to manage the long lines in front of the event center every night, which turned into a temporary shelter. Almost 500 people lined up every night. The DRP created a resources page, which was updated daily, and increased the frequency of our newsletters from monthly to weekly, supporting our business community and residents. The DRP worked on overdrive to research daily changing financial resources for our small businesses and communicate them to those businesses. And we got feedback that businesses have relied on our curation of that confusing information that was put out every day, and people did not know where to go and what to do quickly to seek help. Post-COVID-19, since the government announced phase 1, we continue to work hard on supporting our community. A toolkit of best practices for businesses is being developed, including signage, safety best practices for workers and consumers. An art campaign is in the works in partnership with Art Town and the city to spread positive messages throughout our downtown area in windows and boarded up areas to just increase the feel of downtown and make it more positive. And the ambassadors, of course, will continue to help the vulnerable with changing services. They will ensure downtown remains balanced as consumers and visitors return. So for all these reasons, we need your support today to make sure the partnership and downtown come back strong and healthy in the next year and to set a precedent for the future. So now let me circle back real fast to what Jeff ended with, those various budget options for this coming year. When you see option number 1, that is the option that was submitted. Every property owner has received a letter a few weeks ago with a new amount of assessment that is based, as Jeff pointed out, on a very slight increase of an assessment rate so that we bring it back to year 1. That increase would add about $176,000 to the bid for next year. And that increase happened because of the slight increase in property value. Those $176,000 will offset $130,000 that the bid is losing as of May 16 for ambassadors. UNR has funded 2.5 positions, and that will go away because of their changed dorm situation. UNR does not have that need any longer, but we will experience basically a loss of 2.5 ambassadors. The rest of the money would be put into police services. So the entire increased budget goes into police and ambassadors. In addition to that, the bid was planning on allocating another $100,000 within the budget without increasing anything to give to the police for additional services for next year to make sure downtown is as managed and as properly enforced as it needs to be during the time of reopening of our businesses. The other option is an option that will be detrimental for the bid, and it is to keep the assessment amount flat. That property owners pay exactly the same amount they paid last year, which means we would reduce our assessment rate. We would bring it down. We would keep the rate flat. We are still losing $130,000 for the ambassadors that UNR provided. It would be very hard for us to provide additional police services that are so needed. The rebound, this is the worst part, the rebound will not be until 2023-24, and that is because if we reduce the assessment rate today, we will not be able to bring it up next year. People will kicking and screaming. They will not want to see an assessment rate increase. They want to keep it flat. In addition, we will suffer with a decreased property value, especially for our bigger property owners like the casinos and the hotels. Their property value is linked to revenue, which is down, and with 100% certainty, the bid will collect less assessment in the year to come. The preferred option is a compromise, and that is the option that the board is supporting, that our stakeholders are supporting. The majority of property owners that we have spoken with are absolutely in favor, including the three largest assessed properties, which is the Row, St. Mary's Hospital, and Basin Street. They're all okay with this formula. This would mean we keep the assessment rate flat this year. We are not doing the slight increase to bring it back to year one, but we do keep it flat. It would be a very subtle reduction of assessment compared to the amount that was mailed out to our property owners. We would still have an increase in budget for next year by $155,000, something we can deal with. We can still absorb the loss of $130,000 from UNR, and we can still put the additional $100,000 into additional police services for next year. So here, this is the final slide. This wraps up the summary of our preferred budget option, the option that the community is supporting. I also want to point out that we have 1,400 property owners. And it looks like about 9 of them have announced that they have a hard time with this assessment due to. So this ends my presentation, and I would like to open this for questions if council has any.
Thank you, Mr.
Par,
Statinsky. Appreciate your
Toronto, the chair and the
presentation.
vice chair of the board are also here to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Statinsky. Appreciate your questions. I'm going to first go to Councilmember Jardin.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Reese. I guess my question is more procedural on items C11, C12, and C13. Are these motions that we can take all at once, or do we need to take these individually?
Yeah, for the record, John Shipman, City Attorney's Office. You need to take them individually. I would suggest that have your questions answered for the 2 questions that you just received, at which point you can move into the next item, which is to a public hearing for the additional evidence that ratepayers want to put into the record who are objecting. So hear them out. Upon hearing that, we can have a discussion. If you have any questions about any of the objections that were made, legal and staff can address those. And then at that point, you would look at either dispensing with the objections by resolution or modifying that resolution accordingly. And then finally moving into the ordinance introduction. That would be the recommendation.
Okay, so separately.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so my question is, going back to the RTC request for reduction, excuse me, in their modification of their assessment, how do we treat other entities, private or public, in a similar situation?
Thanks, Councilwoman, for that question. Similar to last year, CalNEVA presented evidence after they went to the Board of Equalization that they got their assessed valuation changed on their properties. At the podium, I made a similar recommendation to reduce the overall budget by $4,000 to account for that change made by the Board of Equalization. Any property owner that presents evidence to staff that would warrant a change, I would present that to council to make a determination whether they accept it as well. The drawback is whether or not people are acting on that. Is there another property out there that has a building that's been demolished and they just never decided to challenge that with me? That very well could be the case, but everyone's been noticed of their opportunity to present evidence, if they had a disagreement with their assessment.
So would RTC need to go to the Board of Equalization through the same process? Is there a different process for them, or are you just are you acting in that board's role in this instance, or does it, your recommendation go to that board?
Yeah, I don't want to say that I'm acting, in place of the BOE, but it was just acting on evidence that was presented to me. And it was kind of a clear-cut distinction that, okay, the buildings are gone, so it seems appropriate to just remove the building value and assess them only on the value of the land.
And what is that total reduction amount? It looked like it was about 1,500?
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look. I don't have it in front of me, but it was small.
Okay, I'm just procedurally just trying to understand if anybody else in a similar situation who asked how we treated them. My other, I mean, obviously being on the Downtown Reno Partnership and being in all of those meetings and seeing the impacts that this group is having, it just can't be overstated. I mean, it's only been magnified through the COVID process, and the ambassadors really stepped up and were instrumental. You want to talk about essential. They really were so helpful. And Alex and Mike and everybody over there that's just been doing an incredible job. I think that it is more important, this entity, than ever as we come out of this. We're going to be in a new world and going to need this group to help us navigate getting our downtown back and active and vibrant and in a position where people want to come and enjoy the streets and the things that are being offered down there. And that's going to take a lot of effort, and nobody's naive to that fact. So anyway, kudos. I obviously am in favor of the kind of the modified agreement. I think it is sensitive to the times in which we're in, but doesn't totally obliterate a great organization that's going to be critical moving forward. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Jordan. I'm going to go to Councilmember Dewar, who's been waiting patiently. After that, Councilmember Breckus, and then Councilmember Delgado in that order. Thank you, Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, I was just wondering, under which item would we discuss the bid budget? And is that an appropriate question now?
For John Shipman, that would be an appropriate question right now.
Okay, I just wanted to understand, I read all the materials, and I don't think I really understood how many people or staff are working in the bid right now.
So if I may speak to it, I'm Alex Statinsky, the Executive Director of the bid. We currently have a staff of 4, including myself. We have myself, we have an office manager, we have one person that runs the Economic Development Department and one that runs the Marketing Department. Everything else is volunteers. We have 2 committees with devoted volunteers that help out if it comes to marketing activities or economic development activities throughout the year. In addition to that, we contract with Street Plus, and it's a company that provides our ambassadors.
Okay.
I do oversee them, but they are de facto a separate company.
Okay, so the rate that you're applying, the budget, this would be your biggest expense item?
Absolutely, 100%.
And how many ambassadors are there?
So we have, right now, we still have 20 ambassadors. We will lose 2.5.
Right, you explained that.
Right.
And then my other question to follow up is just, of the 4 staff, you had the one marketing and the one economic development. And I was just wondering how those interface, like with EDON or RSCVA, do we need separate people doing these jobs just for downtown? Was really my question.
Great question, Councilmember Dewar. So the marketing person is really doing everything from our town halls to our newsletters to our marketing campaigns. We're currently preparing the biggest marketing campaign that downtown has seen since the bid started, really just to help our businesses to come back properly.
Sure.
That
makes sense.
Economic development, that's more about providing resources, links to our business community, making sure we're dealing with our developers. We got 3 phone calls just within the last 2 days of developers that were asking us whether we can help go to the city and see whether we can get permits changed or made easier, things like that. We have a regional economic development committee Councilmember Dewar, where EDON is on, the state is on, the city is on, and also the Small Business Development Center is on. So we are sort of the engine to coordinate efforts to make sure that we really develop a resource that's strong. The survey that we did comes through Nathan, our economic development manager, and the grant that hopefully will get $50,000 from Main Street is also coming out of economic
Okay.
development.
Next time it would be good, and maybe I just missed in all this material, to get just some metrics for how the economic development is changing in downtown, you know, going through this COVID period, post-COVID period. Either use a baseline from before, show the change, or show this change for next year. I would be interested in seeing that. Thank you.
Big change, and Councilmember Dewar, I'd be happy to provide it to you.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Breckus.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, both. I am supportive of, I guess, the community option, the middling ground. I, in a way, you know, I'd like to keep the bid healthier because I do think the downturn that was expressed of the collapsing valuation, particularly on the gaming properties, is really going to make some tough years in the outline if we don't see the private investment starting to come forward. And, you know, we're seeing a lot of demolitions, but demolitions don't necessarily translate to investment and people building. It often more is a portends land plays and holding and land strategies. But the question about the RTC properties is one that always comes up, is when public properties come into the tax rolls downtown, even our own city hall, which was a big one, it does, to the redevelopment agency, it does pull off the tax base. I don't even think that'll go to the Board of Examinations because it's a tax exempt property. I guess it has a valuation though, right? Mr. Limpert?
Right, it has valuation, but to your point, whether they would need to go to the BOE because there's no impact to them because they don't pay property taxes.
Yeah, maybe just on this valuation as a side issue, but they might even, you know, say that's not a factor. But there and I'll just say, I think the bid is doing a great job. I walk out my front door and I am within the bid where the ambassadors are within 12 minutes walking. So I live very urban and I'm out there a lot on foot seeing the work they're doing. But there were other private developments just as recent, you know, going on last week even. And I'm a little nervous that if the RTC can come through and just say to sweep it to the land, those other folks can too. And that's a big question. That's question number one. And then I have another question about the downtown partnership.
I mean, so as I stated before, yes, if they would provided evidence, then that would have been reviewed and they would potentially be receiving a benefit as well. And I can't say for a fact that hasn't already been included in their, you know, in their assessment, you know, by the county, because it all depends on the timing. So I can't say to whether something was or wasn't captured. I mean, on the flip side of it, you could also have a situation where you have vacant land that actually has something built on it that hasn't been captured by the assessor's office yet. And the DRP and the Business Improvement District won't capture that revenue. Although in theory, one could argue that, no, we really should have been able to capture that revenue. So, you know, it's not the perfect system, but you have to go by what data you have set. And again, as I explained in the presentation, the management plan says February 1st is kind of our lockdown date for data. I extend that as long as I can because I know there's changes going in on the back end. This year, I didn't lock it till, you know, March 13th. And then after that, it's up to the property owner to notify us that, hey, I have an issue with the way you've assessed my property for XYZ reason. And if there's sufficient evidence, then I'll support presenting, you know, something to the council to make a decision on.
Well, I think that could be a little slippery slope for you, because if we take this step today of telling RTC that is just doing the demos right now, we're going to just go land, You know, there's a whole other half block that's been torn down. They haven't come in yet. They're not here today, but they may be next year where the assessor won't catch up on them. I think we should just stay flat on what the assessors are showing at the point you lock it in, frankly, because once you go one way, you got to be consistent to other people. So I don't really support that thinking. I'm sorry, RTC, you bought it with these known improvements. You know, you'll catch up. You'll catch up.
Thank you, Councilmember
is my
Breckus.
point. Oh, I have a second question, but I'll let you go around to the others and then come back to me. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you so much. Councilmember Delgado and Councilmember Records, if you just raise your hand again, because I'll put you right back in the queue.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Reese. A lot of my colleagues have asked a lot of the questions that I've had, but just for clarification, I think it was Mr. Limpert, on your slide, you had, I believe, stated that the downtown partnership was providing social work services. Are we hiring, or is downtown Reno partnership, are they hiring social workers?
No, I think that's an overstatement to say that they're social workers. Alex, if you can expand on the social service elements that the ambassadors provide.
We have two special outreach specialists. So these are ambassadors that are specially trained to reach out to our homeless population, to refer them to services. It's directly connected to social workers in our community, but they are not per se social workers themselves. They do.
Okay, I'd be careful with that term
Yeah.
in terms of expressing that as a social worker. Then I'm assuming they're licensed, they're accredited, and so forth.
They're not.
So
Yep.
we don't want to overstate, but appreciate everyone's insight. Just wanted that for clarification. If you did hire a social worker, that'd be amazing. That'd be great, and I know that comes with a
So to that point, Councilmember Delgado, we are actually considering hiring a social worker at one point. It would just be
Awesome.
a matter of budget.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, so the other question is about this arrangement with the Downtown Regional Partnership. And the city has a contract with them, correct, Mr. Limpert?
That is correct.
When does that contract expire?
It doesn't expire, so it goes until we make a change to that agreement. It stays in effect.
Okay, it's evergreen. Well, here's something, is the staff report, and I don't know if you touched on it, said that, you know, the agreement says that they're going to raise so much money and they didn't raise so much money, correct?
Our professional service agreement does not pull that component into the contract.
Oh, into the DRP, the Downtown Regional Partnership Agreement?
Right. Neither the management plan nor the professional service agreement talks to that point.
Then where'd that come up, that number? Because I kept always hearing, and they've had their chair come represent, we're raising this much, and oh, we didn't get it, you know, or we got it, and where is that?
So when the decision was made to, you know, look at the concept of moving from the SADS to the bid, you know, recall there was a $875,000 gap in terms of the assessments that were going to be collected by going from SADS to bid, and the community agreed that the bid was so important, they didn't want to lose it, that they were willing to, you know, backfill that by, you know, it was originally, I think, $250,000, but then eventually it was $625,000 that the private sector and community partners would raise, and then the city would be on the hook for the other $250,000 to balance out that $875,000. So it's not written in a contract necessarily, but it was put on record by representatives for the DRP that they would commit to that fundraising effort. You know, but from a staff level internally, even if you look at the staff report, I always speak to it, worst case scenario, if they didn't raise a penny, you know, the total impact to the city financially would be, you know, roughly $1 million once you take that into consideration with the assessments we pay. You know, but they have been successful in the past with that fundraising. They were been successful up to a certain point this year until COVID. But again, there's nothing contractually that obligates them to that at this point.
Okay. Thank you for that. I want to deal in ink always. And, you know, they're their own group, whatever fundraising they have and whatever they want to do to supplant their organization, that's on them. And the rest of the discussion, in my view, in terms of the police budget, is a city council discussion for budget time, and that's where that conversation should take up. I just don't like side deals, side representations dictating policy if they're not inked. But I do appreciate that. The only concern I have, again, I'll reiterate, is that we're going on a slippery slope with this RTC request, because it sets precedent for other demolitions that are going on right now on private property too.
Thank you, Councilmember Breckus. I'm going to just provide some brief comments, and then I'm going to turn it over to our clerk, because I believe we have public comment and I don't see additional questions from my colleagues. I want to echo my colleague, Councilmember Jordan's comments earlier, and simply give my thanks to Mr. Statinsky, as well as all of the ambassadors, for the incredible work that you've done over the years. But in particular, there's been just an increase in the type of and nature of the work being done. So I thank each of you who are out there doing the work for the work that you have done and will continue to do. I believe that you have brought certainly a sense of community to Reno, especially in the downtown environment. And I know that our business owners, as well as our visitors, and as well as our unsheltered population, have been very well treated and well represented in your group. So I thank you for that. And I'm going to turn this matter now over to our clerk and our city attorney, if at any time needs to jump in. But Madam Clerk, the floor is yours.
Mr. Vice Mayor, at this time, I would recommend that council transition to public comment from the pre-registered attendees for this item. We have public comment and bid protests from Stephanie Rice, Jeff Church, and public comment from Partholes and Cindy Carano. They are all on the phone, and we will be transitioning them to allow them to speak. As a reminder to all of our commenters and protesters today, pursuant to council rules, as well as posted agenda and the presiding officer's choice, you will be limited to 3 minutes of public comment and decision today. After your 3 minutes has ended, you will be muted again at that time. As always, please address the council as a whole and be respectful and mindful of decorum. Though you're not physically in the room, you are still participating in a live public meeting. First to speak will be Stephanie Rice, followed by Jeff Church, followed by Partholes, followed by Cindy Carano. Stephanie Rice, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon, Council. Stephanie Rice on behalf of Mr. George Eddie Lorton. I'm here to express some objections as to the regularity and validity of the proposed assessment. Essentially, the assessments have gone up for standard services and premium services. However, they've stayed flat for the premium plus. There's been no increase to that rate assessment at that premium plus level. However, there's been no indication that the standard services that are going to be provided is going up, and there's also been no indication that the premium services are going up. But the premium plus, which assessments were not increased, evidently, in addition to their daily maintenance that they get, they've also had added street improvements like lighting and additional streetscape enhancements recently. So I'm unclear as to why that rate level is staying flat, but the standard and premium service rate levels have been increasing. In addition, if the assessments were made and based on the 2020 to 2021 budget, I have some concerns because it was indicated during Mr. Limpert's presentation that they haven't really solidified their budget going forward for 2020 and 2021. So I'm not sure how you can determine assessments when the budget hasn't been completed yet. I also have some concerns with respect to the fact that while mortgage companies and landlords are deferring mortgage and rent payments. I mean, obviously, evictions have been completely halted during this time. That we're kind of coming together as a community to do what we can to help our employees, clients, customers, everyone together as a community. However, when it comes to the bid, assessments are going up. There's no relief there. There's no increase for premium plus ratepayers. The increase is only for the standard and the premium. And again, it appears that the premium plus services are going to be increased or have already been increased, whereas the other two rate levels have not been. Based on those objections, as well as the ones asserted in our written comments provided prior to the hearing, Mr. Lorton would ask to be excluded from the 2020 and 2021 bid assessments on those bases.
Thank you for your comments. Next to speak is Jeff Church. Mr. Church, you have been unmuted on our end and you may begin speaking.
Hello, folks. I assume you can hear me. My name is Jeff Church. I run RenoTaxRevolt.com. Mr. Shipman, your attorney, said that you need to hear them out. This is a hearing, not public comment. In order to put my information on the record, I have 8 main points or 7 main points. That has to be put on the record for judicial review. If you cut me off at 3 minutes, I won't be able to do that. I want to point out there is ongoing litigation over the bid that you as a council and any protesters should be aware of, as well as litigation or complaints that will be followed up after this meeting. In July, we're going to have a complete reassessment. That's going to change everything as far as who pays what. We know the casinos are going to have major reductions in assessments. And I remind you that all government agencies opted in or can opt out. So I don't understand the RTC because anybody can opt out if they're a government agency. Now, my main points. There's serious legal issues with the bid and ongoing litigation. I think that Alex Zerensky would be a wonderful city manager, but unfortunately the bid as constituted is illegal. Again, you must hold a hearing for NRS 271, and you can't cut me off at 3 minutes. The bid should not be subsidized by taxpayers citywide. The bid assigns police officers, and we citywide pay the benefits, the administration, the liability. That's just one example. You just put it on the record, as Jeff Lippert said, the city is on the hook for $250,000. That's me. The bid does not satisfy the requirements of a 501c6 per the state of Nevada Attorney General's office through the Department of Taxation. Please, please, please ask your city attorney. The Attorney General through taxation has said, and I can read it into the record, that it is a government agency. It is not a 501c6 per NRS 354. Further, the bid violates my First Amendment rights and related rights by using taxpayer dollars to advocate political positions with which I may disagree. The main U.S. Supreme Court case on that being called Janus. And as I mentioned, the assessed value in the bid is going to decrease dramatically. It changes everything. So what you're basing this on is essentially a false assessment that's going to change everything. Now, here's the quote from the state of Nevada. Quote, at a minimum, the Reno bid DMO is subject to the jurisdiction of the department pursuant to the Local Government Budget and Finance Act pursuant to NRS 354-4741. End quote. Coupled with the Attorney General opinion in what's known as Mesquite, number 2014-01, and the EDON decision, the bid is not a 501c6. It has no members, it has no dues, and it certainly has no common interest, business interest with the people defined. A NRS 354-474 goes on to define what that local government is. And if you take mandatory assessments, you are a government agency. I'm affected because under NRS, and if you're cutting me off, I'm going to continue until I hear you can't hear me anymore. Under
Mr.
NRS
Church,
82.
thank you for your comments at this time. Next to speak is Par Tolles, followed by Cindy Carano. You've been unmuted on our end, and you may begin with your comments.
Got it. Can you hear me? Alex, nod if you can hear me. Great. As you know, I'm the vice chair of the partnership and couldn't be more proud with what we've accomplished. I'm also have 3 office buildings, about 50 tenants, and utilize the ambassadors often through the hotline. They've had a huge effect providing a sense of safety and community. And I will keep my comment brief, but am in full support of the middle of the road budget that Alex presented, and continue to be happy to pay assessments and increase assessments with the results that we've been able to achieve through our contributions. So thank you. And Jeff Limpert, you did a great job. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you for your comments. Next to speak will be Cindy Carano. Cindy, you are unmuted on our end, and you may begin your comments.
Great. Good morning. This is Cindy Carano. I am currently the chair of the Downtown Reno Partnership and have been for the first 2 years. The timeline that Jeff Limpert put together shows the additional gray hair that I have, and not just that my hairstylist knows about, now everybody knows about. It's been a good road, and we've shown great progress. And really, in January, when we were setting up our budget for this coming fiscal year, our momentum was being unprecedented. And we've got a lot of unprecedented periods of time right now. So we thought that with more, an additional $170,000, we could have more impact with additional ambassadors on the street, and being able to not only help with the homeless and the transit, what I'm trying to say, well, that population, but also with our visitors and our business owners, our small business owners. The economic development, working with the small businesses, is really where we were making headway in best use of properties, and then working with EDON and the state on how to bring more investment into the downtown area. And of course, our marketing is basically our communication, our town halls, and our newsletters, and our website that is accessed by all. So we had great momentum, and that's why we came in with a little bit higher. Actually, the rate was to go back to our first year rate. It wasn't really an increase because of the way the city works. Last year we put in budget. It was basically a flat budget, and the rate decreased because we had increased valuations of properties. And so this year we wanted to go back to that year one rate, which would be an additional $170,000 to our budget, where we were going to use it for ambassadors. So the row saw that increase, and of course we saw a decline in our revenues. Would like to support the same rate as this past year, which is actually a decrease from the first year, and will be a slight increase in our budget for the DRP for this coming fiscal year. That's where we wrote a letter to that effect, penned by Tracy Mimnow, our VP General Manager. I'd like to commend Jeff and Alex on your presentations today.
Thank you for your comments today, Cindy.
You're welcome.
Mr. Vice Mayor, with that, we have no further public comment that has been logged for this item, and we will transition back at this time. I believe City Attorney Jonathan Shipman is available to help with the process and read the ordinance.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor, if I might,
Mr.
if I could
Shipman,
just offer a couple.
Mr. Shipman, before I come to you, it looks like one of my colleagues has a question. So let me go first to Councilmember Breckus, and then we'll come to you, Mr. Shipman, for some guidance as to C11. Councilmember Breckus, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I just want to circle around on something I heard from some of the public comment. And point number one I heard was that government agencies can opt in or out. Was that correct, Mr. Limpert?
That is technically correct. I mean, so when the bids got started, we had to go to Washoe County and City of Reno to have them pass resolutions that they would be assessed.
And how is RTC playing this? Because maybe they weren't in originally and then they just bought land?
I think they did the same thing with their, with their board. They went to their board to get approval to be assessed, because at that time they had the 4th Street station. That was the only property that they owned, and now they own additional property.
Okay, then I think that is a protective ruling for us in that they can opt in anyway. It might be cleaner if they decide to do some sort of cleanup on their resolution. Just maybe we can ask them to do that. And then the other question is, are we in a public hearing right now?
Yeah, if I might, John Shipman, and that was going to be a point of clarification. You heard from 4 speakers, and I would just like to know for the record that Ms. Rice appeared on behalf of Mr. Lorton. She appeared in her capacity, and Mr. Lorton was in fact objecting to the assessment. So she appeared in that capacity. Mr. Church appeared in the capacity of a public commenter. I'd also point the council to the record. He submitted his written comments, which essentially echo what or mirror what he was discussing in public comment. He is not an objector from the standpoint of a ratepayer. He's entitled to his 3 minutes under the open meeting law as a public commenter. The other 2 commenters, Mr. Tolles and Ms. Carano, are public commenters. Again, they are not objecting to the assessment. I would kick it back to Mr. Limpert just on the comments made by Ms. Rice on behalf of Mr. Lorton, indicating, if I remembered it correctly, that the standard rate remained flat while the premium plus, or the premium rate increased. I don't know if you had any comments or wanted to provide any discussion or explanation as to that for the record.
Yeah, so everything that has been done in terms of assessing a property is done in accordance with the management plan that was approved as part of the creation of the Business Improvement District. It is the single guiding document of how the bid operates and how assessments should be calculated. So within that document, it is clearly defined how one assesses standard versus premium plus, and the limitations on the DRP board in terms of increasing the rates, which then ultimately impact the budget. So there is no evidence to support that throughout this process that we haven't done in accordance with the management plan and in accordance with the professional services agreements that are in place with the DRP. The reason they can vary is based on the services that the DRP determines is needed. If at this point in time they have enough budget within the premium plus that they don't need to increase the rates or change that structure in any way, because they have sufficient funds to do the projects and provide the services that they would like to do. So no increase is needed. Standard services budget, overall budget, is getting increased because they want to hire additional ambassadors. They want to potentially increase the pay rate for ambassadors. As any starting business, sometimes you start off with lower wages, but as you grow, you're able to help grow your employees. And there may be other things that Alex might be able to point to, but all of that was contained in their operating plan and budget that was presented to council and attached to this agenda item. So those would be my comments offhand for that point of contention.
And with that, I would yield back to Councilman Breckus. Thank you for allowing me that.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. So the answer is yes, we are in a public hearing, and Ms. Rice participated in the public hearing. So and all the ramifications of the procedural due process, we did that. But then there was another comment, I don't know who mentioned it, that, well, police is a part of that. Police isn't a part of that. Police is not contemplated in the bid or in any obligation we have with the Downtown Regional Partnership. That is reserved as a city power, the budgetary authority of the council, the deployment of those resources according to our chief and how that person chooses to deploy those resources. Is that true? It's an off topic to this?
Yes and no. So in relation to the additional funds, that has nothing to do with anything. That is a budgetary issue for, for the city staff and council to account for in terms of, that offset 875 when we went to the stats to the bid. However, there is part of the professional services agreement, the Downtown Reno Partnership does have an agreement in place to receive enhanced services from the police. And the way it's structured in the PSA is that they get flex time during the weekends. Well, the general concept would be, Thursday through Saturday, or it was Friday to Sunday, something like that, where they're getting the additional resources from, the downtown police force, or those, officers that represent that area. And that can change too. I mean, if the bid determines that they need additional resources, they can do that. They could pay RPD through the PSA. We can amend that to give them additional funds to provide additional services. And I'll say it now, I guess, but the bid in theory could go, because right now we have, services with Public Works for maintenance, and then we have the police services. In theory, the way bids work is they could go private with that as well. They could hire Sierra Landscaping to do those services, and they could do other things for security forces, as other cities do. So this is all what's normal, and there's nothing abnormal about this approach.
Yeah, I mean, it just food for other thought possibly is that maybe the Downtown Regional Partnership contract at some point is amended, so there isn't an onus or obligation to provide extra police forces there. It's purely at our chief's, city manager's decision, and I think that's a cleaner process. I mean, obviously you're going to have a bigger police presence downtown because that's where all the activity is, but it should be clearly, I think, a discretion, or we put into the fee schedule, just like, you rent the gazebo at the Rose Garden, you can have, a police presence, and we can contract. So anyway, that's just.
Thank you, Councilmember Breckus. Appreciate your very thoughtful comments. I don't see any of the other colleagues who have their hand raised, so at this time, I'm going to swing back to Councilmember Jordan. If you can hear me, and just let's start on C11. Mr. Shipman, if you need any guidance for us, please chime in. But Councilmember Jordan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that reference to our legal counsel. May I get from our legal counsel the appropriate motion for this item?
Yes, for this item, I believe
this one doesn't include RTC. This one doesn't include anything else, correct? It's just on the protestation, or does this include the RTC?
What I would recommend, if you could pass a motion on the budget option that the council is approving.
Is that an agenda item separately?
It goes to like item C13 later on in terms of how. So essentially, procedurally, what's happening is you've discussed the budget. I think you have 3 budget options there. Those form the assessments, and then you motion which one you want to pursue. At that point, then you handle the objections, And a resolution there, and we have to talk about those specifically. And
Okay,
then-
so I think I understand. Okay, so can we get the options back up so I can have the appropriate title?
I'll share my screen.
Thank you. It was the third option. It was kind of the compromise option, but I don't know if that's what we're officially calling it.
Alex, yours has more detail to it. It might be more appropriate that that one gets put up.
Yeah, let me share that again real fast.
I'm just procedurally, this is a little wonky because this first action isn't really attached to an agenda item. I guess it's attached to all three. Is that how legal counsel is, where we're putting this motion?
Yes, it's more of just a clarification motion, and it precedes the other motions. And
got it.
Okay.
Mr. Shipman, can I also add a comment?
You may.
What you're also doing, Councilwoman Jordan, is you're validating the assessment role. So right now, that assessment role in its current form is set to the 2.873649 budget. So what we're doing is we're making changes to that proposed assessment role, and council's validating what the new assessment roles should be. So that is the nexus with the budget between the bid and the assessment.
I got it. Okay, well, I'm gonna take a stab and we'll go from there. Okay, so my motion would be to do the preferred budget option, which keeps the current assessment rate flat, slightly lowers the assessment amounts for mailed out requests, increase the budget by $155,000 to split between police and ambassadors, additional $100,000 allocated for added police services, supported by the board and the stakeholders, and it keeps downtown on track for the future. It's validating the assessment role, taking into consideration this new assessment as described. So that was my motion.
Okay, I have a motion by
Second, Dewar.
Councilmember Jordan, a second by Councilmember Dewar. I want to transition to comment. Madam Mayor, the floor is yours. Sorry, our system is a little bit slower than we'd like, so give me just 1 second, Madam Mayor, and we'll make sure that you're able to hear us.
All right, thank you.
I
Can you
think
hear
you're
me now?
ready.
Okay, thank you so much. I wanted to chime in much earlier at the beginning of the meeting, but having a little technical difficulty here, so just bear with us. First of all, I want to say thank you so much, Vice Mayor, for running the meeting from City Hall. As you know, I can't be there in person because I'm immunocompromised, so I'm still at home, and I just want to thank, everyone for being so incredibly supportive during this time. Also, I want to say thank you because the bid actually started out of a movement from so many citizens that really wanted to provide a service to our entire community that could really do something to change our downtown. Many of you know too, Las Vegas, I think, is still working on their bid and it has not formed. So I'm very, very proud of Reno. But it started with a group of citizens that was very grassroots from a group many of you might remember, Operation Downtown, and hundreds of business members and community supporters came along in this initiative. So I'm incredibly proud for what they've accomplished. And now more than ever, because of COVID-19, those ambassadors are so critical with businesses shut down, and we need more eyes on the ground. And I can't tell you the overwhelming support that I've seen from businesses, especially along the Riverwalk, always reaching out in gratitude for those ambassadors and the hard work that they put back into the city. So I want to say thank you to Alex Kuczynski, Mike Higdon, Jeff Limper, everything that you guys have done, Ken Prater, Cindy Carano. You have just been a rock star on this, and I really appreciate the community's support. Even though you might not have everyone's support, I want you to know that it definitely goes noticed. So please don't let that lose the wind in your sails. This is incredibly important to our community. So I just want to wrap that up with, I'm grateful for everyone who has done all the hard work. So thank you so much. Thanks, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll come back to the body. We have a motion and a second. I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you very much. So at this point, we would move to C11, and I would refer back to our legal counsel as to the appropriate language for the motion. And again, does this include, I don't think the RTC is a hardship, but is that in this motion or a future motion?
Yes, so the next motion, for the record, John Shipman for the City Attorney's Office, the next motion would be to approve the hardship determinations for the applicants meeting the required conditions and direct the engineer to postpone the assessments for City Ordinance 5385.
There were none.
Say again?
There were none.
For the record, there were no hardship requests.
Correct.
Okay. Well, then I would move to approve item C11, noting for the record there were no hardship requests.
Second, Weber.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Jordan, a second by Councilmember Weber. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please signify nay. Motions carry unanimously. Item C12.
So for the record, John Shipman, now would be the time if you had any discussion or questions about the protests that you heard that were submitted in writing or the protest submitted by Ms. Rice on behalf of Mr. Lorton. If there's any questions that you need answered by legal or staff, we can do that at this point.
Okay, seeing none, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you very much. And RTC's protest, I think some of the discussions, this is the time in which we would talk about RTC, correct?
Right.
Okay. I think Councilwoman Breckus and her arguments were valid about drawing a line of when the calculations of the assessments were received versus the request for the protest and kind of what that delineation point is. I thought her arguments were good ones, and I would not move to accept that protest to be part of this. And I'd like to, I don't know if we want to have a discussion with the rest of the council on that particular one. Do we take them one at a time? Do we?
For the record, John Shipman, it's up to the council how they want to do that. The two big ones right now are the RTC and Mr. Lorton, and then you have the other ones that are listed in the staff report.
So I would just look to our legal counsel and on the record, ask them if they believe any protests that's submitted have validity to be considered by this body.
For the record, John Shipman, City Attorney's Office. So we reviewed the protests, and for the type of protest that is acceptable under an annual assessment, it falls into one of four categories. And reviewing all of the protests that were made, none of which fall within any of those four categories. So we believe that the protests do not have merit and could be dispensed with.
Okay. Then I would move that all of the protests lack merit and to not accept those protests as valid at this time.
So the proper motion there would be to adopt the resolution.
So moved.
Second by Brett.
Okay, so I have a motion by Councilmember Jordan, a second by Councilmember Breckus. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Item C13 is a referral, and I'll make the move to refer for the second reading and adoption. Mr. Shipman.
Mr. Vice Mayor, just apologies. If we could have the city attorney read the ordinance.
This is ordinance introduction, bill number 7139. Ordinance of the Reno City Council providing for the levy and manner of collection of assessments for the city of Reno, Nevada Neighborhood Improvement Project, otherwise known as the Downtown Reno Business Improvement District, ratifying, approving, and confirming all other actions previously taken by the City Council, the City of Reno, and the officers of said city directed toward the acquisition and improvements of said project in the district, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Okay, and again, I'll renew my move to refer and second reading for adoption.
Second, Jordan.
Okay, I have a motion by myself, a second by Councilmember Jordan. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Vice Mayor, with that, at this time, I would recommend that council transition into a recess at this time, as you do have a pre-scheduled attorney-client briefing.
Okay, and we all just need to get up. So we're going to go on break, and I anticipate that we would be back here in chambers by 12:30. I don't know that we'll need that much time, but that'll give everyone a chance to stretch, grab a bite, but we'll be in recess until 12:30. Council members, we're almost ready to get started. Councilmember Dewar, you're free to get up, no problem there. We're almost ready to get started. Looking for one more colleague to join us on the phone, and then we'll get there, and we're almost there. Okay, we're going to call this meeting back to order, and we'll move on to item C2. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Vice Mayor, at this time, item C21 and item C22, we will open these items together for police facility impact fee. Should be noted for the record, we do not have any public comment on these items, and I would ask if we can have the city attorney to read the bill, and then staff can do a brief presentation if requested.
Okay, we'll let the record reflect that the City Council is opening the public hearing on items C21 and C22 together. Madam Clerk, you've confirmed that there was no correspondence, I believe, but was proper notice given?
Mr. Vice Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received.
Okay, and so we'll start, if there is a very brief staff presentation at this time.
Mr. Vice Mayor, while we're waiting, I'll go ahead and read the proposed ordinance. This
Thank
is
you.
Ordinance introduction. Bill number 7140, request to amend Reno Municipal Code Title 18, Annexation and Land Development, Chapter 18.14, Improvement Standards for New Development in order to impose an impact fee for police facilities together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I have the presentation pulled up on our end, and we have moved Acting Assistant City Manager Arlo Stockham over as a panelist, and I believe he will be presenting on this item.
Welcome, Mr. Stockham. Nice to see you as always.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sheevy, Vice Mayor Reese, and members of the City Council. For the record, Arlo Stockham, Acting Assistant City Manager. I'm not seeing my presentation up on screen. Is that something the clerk can add?
If you have the PowerPoint available on your side, Arlo, you can share your screen and then control it yourself. If that's not easily available, then that's something we can migrate through for you.
I will do that right now. Are you seeing my presentation now? I will assume so. I will go through the presentation fairly briefly. This is, as mentioned, this isn't progressing for me.
Give us just one more second, Arlo.
Difficulties.
Arlo,
I can probably do this.
If you'll look
Sorry.
in the center of your screen, Arlo, you should have a button that says share my screen.
It's in the bottom. It's green.
It's not happening for me. I do apologize for this.
That's okay. We will go ahead and
I
transition.
think I can make,
We can manage the slide for you. We'll go ahead and pull it up on our end, and you can just let us know when you'd like us to advance the slides.
yes, and I can do an abbreviated presentation here. As mentioned, this covers both agenda items. This would be for approval of the police facility impact fee system, approval of a capital improvements plan with administrative manual, as well as introduction of the text amendment associated with this. If you're able to advance perhaps 2 slides, I don't need to go over the background. I did want to speak a little bit about the legislative framework. What you see on your screen, I believe, focuses on some of the key legislative allowances and limitations for an impact fee system. Very importantly, the impact fees can cover the cost of constructing a capital improvement or facility expansion that is necessitated by and attributed to new development. So it does not cover staffing, it does not cover vehicles, and it does not cover the cost of any existing deficiencies. The eligible capital improvements are also listed here: drainage, fire stations, parks, police, which we're discussing today, sanitary sewer, storm sewer, street projects, or water projects. So all of those types of projects are eligible for an impact fee system in the state of Nevada. In terms of other agencies' use of impact fees, you're all familiar with our regional road impact fee system. That's our only impact fee system currently applicable in the city of Reno. And this police impact fee system is modeled after that, using the same land use categories and other provisions, really for ease of administration, both for our customers and for our staff, so they don't have to do double work to implement these police impact fees. City of Sparks uses impact fees most broadly in the state of Nevada. They currently have fees for sanitary sewer, flood control, parks, and fire stations. And Nye County, specifically their Mesquite service area, also uses extensive impact fees. They do cover their police station facilities, fire facilities, parks, and street projects. So this would expand Reno's impact fee system to include the police station. I think you can skip forward. There were some more details on the next slide of the various legal limitations in Nevada to impact fees. The only thing I want to point out here is there is a formal process for protests, of which we have not received any to my knowledge, and also a time limit for judicial review of 25 days following adoption. Next slide, please. The Public Safety Center is really a lot easier of an impact fee system to implement than fire impact fees, which have also been discussed. We have a single planned public safety center. We have cost estimates for it, so it's a relatively easy system to develop and administer. In short, a new public safety center has been determined to be the most cost-effective way to provide police services into the future. Next slide, please. The cost of the public safety center is projected to be about $33 million, consisting of a few different components. Next slide, please. And of that, the part attributable to new development is essentially the expansion area. We're going from about 100,000 square feet to about 110,000 square feet. And then that additional 10,000 square feet, or roughly 9% of the cost, is the portion that would be attributable to the impact fees and paid for by the impact fees over an estimated 10-year period. Next slide, please. Of that $33 million cost, the plan for funding the facility involves several different sources: the general fund, sale of properties, a generous grant from the Pennington Foundation, and other sources. This impact fee system would fund about 9% of the project, or $2.9 million over 10 years. Next slide covers our methodology. We discussed this a little bit at your last meeting. We start with the service area. This system covers all of the city, exempting the properties owned by the Airport Authority, the Nevada System of Higher Education. It also does not include tribal lands. We started with the land use assumptions that council adopted at their last meeting. In terms of the projected growth, we're using the regional growth model developed by the Regional Planning Agency. Then we take the facility cost, we allocate it to the planned growth. The system we use here is a blended approach. We looked into several different approaches to properly allocate the fees, ranging from people, residents, and employees. We looked at police calls for service. We also looked at trip generation. And at the end of the day, our recommendation is that a blending of people, residents plus employees, with an adjustment to reflect calls for service, most fairly allocated the costs of the station. And then essentially it's the math to calculate the impact fees. Next slide. These two slides coming up show the resulting fees on a per unit basis. $125 for a single family home, $100 for multifamily, and different rates for non-residential use types based on those factors mentioned. Next slide shows the rest of the categories. These are the same categories used for regional road impact fees, again, to ease administration. And the next slide shows what the resulting costs would be for different types of development projects, ranging from a single family home all the way up to a 1 million square foot warehouse. A very large warehousing project would pay $29,000 under this system. The next slide provides a summary of some of the feedback that we received during our outreach. There's really pretty strong support for this system, in particular for growth paying for itself. Right now, certain large projects have had exactions for some police facilities, but overall, new development doesn't pay a fee specific towards supporting future police facility demands, and this creates that. The idea of proportionality was very important in our outreach. There is some concern about any fees. That's commonly heard. And overall, our methodology, which was refined through the outreach process, appears to have pretty strong support. Next slide, I think, goes right into the recommended actions. We have two separate agenda items, approval of the various documents under C2.1, and then introduction of the text amendment. And if approved today, we would be back at your next meeting in 2 weeks for adoption of the ordinance, and that would put in place this system. With that, that wraps up my presentation. I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to come to my colleagues and see if anyone has their hand raised. It looks like Councilmember Breckus, you're up first.
Thank you. And let me start my clock because that was requested of you. Just let me stopwatch. Here I go. Okay. Mr. Stockham, on the, if you could go back to the slideshow, I was confused. You had the rates for the different uses, and I thought I saw $80 for a warehouse, but then when you showed a calculation, I thought it was $29. Can you show those screens again?
Sure. The $89 is based on every 1,000 square feet. Not sure that's quite the right slide, but those unit costs are based on every 1,000 square feet of floor area.
88
so there's
for general light industrial.
Correct, and the warehousing takes it to the $29 per 1,000 square feet, which for a 1 million square foot warehouse adds up to the $29,000.
Why is general light industrial so high?
That typically has a higher employee count and higher customer traffic. It's more of your small scale flex space would commonly be categorized as that. as opposed to the larger manufacturing or warehouse facilities, which have much lower occupancy on a square footage basis.
Okay, to continue on my 3 minutes, I prepared some red line comments, notations on the manual, which is attachment B. Staff responded to me on those, and I still think there's serious flaws in the way the manual is drafted, and I didn't have it last time, and I have supported this process all along, but knew the heart of it was the administrative manual. And that's why the last time I kind of wanted to check, maybe to bring in a consultant who could look at this and just, give us some feedback. But the manual, for my colleagues' information, seems like a cut and paste job from the Regional Road Impact Fee manual that RTC has. And it has some serious flaws that I'd like to bring up. For example, on page 23 of the manual, which is attachment B, it conceptualizes, like Mr. Stockham said, we are here talking about one facility, one police station, and the proportionate share of that. And the benefit district is the whole city. But this doesn't track with at all the administrative manual. The administrative manual on page 3 talks about changing the CIP. If we add in, because you have to periodically change the CIP. For example, when Winnemucca Ranch many years ago was approved by the Reno City Council, immediately the RTC changed their CIP to put those roads in eligible. And I'm just wondering, how would we change the CIP, Mr. Stockham? Because then that comports to the fees.
Yes, the state law requires a review of the CIP and the program overall, no less frequently than every 3 years. There's no limit to how frequent you do it, but we would anticipate coming back every 3 years or more quickly for a review of the CIP. And if changes to the planned police facilities were anticipated or desired at that time, that's when the CIP would get updated to reflect those changes.
Okay, my few minutes are left, but when we go around again, I have questions about dedication and off-site waivers.
Okay, Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, I appreciate my colleagues' deep dive into this. She really does a thorough job, so thank you for that, Councilwoman Breckus. I just wanted to thank the staff for moving down this path. I liked seeing the array of funding options that you were looking at to support this facility. And in the time I've been on council, I haven't really seen us use our impact fee. And I've always thought it was out there, so I'm glad to see it coming into play at this time. So I really can't speak to the allocation of the impact fee per user class, but it seemed pretty reasonable at this time. I assume, Arlo, we would have an opportunity to amend that over time. And my question is, does that have to be through a public hearing process, or how does that take place?
It does. It's a process not that different than the process we're going through right now. And again, if council desired to update it next month, there's no limitation on doing that other than our time to do so. But we would be back within 3 years for a review and potential update.
Okay, so it would go a maximum of 3 years, but it could go short as a few months. If we had some budget issues come up during this budget review, we could take a harder look at that. Is that what you're saying?
It is. There are pretty significant statutory limits on what the fees can cover.
Right.
But also where I would anticipate potentially a CIP amendment is after a period of time, our currently planned police station may not be adequate to serve longer term growth. We may want to do an addition or a satellite facility or something of that nature at some point in the future. And the admin manual is set up to facilitate that, whether the city chooses to use that or not.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Breckus, I'm going to come back to you.
Thank you. My next question is on page 25 of the manual. You discuss offset agreements.
Yes.
So an offset eligible improvement. What is meant by that? In the RTC road world, where this manual is cut and paste from, they can do a road project somewhere and then get an agreement. What is this? Like someone can come in and pave the parking lot and get an offset agreement?
I suppose the council could consider that type of offset agreement. We don't anticipate offset agreements for the main police station currently funded, but it is a recommended component to have, both to maintain proportionality and also in the event that in the future the city chooses to move to something like satellite facilities, where maybe a large development in an outlying area may construct a satellite police facility and get offsets and waivers modeled after the RTC manual for that type of improvement. So it's a good provision to have, but we don't anticipate the use of it really in the foreseeable future. And there's no, importantly, there's no obligation of the city to approve those. It requires city council approval for any offset agreement that may be proposed.
I guess my point is, by my quick look, 20% of the text in the manual relates to eligible improvements, offset agreements, and that very much conflicts with what I understand, that this is a very simple, targeted capital improvement program. And I would like to see a cleaner administrative manual that reflects that, because I think that's really what the presentation out into the community was. And I'm urging the council to send them back, to strip this thing down, to, go through it and make sure you don't have cut and paste that makes it look like a road project. There's one thing where they said the funds don't go, it goes to the street funds. And there's another one related to transportation calculations. It's just a cut and paste job, and it's not well implemented. I really think we need to aspire to do and create very good administrative product, and I don't see it in this, and so I'm having a hard time.
Mr. Stockham, I want to thank your staff for the work that has gone into this. I believe that you all are working under tremendous amount of pressure, especially because everyone's working remotely. Now, I didn't notice we'll just call it the cut and paste. I'll go back and look at it. But what I did notice was the attention to detail in focusing on the item that you've asked and brought before the agenda. So I thank you for your staff's effort in that way. I think the idea is not making perfection be the enemy of the good is probably appropriate here. And I just want to thank you for the work that's gone into making this presentation. I believe that this is something that's long overdue. We have, for many years, we have talked the talk about making sure that public safety was our priority. I believe at the end of the day, this allows us another tool in the toolbox to make sure that we have a public safety facility that, number one, is safe for our employees. I mean, this is a building that has very many problems with it. It's literally being held together at times just by the sheer force of will of the leadership of that department and its members. So I commend them for allowing us so much time that we've taken to get to this point. Second is, I think that our finance team has done a very good job of getting us to where we are, and perhaps you can address some of the financial components. But at the end of the day, we are tasked with making sure that we can pay for the facility that we need, and I think this gives us a way forward on doing that. And then last but not least, I will say, what we've learned in these last several months is that where we have our priorities and where we place our values can sometimes get stripped away by some of the things in life that perhaps are distractions. I think that this in particular, because it is a core function and service of our community, is one of the things in which we have to make sure that we've committed the resources, the willpower, and the ability to connect with our community on something that I believe everyone would agree is an absolute necessity. So again, I thank you for the time that you've put in. I'm going to transition to my council colleague, Councilmember Dewar, and then we'll see if we have any other questions before we move on.
I did not have any further questions, except that, as again, I thank the staff for moving forward with this. I'm really pleased to see it. And I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay, let me,
Ready for it.
why don't we have you make the motion, and then I'll come to Councilmember Jordan because she's raised her hand. And so how about a motion, Councilmember Dewar?
Yeah, my motion would be that we move forward with this first step in the impact fee process.
Second for discussion.
Okay, so I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, a second by Councilmember Jordan, and now for discussion, I'm going to come first to Councilmember Jordan. Thank you for having your hand raised.
Thank you very much, and I will be brief on this. I just want to say I don't find it particularly unusual that government entities do share some of their expertise and documentation to help build other entities or build our sort of product. And if there was a typo or something missed, I have full faith in our staff, who is professional and experts, and find them to always be that way. And I definitely support this. I think it's a creative way to get us where we want to go. And I commend staff for the tremendous work they've done under just outrageously stressful times. So thank you, Arlo, and everybody that's been involved with this.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Oh, let me come back. Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I'm not going to support it. I do, support the idea of bringing $3.9 million of new revenue from growth to this, deficiency that we have in rebuilding the station. But it's just not implemented well in my mind. And I think that we're not in a hurry. We could take some time and get a good quality manual in there. And I think we will see it be problematic as it rolls out. But my other point is about the hurry is because there's the 3-year period where you're clocking and you have to give the money back, or I can't recall if it's 3 years, it doesn't matter. The council may want to hold off on this a little bit till you put the other dominoes together on the police station, because it's not going to help if you only bring in this 3.9 and then the 9 million to sell the properties, or the other doesn't come through, and then your clock is ticking. And I will let you know that there was a callback on money at one point at the city of Reno, and those were residential construction taxes many years ago in the early 2000s. So there's precedent on putting in a fee on development and having it come back as a problem because it's not being spent.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please signify by nay.
I'm opposed.
Okay, the motion carries 6-1.
Mr. Vice Mayor, with that, we are transitioning to item C3. This is a public hearing for the Evans Creek annexation.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Let the record reflect that the City Council is opening the public hearing on item C3. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Mr. Vice Mayor, proper notice was given on this item, and we received letters, multiple correspondence on this, one letter in support from Frank Thompson, 31 letters of opposition, and 20 letters of concern. These have been submitted to the Reno City Council and are part of the official record.
Okay, thank you for that. And do any council members need to make disclosures at this time? Okay, I'm going to turn this over to staff for presentation, but I do want to make a pause here, and perhaps Mr. Hall or Mr. Shipman or even Ms. Foos may interject here, but I want to make sure I understand something correctly and have stated it for the record. Inasmuch as this is the first of 2 public hearings, as I understand it, there is some kind of bifurcated process that was related originally to a concern that we would not be able to have public comment remotely and available into the chambers. And so as I understand it, today we are opening this matter up for discussion, but not for deliberation. And again, I'm going to defer to Mr. Hall and Mr. Shipman on this matter. Obviously, after the fact, after the postings went out and after the various agenda were published, we've now made a provision for the public to be participating, but even that has been, later than needed and perhaps has not satisfied our public who has a right to weigh in on this very important presentation. So I'll first turn it over to Ms. Foose or Mr. Shipman or Mr. Hall to address my concern as we pause before making the presentation.
Mr. Vice Mayor, this is, for the record, John Shipman. Just to clarify, I mean, yes, exactly what you stated it was a timing issue. Just for clarification today, the request would be that the presentations be given, and then if council has any questions, it can raise those questions. We would like to save discussion in the public hearing component for the next meeting. That would be the meeting that you could take action at in the form of either going forward with the ordinance and the annexation or not. But for this meeting, we would prefer if you don't even get into deliberation, but rather just if you have questions, put those on the record and have staff, the applicant, answer those questions if that works.
Okay, Mr. Shipman, what I would ask, if you would please, is be very quick to interject. I want to make sure that we do this right. And if you believe that we have strayed from our mark or path, please let us know. As council members, we're wanting to respect your legal advice, but also we have strong opinions where we're trying to understand this complex issue. So if you see us straying a bit too far, please just interject and let me know so that we can make sure that everybody is on the same path.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Dewar, thank you so much.
Yeah, I just have a procedural question. So if Ms. Foose could explain the procedural order, are we going to, at what point will we hear from the public? My thought is after the staff presentation, and I didn't know if the applicant had a presentation. I see they're on the call. And then maybe hear from public comment, and then maybe we can ask our own questions based on that, just to save time.
For the record, Angela Foose, Acting Community Development Director. The process for today will be staff will first give a presentation, the applicant will then provide their presentation, and then the public comment portion will take place. After that, then council can open it up to questions. Again, we want to emphasize no deliberation, simply questions for staff or the applicant.
All right, that helps. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Dewar. I'll turn it over to you, Ms. Foose, for the presentation, and then I'll work with Chambers here to make sure we're doing the technological things that we have to do on our end. But the floor is yours, Ms. Foose.
Great, thank you. And actually, Nathan Gilbert, our Associate Planner with the Community Development Department, will be presenting today. So I'm going to pass the baton over to him.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Mayor. Can you all hear me?
Yes, Mr. Gilbert, the floor is yours, and thank you for being here.
I appreciate your time. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Mayor, council members. For the record, Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. Staff has received a request for voluntary annexation of 4 parcels totaling 1,019 acres. This is limited to a request for a change in jurisdiction. There's no development proposal associated with the request at this time. The site is located immediately south of South McCarran Boulevard with existing residential subdivisions and city limits to the west, east, and north, a Washoe County subdivision to the southeast, and Washoe County open space and federal lands to the south. There's existing access easements to the site off of South McCarran Boulevard and at Lone Tree Lane, noted by these little stars here. We have heard some just confusion from the public between the name of this project request and the Evans Ranch PUD in the North Valleys. So hopefully this graphic clarifies the project location. Also a lot of folks who've been around know this site as the old Ballardini Ranch. The entire site is located within the city's sphere of influence, which is the regionally dedicated area for municipal growth within the 20-year horizon. It's also assigned the Tier 2 designation in the regional plan, noting the appropriateness for suburban level development and infrastructure provision. The northern parcel has been in the sphere of influence for upwards of 20 years, and the southern parcel since 2007, following an adopted settlement agreement between the property owners and Washoe County. The site is located within the sphere of influence. It's also within the city's extraterritorial jurisdiction, which means that the city of Reno currently has and will maintain land use authority on the subject site, regardless if the property is annexed or not. All requests for development, like building permits, zone changes, or subdivisions, are subject to Reno's development review process, and city zoning would be assigned per code based on existing city master plan land use designations and county zoning to equivalent city zoning upon annexation. So this map gives a spatial representation of existing zoning and how the zoning would translate. The northern parcel has had the city's single-family residential land use for decades, which is now called single-family neighborhood, and it has a development potential that translates to the SF15 zone, or roughly 2.9 units per acre. The southern parcels remain in the existing unincorporated transition or the large lot designations that they are currently. The site has a maximum development potential of 1,256 units. It should be noted that this is a gross calculation and does not account for the estimated density reductions that would be attributed to ultimate development of the sites with development constraints like hillside development regulations. Staff estimates that the maximum dwelling units on the overall site would be closer to 610 units based on our existing slope data, but we would evaluate that with an actual development project. It should also be noted that the settlement agreement between Washoe County and the property owner applies certain restrictions and outlines similar development intensities, even if the property was developed in an unincorporated environment. So as was stated earlier, this is a two-step process due to the COVID situation. Today, we have presentations and questions. The item will be continued until the May 27th for council deliberation and action. That concludes my presentation, and we're available for any questions.
Madam Clerk, I'm going to come to you now for the applicant presentation, if there is to be one, because I don't see it on my end here.
Mr. Vice Mayor, at this time, I do not believe that the applicant has submitted a presentation to us. However, we do have the applicant's representative, Frank Thompson.
Okay,
Is
Madam Clerk,
currently
can you
on the
open the line up to Mr. Thompson, and he'll have this the 10 minutes to make a presentation. He can also, of course, Mr. Thompson, if you're hearing me, you can waive your presentation time and make yourself available for questions, but that is at your choosing and election. So I'll turn the floor over to Madam Clerk and to bring Mr. Thompson into the meeting, and I'll go on mute myself.
All right, Mr. Thompson, at this time, you have been moved to a panelist in the meeting, and you have been unmuted on our end. You may begin presenting.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me? Thank you. My name is Frank Thompson. I'm a lawyer. I'm here on behalf of Evans Creek LLC. Also with me is Eugenia Larmore of EK Economic Consultants, who prepared the fiscal impact analysis and the supplemental fiscal impact analysis. And we're both here to answer questions about the petition for annexation. The owner, Evans Creek LLC, submitted the petition for annexation on January 27th, 2020, pursuant to NRS 268.670 as the sole owner of the property, a property which is contiguous to the city of Reno. The staff has completed a very detailed report, which I'm sure you have read and you have heard about. The staff report analyzed in detail the 10 criteria adopted by the Reno Municipal Code section 18.04.3014 evaluating an annexation request. The staff report also analyzed in detail the community goals that would be met by the proposed annexation pursuant to policy 2.1D of the City of Reno Master Plan. The staff report recommends, as I read it, unconditional approval of the petition for annexation. For that reason, our presentation will be brief, much of which would be redundant of the staff's presentation. The recommendation for approval is for good reason. The Evans Creek property is a high-end infill property. It has been surrounded by development to the north, east, and south for decades. On the west, it borders the Toyobe National Forest. As reflected in the supplemental fiscal impact analysis and the original fiscal impact analysis prepared by Ms. Lamore, the annexation will have a very positive economic impact on the city of Reno. Also, the annexation will provide much needed housing in this very well documented housing crisis. In short, it's a high-end infill property that would be a terrific addition to the city of Reno. And we are here to answer any questions that anyone has.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I'm going to come now to our council, and actually I'm going to go back to Madam Clerk and see if we have public comment at this time who have registered.
Mr. Vice Mayor, we do have public comment registered.
For my colleagues, after we get through the public comment issues, we're then going to come back to the questions from council.
Mr. Vice Mayor, it should be noted that we do have a few public commenters who have pre-registered. At this time, we'll transition to the public comment portion. As a notice to our public commenters, you'll be afforded 3 minutes for your public comment. Please address the council as a whole and be respectful, adhering to all the rules of decorum. First to speak is going to be Kathy Rosner, followed by Marianne Merriam. Kathy Rosner, at this time, we have unmuted you and given you the ability to speak. You may proceed with your public comments.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, Ms. Rosner, you have the floor.
So I'm currently a homeowner in Cullen Ranch, and our home backs up to McCarran. And we've lived here for 15 years, and the traffic has gotten incredibly worse since we first moved in. And I'm very concerned about increasing the traffic on McCarran as we move forward, if you decide to move forward with this development. There's already a lot of traffic, just busy traffic during the traffic hours, but then even during the evening hours, we hear traffic constantly. So that's my biggest concern.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rosner.
Next to speak is Marianne Merriam, followed by Arnie Hamala. Marianne, you've been unmuted on our end and you may commence your comments. Ms. Merriam, you will need to unmute on your end as well. Okay, Mr. Vice Mayor, I recommend that we move on to our next public commenter while she is working on her mute. Arnie Hamala. Arnie Hamala, you may begin your comments. Mr. Vice Mayor, we are seeing that they are unmuted on our end. However, we are not hearing any feed on their end. So I would recommend at this time that council transition to questions if they have any for the applicant or staff at this time.
Okay, and Miss Miriam and Mr. or Mrs. Hamala, if you can reach out to our clerk and figure out what's happening with our technical side. I'm not sure if it's our side or yours. I have a feeling it may be yours, but we'll come back to you if we're able to. But for now, I'm going to transition back to our council for questions of the staff or the applicant. And so let's see if I could, if anyone would like to speak, just raise your hands in the chat function box. Okay, Councilmember Breckus, we'll start with you.
I appreciate it. Let me start my, I'm going to start my stopwatch here. I have questions, first off, of a procedural nature, and then I will have substantive questions on the 10 factors for annexation. My first question of a procedural nature is the applicant representative mentioned that the application was filed in January of 2020. Is there any timing considerations that the city council is operating under in under state law or under our ordinance to perfect our decision?
Councilmember Nathan Gilbert. Typically, the annexation criteria would be 90 days to a public hearing. Due to the COVID situation, I would defer to the city attorney's office as to how that's impacted this hearing.
And for the record, yeah, John Shipman, yes, there was COVID struck, and there was correspondence that was delivered to the applicant indicating that we had to postpone the hearing until today.
I would like to hear the applicant state that he understands the timing and he has no problem with the timing path that we are on.
Well, we submitted an email concerning this issue that we've reserved whatever rights we have. We're participating in this meeting, but we're reserving whatever rights we have with respect to the timing issue. We don't mean to waive any right we have to object to the timing.
Mr. City Attorney, because he reserves all rights, let me know, maybe acting more definitively on this is probably more advisable then, huh?
For the record, John Shipman, I don't know if I understand the question.
Well, are we at risk with the timing, or can we point to some emergency declarations on this?
I mean, I think the facts are the facts. You know, COVID struck starting in February. The application was pending. The governor's order came out limiting the ability of more than 10 people to show up. There's definitely public interest in this item. So notwithstanding the 90-day provision in our code, we tried to accommodate it as much as we could given the governor's directive and the applicant's desire to move forward.
Okay, I have two other questions of a procedural nature, but I will let it go around again.
Well, Councilmember Breckus, though, I'd like to address your procedural matters, and so I'm going to give you some additional time. Those are often very precatory, right? We need to address the procedural matters before we start on the substantive ones. So I'm going to give you the opportunity to ask those questions now. Thank you.
I appreciate it. First of all, Ms. Foos, we have an program of annexation, correct, that we're required to prepare. Is this property within that program of annexation?
Councilmember Breckus, I can answer that. This is Nathan Gilbert. We don't currently have an active program of annexation that expired in 2007. That's for typically used for city-initiated annexations. So we do not currently have an active program of annexation.
Okay, so the City Council has not adopted a program of annexation that includes this property. Now, the next one is specific on the translation from Washoe County zoning. On page, on your staff report, under sub 3, You're showing a conversion of Reno Master Land Use Plan for single-family designation to the LDR, right? You see that 140 acres and it goes to 700 SF15, is that
Yes,
correct?
Yeah, I concur that that table is less than translucent. What it's illustrating is, if you look at the various columns, the row that says single-family neighborhood, that is the parcel, that northern parcel, approximately 410 acres. It lists the various acreages of county zoning, but because that parcel has a longstanding City of Reno master plan land use designation, it's currently called single-family neighborhood. It was single-family residential. The code reads that it would translate to the closest conforming zoning district consistent with the city adopted master plan. So all of those, it's not a direct translation from the county zoning. It would be the closest aligning with the city master plan.
But if I might follow up, and I'm looking at the table 18.08-2A, City of Reno Master Plan Land Use and Zoning based upon county planner zoning. Under the table of Reno Master Plan, the third column, you have Washoe County Comprehensive Designation. This is in our code, and it calls it low density suburban. There's no such thing as LDR, there's LDS.
But Washoe County no longer has this in their comprehensive plan.
So how are we converting those at that single family under a Washoe County zoning that doesn't exist to
In that instance, it falls per the table to the adopted City of Reno master plan designation, which is single family neighborhood. The closest aligning would be the SF15 zoning designation.
Well, I see in the single family residential on the conversion and code overrules master plan that it also converts to LLR and LLR 2.5. The single family goes to those also.
That could be an option, but based on the translation table, our read at staff is that the closest aligning would be SF15.
Okay, I don't see that. And, you know, as you know, I have years, decades of experience in administering zoning code, including this one. And so I guess that conversion table is one that I'm really questioning how we would adopt an ordinance that takes that land use to the SF15. To me, it would go to the 1 or the 2.5, which are closer to, in my view, what I see on the county, the LDR. So. Okay, but those are my procedural questions.
Okay, Councilmember Dewar.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask some questions related to the master plan. So the master plan that we adopted a couple of years ago, or a year and a half ago, requires, well, it says that master planning should be submitted with annexation. And yet I did not see that in this packet. And I wondered if staff could address that. And I have a number of other questions too.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Nathan Gilbert, for the record. As you've noted previously, the initial staff comments did request that. That is a master plan consideration. It is not a requirement. Staff did ask for that, you know, primarily to identify existing development constraints and things of that nature. The applicant responded, and you may want to direct this to Mr. Thompson, that was not a requirement, and it is not a requirement. It's not an application requirement. It's something that it helps staff and identify. Staff had to ultimately do a, you know, cursory level slope analysis and things like that.
Well, maybe Mr.
That was
Thompson.
requested, but it is not required.
Okay. Well, it's something in our master plan that we adopted as a policy that we wanted to see, especially this is over 1,000 acres, and a lot of it is zoned urban transitional. And so I'm struggling to understand what the plan is, and it's really difficult to make a decision on an annexation without understanding a little bit about the plan. So maybe Mr. Thompson.
Well, from our point of view, we agree with the staff that it's not a requirement for annexation, and at this point, we're not requesting any master plan amendment.
Okay, would you be wanting to request one if it was annexed?
Well, this is a petition for annexation, and as I said, we don't view the amendment of the master plan as a requirement for annexation, and we're not requesting an amendment of the master plan.
Okay.
Point
Well, I'll
in time.
move on to some of my other questions. So in our master plan, we often talk about 3 access points. I saw 2 easements identified here, one to McCarran and one to Lone Tree, which is down in the county. I wondered, is there a third one? At this point, it doesn't seem to meet again our master plan issues for.
Thank you. Nathan Gilbert, for the record. What we identified were 2 existing access easements. That's what's there on the property now. Any future development would be reviewed in concert with the master plan policies, which strongly encourage a third access point, which would be evaluated at that time.
Okay.
For base code requirements, 2 access points are currently available on the site.
Okay, so just on the access, I mean, I don't know when or if this would be addressed, but I know Lone Tree, which they apparently have an easement to, is a very narrow county road. And a third possible access might be out at Ridgeview, which is a 2-lane road that's in my ward. That's probably accounted for the majority of my challenges being a councilwoman in terms of the traffic on the road, the speed on the road. I've had many calls for enforcement. So I guess as we move forward, perhaps you could inquire of applicants in the intervening time what their plans are regarding access. It could have an influence on my decision when it comes to annexation. The other issue I have is fire. And I didn't think it was addressed very in depth in this document in terms of the findings. And I know this area has been a site of a number of fires that have started on this property and then have gone other places to other city properties. And I wondered, in between the time of this initiation of this process and our next meeting, if you could have our fire marshal address fire issues more in depth in terms of what would be, if we annex this property, what would be the liability of the city of Reno. It says that we would take on fire response immediately. Right now, we're just doing the first 12 hours. And so you can see where my concern is. I want to understand if we annex it again, what would be the impact to us? I think I've reached my 3 minutes for this round, so I'll come back. Thank you.
Okay, and I would like to ask a few questions too. I'll direct these to Mr. Gilbert at the outset. Mr. Gilbert, as you may know, I have the fortunate privilege of representing 5 fire districts in Lake Tahoe. And over the last 10 years, I've been involved in sort of the interplay between urban expansion and wildfires and moving into wildfire areas. I, like Councilmember Dewar, had questions about how the impact or analysis has been done to support annexation with regard specifically to movements into area that are, we'll just call them the interface between urban areas and wildlife or wilderness areas. Where in the packet and presentation is that been addressed? I have not seen an analysis of that particular issue, and so I want to make sure that as we move into the round 2 of this hearing part, that I've been able to get an answer to that inquiry.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. In the staff report, that's under annexation criteria number 6, the efficient and cost-effective provision of service areas and capital facilities. When we receive all development applications, the Reno Fire Department personnel, and on larger projects, certainly the fire marshal reviews the projects. We, at this time, have sort of general analysis, and I think as Ms. Dewar had requested, we will return with a more comprehensive analysis from the fire department perspective. What we have presented for you today is the reality that once annexed, once the jurisdiction changed, it is the municipality's responsibility to fight fires. And so on the site, there's a 12-hour response time, and after that, the city picks up the bill. That's not unprecedented in our region. Think Mortensen Garson, Evans Ranch, even the PUDs to the west side of this property were adopted well over a decade ago, 15, 17 years ago, have never come to fruition. They are also in that situation. So we will return with a more robust analysis to address those concerns.
Well, and not to put too fine a point on it, but I think you've raised an important question, and that is, as it stands today, if there were a fire that happened, and we'll just say by a lightning strike up in the hills there, and it happened today, the response to that fire would be the financial responsibility of the county. But your position or your statement today on the record is that if we annex it, a fire strike in that area, whether it's developed or not, because again, I don't know what could be or would be developed here. I don't think that's really what's before us. But the just sheer timing of it would mean if we annexed it at some future date, then it would become our responsibility as a city to serve that area. Now, I'm not getting into the question of whether we have mutual aid and whether we would seek to knock down a fire. Our firefighters do a lot in everything we ask of them. But I'm just asking as a sheer matter of public policy, the timing of it is one that I'm questioning vis-a-vis this report.
Noted. Thank you, council member.
Well, my question was today, if there was a fire there, it would be on the county.
Oh,
And tomorrow, or if after we annex it, it would be on us. Is that accurate?
that is accurate. Yes, thank you.
Okay. I have some other questions, but I want to go back to my colleagues. I think Councilmember Dewar, did you have a second round? I'm sorry.
I think as Councilwoman
Mayor?
Breckman.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, Madam Mayor, the floor is yours.
I don't want to take anyone else's turn, so let me know.
Nope, you're on.
Okay.
You're up.
Okay. For some reason, I'm having some technical difficulty here on my iPad. It's for some reason a glitch. The question that I want to ask, right now, what would the response time be if it were the city of Reno today? Like you said, I think you made some great points, Vice Mayor, about what would the response time be from the city of Reno versus the response time from the county?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Nathan Gilbert for the record. I don't know what county response time would be. This was analyzed as if it were annexed to the city, which would be a 2-minute response time to the South McCarran access point.
Do we have fire chief there?
Madam Mayor, we do have the fire chief and Fire Marshal Trey Palmer are available for answering questions. We are moving them into the meeting now, and we'll be unmuting them so
Okay.
they can answer your questions.
Right.
I believe Fire Marshal Palmer he's unmuted and can answer questions at this time.
All right. Thank you so much. Can you give me a background right now, the analysis of today? I'm trying to pull it up. I don't see it in my staff report. But Mr. Palmer, Chief Palmer, can you give me your analysis?
Yeah, so can you hear me okay?
I can, thank you.
Great. So for the record, Trey Palmer, Fire Marshal, Reno Fire Department. So what we're looking at today is just annexation. So we can only compute the response time from our closest fire station to the entrance of the proposed project. Because again, we don't have anything that would require us to analyze buildings. We don't have a development yet before us in the plan review process. But to the entrance off of McCarran, the response time would be 2 minutes from Station 7, which is the fire station off of Skyline Boulevard.
Right. Okay, so then they would come down McCarran. But if it were today, I'm trying to think, where's the county's closest station?
So I believe the closest county fire station is on West 4th Street, which is significantly a longer response time.
Okay. All right. And then traffic, thanks so much, Chief Palmer, really appreciate it. Traffic impacts, I think there was someone that had concerns about it. I have, similar concerns. Nathan, what traffic studies have been done?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No traffic studies were done at this time. There's no development project, so there's no.
Okay, yeah. All right. No.
Yeah, at time.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, at time of development, when traffic studies are warranted, they will be required, but there's no development
Right.
project at this time.
Right, right. I'm jumping the gun. Yeah, there's just a lot of concern here with this annexation for me. Thanks so much.
Chief Palmer, before we let you off the hook too easy, can we come back to a question that I have based on Madam Mayor's comments with you? And that is, you've indicated that the Skyline station is the closest. And can you tell me, is Skyline fully operational? Is it fully staffed? And I apologize, it's not in my particular ward because I'm citywide. I just am not familiar with that facility as much as I am with others.
Yeah, so again, Trey Palmer for the record. Currently, Station 7 is fully staffed with 4.
Okay, thank you. Let's circle back to Councilmember Dewar, and I apologize. I hadn't meant to skip around, but I'm back to you.
Could you allow Councilwoman Breakfast to go, just staying in our order so I can keep track of?
Oh, sure. Yeah, no problem. Councilmember Breckus.
I am focusing on criteria number 3 related to the need for the expansion to accommodate planned regional growth. And that's where, based on our earlier discussion about the translation table, I'm still a little hung up on, but I do want to pick up on something Ms. Dewar mentioned, which was, you know, they don't have a master plan or any other request in. There's different scenarios in the 2 economic impact analyses, but it's 1,019 units that Washoe County land use allows, and it's 1,256 under the translation. Although I have some concerns on those. I think that went a little off on that translation. But it doesn't seem like there's much difference between what Washoe County would allow and we would allow if we decide to annex. And then, of course, they could go straight to subdivision activity. So to me, to accommodate regional growth is really where I'm struggling. And also because if we take it in, we have the service responsibilities like the fire discussion just asked. And so I'm really trying to figure out the justification to expand the municipal boundary, to say this is city characteristic land. And I see policy IMP-2.1E that says update our annexation program that expired in 2017. I think Mr. Gilbert spoke earlier. And to me, the fact that we haven't done that, we haven't said affirmatively, we want you, I'm struggling with how we can respond to this, because I thought with the new master plan, we had all these policies we wanted to apply to these lands that we were thinking of annexing. So that's a difficulty I'm having there. Mr. Gilbert, could you answer that a little bit?
Thank you, Ms. Breckus, or Councilmember Breckus. Again, we do not currently have a program of annexation. That's the tool under the standard provision. Mostly what council sees with annexation requests or voluntary requests. I think the last city-initiated annexation we did was in 2011.
Okay, thank you. But, you know, we have a new master plan. Now, the other one is IMP-2.4A. And that says periodically monitor the city's land supply in relation to goals and policy of the master plan and make publicly available an inventory. Have we done that? Have we monitored the land supply to say we need this land in the incorporated boundaries lately?
I'd have to defer to Ms. Foos as to what the department direction is on that. I can say that the northern portion of the site has been in the sphere of influence for upwards of 20 years and had a master plan land use designation. The 2003 annexation staff report referenced that it was in the program of annexation for the previous 10 years at that time. However, it is not in our program currently.
So we dropped it out of the program of annexation at one point, a previous council?
Correct. The 2017 did not include that in the proactive city annexation.
And Ms. Foos, what about monitoring the land supply? I know in the last couple of years, we've brought on and made commitments to other land supply, like Stonegate. How have we been monitoring this?
Well, I think in general, at this point, we don't have the resources to undertake a whole new analysis, meaning staff and budget resources. So based on the information that we have an analysis that was done as part of the master plan. I believe that was done back in 2016. We look at, again, where is our sphere of influence boundary? Based on our master plan, we have general direction on where we want to grow and how we want to grow. We don't specifically call out that only certain areas are allowed for development or for expansion. We look at things like what's within our sphere of influence, what's within our TMSA boundary. All of that's taken into consideration when we look at development.
Well, if I could follow up, back in 2016, 2017, the last time we monitored the land supply was some of the technical work in advance of the Reno Master Plan being done. Madam Clerk, do you have that slide? I thought I sent that in for the record.
Councilmember Reckes, we do have the printout that you gave. We are attempting to be able to broadcast it through Zoom. We're doing our best.
Okay, we can circle around. I really want to understand the last time we looked at the land supply, we've obviously had some new land come on that we've approved. We've also had some land come off that has developed. I just wanted to see. Okay, what product here is this going to bring on with the translation table?
Based on the translation table, we are looking at single-family development.
Is it the low-density single-family?
And I'm having a hard time actually reading that.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Maybe if we continue this, you could work with this, which is the best-known example of, how much land we have ready for development in the residential side, and tell me which one of these falls in, so then the council can know if this is a request for premature development of single-family land or not.
You bet.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I have a few follow-up questions. We talked about we would take on responsibility for fire. One of the questions I have is, do we have the kind of fire equipment that we would need to attack a fire in this kind of open land, whether that be planes to drop water or helicopters or trucks that could access, land that doesn't have roads on it right now? Is there anyone who could answer that?
Council member, I don't know if Fire Marshal Palmer is available. Looks like he's unmuted.
Yes, for the record, Trey Palmer, Fire Marshal. Currently, we do have brush rigs within our fleet, and in that area, we do have access to those brush rigs. So to answer your question, yes.
Mm-hmm. So one of the things that I'm going to look for an answer when we consider this is we mentioned a 2-minute response time from Station 7, and I guess I would wonder, you probably should identify a min and a max time. So if this property is developed, what would be a max time at the furthest point, or a point in the middle of the project, so we can have a better understanding? Is this going to have to be sprinklered? What kind of special measures would have to be taken? Some projects I've seen that have wanted to annex in have had to put irrigated green spaces because the properties get very high and they're abutting the undeveloped lands, and so they're even more at risk for a wildland fire. So I'd like to see, a range of response times, not just to the front door, but within the development. It looks like we'd also have to understand the police response. We got a memo on that, but it sounds like while it's annexed, as long as it's annexed, if there was a crime on this site, our police would need to respond to that. And for both public safety agencies, you mentioned earlier that we have a number of annexed properties that have not been developed. And so I guess I'm wondering how this fits, how many of them, and I guess it kind of comes off of Councilwoman Breckes' question, in terms of if we are responding to 5 annex properties right now that haven't been developed, is this a tipping point for us, or can we easily accommodate that? So it's something I'm going to be looking for in the future. The mayor mentioned traffic, and I'm going to just daylight that issue again. In terms of the fact that McCarran, there was a plan to pave McCarran this year. Right now, it's supposed to be happening right in front of this property. It seems that 1,000 or 1,200 homes, as they postulate, would have quite a bit of traffic, and it would have to come down these 2 access points that have been identified so far, possibly a third. So those are, I understand the details would be in the development, but I want to make sure from a master plan policy level that we're addressing it all up front, because that's where we've fallen down before. In the document here, it talks that item 3, the need for expansion to accommodate planned regional growth, and it talks about being, and also in the fiscal analysis, it talks about item 5, that the City of Reno Master Plan supports a fiscally responsible growth pattern and annexation policy to maintain existing levels of service for current residents. And so I noted that the house price listed here was somewhere between $690,000 and $890,000. And my understanding is what we've had a great demand for is more modest price housing, that a lot of the more expensive housing product has not been able to be afforded by our people in our community. And so I just wondered where affordable housing might fit in here in terms of our growth policies. And again, I'm trying to keep this very high level in terms of annexation and our master plan.
Thank you, Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you.
Appreciate those comments, and I know that our staff is taking a lot of this back. We have to, I'm going to perhaps come back to me for the second round of my questioning, and then we'll see if anyone has anything else, understanding that we've got still a very long agenda to get through. My question really is for legal, I think, and I want to make sure that Mr. Shipman, and maybe Mr. Gilbert will help too, but I want to look for specifically at number 5. Number 5 says community goals would be met by the proposed annexation, and then there are 10 additional factors. And I guess the first question is Mr. Shipman, is it that we have to meet the 10 plus these sub 10? If I have to check out on any of these things, is it a done project? Can you help me understand, or how am I to evaluate these factors? Are any of them controlling?
The record, John Shipman, to the Attorney's Office. These are factors that go into your analysis. There's nothing here that is a make or break. I think it is a kind of a totality of circumstances.
Well, for example, 5B says are located in the Tumwa service area, right? And we know because of criteria 4 that it is not. So I'm trying to figure out if I can't meet 4 and I can't meet some part of 5, I just want to understand what legally I'm obligated to do. And you've said it is part of a totality of circumstances. Is that fair?
I believe so, in the sense of that plays into your analysis. It's pointing out potential deficiencies, in this instance. And then that's up to you as the policy body and the policy board to decide where that plays in. Are there other factors that push in the other direction? I would defer to Mr. Gilbert if he has any other thoughts on that.
Well, and I want to ask another question, then maybe we'll wrap this up. With regard to item number 7, which talks about the fiscal impact, and then we've got this fiscal impact statement that's been provided, I need to understand, are we talking about the world that we understood 2 months ago when we received this, or are we talking about the world we're now about to enter into in this post-COVID reality? And the reason why I say that is because that fiscal impact statement suggests a different financial reality than the one I think we're about to face. We're going to have some hard choices about our public safety, for example, that we have to make as a body. And I don't want us to make it, I want us to make sure that we're using a fiscal impact analysis that matches up with the reality we face. Because if you say annexation requires us to provide fire support, and yet then we go into this financial world where we're already struggling to meet our current needs, I don't know how we can have additional capacity in the system. And that's why I want to know legally, what am I to consider on item number 7?
So item number 7, again, I think it is yet another criteria for your evaluation. I think you can look at it from the standpoint of where we are today. You can look at the analysis and determine if it, you think or you feel that is a true representation. I mean, the issue is COVID could have happened a year from now. So, these are factors that you need to internalize and look at and evaluate kind of in a broader sense. And then, there's definitely risk associated with all this stuff, but these are discussion points that are there to help the council determine whether or not the annexation does in fact make sense for both parties.
Okay,
That's
Mr.
helpful.
Shipman, thank you for that. And I'm going to, it looks like we're, Councilmember Dewar, you've got 1 minute because we're on the third pass.
Thank you. Yep, thank you. I'll keep it to 1 minute. I just want to put a marker that in the interim, I hope that we can address, our staff can address the sewer issue. I know that we have a lot of challenges at Tumwharf with meeting water quality standards, expanding plant, there's no room. I just wanted to make sure that we address the potential sewer impacts if we annex this property. Same with the water. I was going to make the same point, thank you, Vice Mayor, about it's outside our annexation of Tumwa. I say our because I'm on the Tumwa board, that we would have to look at whether we're annexing. And then finally, I do have quite a few questions about the fiscal impact. What I'm surprised by is that at a 200 home level, it says it would be a positive fiscal impact. It's hard for me to understand that because our staff have often said that a development that's purely homes brings with it a greater number of demands or liabilities than is provided in property tax. And it's one reason we haven't annexed a lot of other big developments in the South End where my ward butts up against county property. So those are just some questions, but I wanted to make sure the topics got on the record. Thank you.
Councilmember Breckus, 1 minute, please.
Yeah, and I appreciate your comments and questions, Mr. Vice Mayor Reese, because I think you were getting to the heart of some of the considerations of the character of this area we're looking to take in. And I just like to ask Mr. Gilbert.
Ms. Breckus, I just needed to jump in. If we could just keep the discussion, I just saw that developing there between you and the Vice Mayor. If we could just keep the discussion.
I'm sorry, between what?
If we could just keep it to questions today. I'm sorry, I just heard you starting.
Oh, well, it's really taking off. That's just preface to Mr. Gilbert. I didn't see in the staff report, now that we've adopted a new master plan and we look at requests according to those, is this a foothill neighborhood?
Yes, Councilmember Breckus, it is a foothill neighborhood.
Okay, because the foothill neighborhood has certain parameters, and I didn't see any of that discussed, particularly the typology description. So that's a concern for me too in my analysis. Thank you.
Okay, it looks like our council and colleagues have reached the end of their discussion, question and answer period on this. And I know because we do have some folks who had public comment originally, I want to give this opportunity over to our clerk to see if we can get either of the two folks who had signed up and registered to give public comment, to give them before we move on. And Mr. Shipman, while we're trying to get the technical difficulties worked out, can you tell us, do we have to take action at this time? Is there a desire to see anything on your part, or do we just leave this hearing open? How will we proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Yes, it would be a motion to continue the hearing to the next meeting at a time certain, and that would do it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shipman. Now let's go back to Madam Clerk to see if we have either Marianne Miriam or Arnie Hamala available.
Mr. Vice Mayor, our public commenter, Marianne Merriam. She is unmuted on our end and may commence speaking.
No questions at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for staying with us this whole time, though. I appreciate you. Arnie Hamala?
We are showing that you're unmuted. You may begin your comments. All right, Mr. Vice Mayor, with that, we have no further public comments that have been pre-registered and have indicated that they are with us on the call today. This time
Councilmember
we'd be
Dewar.
looking.
I can make a motion. It says
Could I-
I'm mute.
Could I interrupt? I'd like to hear from the applicant that he is okay with us continuing this hearing.
Ms. Breckus, I'm not sure, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Shipman or Mr. Hall. I don't know that the applicant has to or needs to comment, but Mr. Shipman or Mr. Hall?
Again, for the record, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Yeah, from a legal standpoint, there is no requirement for the applicant's agreement to that, but you're more than happy to or welcome to ask him if he wants to answer that, yes.
I'd like to ask him that.
Okay, Mr. Thompson, Councilmember Breckus has asked a question. I can see that you're still with us, but I don't see your picture, so I'm not sure if you're here. If you'd like to respond, you may. If you do not wish to respond, that's also fine too.
Well, I'll just respond the same way I responded previously, that when I wrote the email to the city that we intended to participate in this meeting and in the continued meeting, but in doing so, we didn't intend to waive any known right and reserve all our rights with respect to the timing of the meeting.
Okay, Mr. Thompson, thank you for your response. I'll go back to Councilmember Dewar. Ms. Dewar, I believe you've made a motion to continue. I'm now looking for a second.
Not yet.
Oh.
I did not, but I can. My question is it's been apparently noticed. I just want to get this on the record. We have a lot of questions. I'm not sure if staff can finish those within probably the 4 days left before or 3 days before they have to post another staff report or provide the information. So I guess I'd like to just hear from them if it's going to work to continue it to the 27th, or we should be looking at the council meeting after that.
Yes, thank you, council member. We can do that, and if we need to follow up with supplemental memoranda, we will.
Okay, so for the 27th?
Correct.
Okay, so I would make a motion to continue this hearing to May 27th. And time, would it be helpful to set a time certain, such as 1 o'clock, perhaps?
If this is City Clerk chiming in here, if we can set it as 10 a.m. as your time certain, that would be preferential, as this is consistent with how we typically notice, and it's identified that it will be heard no sooner than that.
Okay, I'm given the comment challenges that we had today, and it looked like there was about 8 people. They didn't raise their hand, but I just thought in the interest of making sure that people show up at the right time or whatever, it might be good to notice it closer to the time it is. But if you want me to notice it at 10, I'll make a motion to continue this item to May 27th at 10. No earlier than 10.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar. Looking for a second. I'll second it. Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar. I've seconded the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. Okay, motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. With that, Mr. Vice Mayor, we're transitioning to item D11. This is discussion, presentation, and possible direction for council priorities related to your fee schedule for adoption of the FY 2021 City of Reno budget.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. First of all, can I ask, is there public comment on this item? And I know I probably don't have to ask on every item, but I thought on this one in particular I would ask.
Thank you for asking, Mr. Vice Mayor. We do not have public comment that has indicated they would like to speak. We have people pre-registered, but they do not want to give comments.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't know that council will require a staff presentation, but I'll ask my colleagues if staff presentation is necessary. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to come to Councilmember Dewar for a motion. Can I get a motion, please?
Yeah, I would move forward to adopt the fee schedule, but I would need some clarity. And that's on the one for the Parks and Recreation. We were given last time a number of options. And I think we should at least have one slide that shows the options before we finalize the motion.
Okay, no problem. Let's see what we can accomplish in that regard. Ms. Lochner has joined us, and I think give everyone, Ms. Schroeder, a chance to join us as well. If we could, Madam Clerk, let's put up the slide that I know Councilmember Dewar is referring to, and then we'll open it back up for that participation.
Mr. Vice Mayor, at this time, I would recommend that we have Director Jamie Schroeder share her screen, and she can pull up the presentation on her side. While she's doing that, I would like to note for the record, we did receive 13 letters in opposition. Those have been submitted to the Reno City Council and are part of the record as well.
I want to clarify that this is just the recreation part. There are other fees here. Building, community development, finance, fire. It seemed like we had most of the questions on this part of the fee schedule, so that's why I asked.
That's correct. It is Deborah Lochner, Finance Director for the record. That's correct. Most of our discussion has been related to parks and recreation fees. Most of the other fees are increased by CPI. On the building fees, they have changed the valuation table, but done their best to hold the fees as flat as possible by changing the the multiplier. So that's a significant math problem for us, but we're working through it. That's the goal for the building fees. But like I said, the primary discussion has been related to park and recreation fees, and so we wanted to come back one last time before we actually present a final fee schedule for you to adopt next week when you adopt the budget. So we need to make sure we have the final direction from council today to make sure that that fee schedule we put forth next week can be adopted. And so I'll let Jamie go ahead and talk about her options.
Hi, for the record, Jamie Schroeder, just making sure everyone can hear me and see my screen. Okay, good, fantastic. One thing that I wanted to put on the record, just so that we're transparent, council knows that our fee schedule has almost 500 lines of fees, and we did miss one. So this is not a fee increase. We've completed a park, and so it's a new fee to associate with renting that park out. So when we come back to council for the budget and fee schedule adoption, you will see a new line in the fee schedule that will be for Sierra Vista Park that we anticipate it will be rented frequently for mountain bike races or trail races. So that fee will be similar to other parks that we rent, which is $85 an hour for a 3-hour minimum. And then the parking lot has an additional $100 per day fee. So you'll see that come back. I just wanted to make sure that I was, proactive in letting you know about that fee today. So again, we're just seeking council direction on which option to move forward on so that we can address the state mandated minimum wage deficit. Based on the last conversation that we had with council, it looks like option 2 was gaining some traction. So option 2, in summary, would raise the fees in the majority of the program areas, but only half of what we recommended. It raises the age of a senior to 60 instead of 62, based on the discussion that council had. It removes pickleball from the senior activity pass and puts it into a higher open gym fee structure. And then it would create our department restructure of the health and wellness division. And then it creates a more robust scholarship program in which we would now have a health and wellness pass which would address the most vulnerable customers.
All right, Mr. Vice Mayor, with that explanation, I would move to adopt the fees that are in the fee summary identified by Ms. Lochner and option 2 on the graduated cost recovery plan for the recreation fees.
I second the motion. Weber.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar, a second by Councilmember Weber. Looks like before we move to call the question, I'm going to recognize Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate all the work, Jamie, that you have put into this. I know it has been a long road of balancing many, many things from many departments and many personnel to try to get where we are today, and I thought you did a great job of supporting all of our numerous programs and kind of spreading things around in recognition of that. The one thing I did think it was important to put on here, and I like that we're doing some of the increasing for some of the things that the seniors can get a pass for, so you're not having to do some of the smaller individual fees for, and I like the age adjustment. I think that's good. I think that's going to help our seniors when they are capable of coming back out and getting into some of these facilities. What I did want to say on the record, though, is, and I understand the timing, we've got to do this in order to meet a budget deadline to get some things in place. But I do think it's important to put on the record that there is a very high probability that all things, all programs, all facilities, all things are likely going to be coming back for dealing with the COVID issues. I mean, our budget impacts are going to be tremendous. So while I'm supportive of this today, I think we need to look at it in the light of what we're really going to be facing, and this likely will be back before us. So I am supportive. So I just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you.
I think those were great comments, and I echo them. Thank you.
I agree as well. Great. Thank you. Great staff. Great job.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. A motion by Councilmember Dewar, second by Councilmember Weber. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, please signify by saying no. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Vice Mayor, our next items are items D21, D22, and D23. These are 1,000 homes in 120 days program. Should be noted for the record, Mr. Vice Mayor, we did not receive any public comment on this, nor do I have any pre-registered commenters. At this time, we will transition. We have Eric Jensen available to answer any questions if council has any, or you may proceed.
Okay, I'm going to start with item D2. This is in Ward 5. Councilmember Jordan, does any of the council desire a staff presentation at this time? Councilmember Breckus, you have 3 minutes.
Can we get a map?
Give us a second, please.
We have no presentations for items D2. I will defer to Eric Jensen as he is now in the meeting. If he's got a map that he would like to share from his screen, he may do so, or he can give you a verbal interpretation.
Hi, Mr. Jensen. Thank you for joining us. Ms. Breckus, Councilmember Breckus has asked on item D2, which is the project at 223 Court Street and 2600 Island Avenue, if you have a map of those areas.
I do have a map. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm not sure if I'm able to do it. I'm operating from my cell phone. I apologize. I do not have a video camera and microphone here at work. Very essentially, it is the properties that run through the block immediately to the west of the church site there. Let me see if I can bring something up.
Is this the property that the city changed the shade ordinance for?
I don't believe the city
This
changed
is
the
Eric
shade
Jensen
ordinance
again. I
for a
don't know if
particular
that's
property. Mr. Jensen, hold on one second. Ms. Breckus, no, the
Yes.
answer to your question is this is not the property that the city changed the shade ordinance for. The shade ordinance was changed in a geographic region that covered many blocks.
Is this the property where when we changed the shade ordinance, adjacent to the Trinity Church, our 100-year church, there were a lot of objections to, and it's now subject to a lawsuit?
Again, this is Eric Jensen. I think that's a question that I cannot answer directly because I'm not party to any lawsuit or I'm not aware of any lawsuit. I can say it is adjacent to the Trinity Church.
Okay. Are there any provisions for this project to be done by prevailing wage?
Again, Eric Jensen, this is a private project. There are no public dollars involved in it, and so it is not subject. They're not required to use a prevailing wage.
But in this development agreement that we're doing, we could require that, and we could also require that some of these properties be covenant to affordability, correct?
Again, Eric Jensen, that was not part of the 1,000 homes in 128 program. Nowhere in there does it, to my knowledge, allow council to do that. I'd requested our legal counsel weigh in because I'm not aware that that is part of this program.
For the record, John Shipman. Yeah, if I understand your question correctly, yes, these are not prevailing wage projects. Could this have modified the program to make them into something else? The answer is probably yes, but these particular agreements fall within the existing program. If I'm wrong, Mr. Jensen, please correct me on that.
Okay, so here's something I'd like to suggest to the council for these ones, this property. I'd like to suggest that the council put a requirement that this be the return, the public benefit return for this subsidy of deferrals of fees, which is a subsidy, it's a time and money issue, that we condition this to be a prevailing wage job and that some set aside for long-term subsidized housing of affordability be included, and that we include some monitoring when they're drilling the pilings to make sure that there's not some kind of trembling that can hurt the very historic Trinity Church with all their stained glass. And I think the example would be maybe there's an earthquake monitor at the Trinity Church, and if they start jiggling it to a certain level, then they have to stop and find a different mechanism to drill that property. I think those are good public purposes that could be applied to this benefit we're giving to them of a subsidy. Thank you.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, just a quick question. I'm sorry I didn't get this answered earlier. On D21, is the fee deferral for the entire project, or is it just associated with the 46 condominium units? Because my understanding was it was a hotel, and then it was going to have some embedded, I thought it was 40 condominium units. So is it just deferring the part associated with the 46, or is it the entire hotel?
Thank you, Councilmember Dewar. This is Eric Jensen. That is a very excellent question. To clarify, the fee deferral is only for the sewer connection fees. It is not for the building permit fees. And the reasoning for that is we as staff could not figure out a way to extract those building costs from the overall cost. And as such, we talked with the applicant's agent, and we said we would prefer to only defer the sewer connection fees, which are easily discernible from the overall project, and not the building permit fees, for the simple reason that we do not have a mechanism to calculate that or to extract them from the overall cost.
Okay, so we're not trying to say 46 and what percent of the building is that relative to everything else. And how much is the sewer fee?
It's approximately $5,000 per unit.
Per unit for each of the 46?
Correct.
Okay, so quick math is.
It's going to be a little over 200,000.
Okay, and they will pay it. It'll just come on the back end.
Correct. Yeah, and we also require in the standard agreement that if they sell the unit, then the fee becomes payable immediately, due and payable at the time the unit sells. So if they condominiumize them and then they sell them all within the first year, we will receive all the money back within the first year.
And what if they like did development on the property, put in the sewer line and that kind of thing, and then sold the property, and maybe it's even a new application?
Yes, so then the fees become due and payable unless they come back and ask us specifically to transfer it, and we agree to transfer it to the new buyer.
We would have to agree.
Yes.
Okay, and then last question, I guess, on this one. It sounded like there was a different time frame for this one. So, or is it the same 5 years, or?
It is the same 5 years for this one, correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you very much. And Eric, I appreciate all your work on this one. I know this site, if you'll remind the council how long this site has been vacant.
This site has been vacant for at least 10 years, much longer than the time I've been with the city.
Yes, and this is in my ward, and certainly while I didn't vote for the shade ordinance, I am supportive of housing in our downtown core, which will remember the whole reason for the 1,000 homes in 120 days was to spur housing starts in our core, which we weren't seeing. So this is us helping developers to bring online housing and density for our core, which is where we absolutely want it. And clarity for the record is in case it wasn't clear earlier, that the sewer deferral is only on the condos. It's not on any balance of the project. This is a good thing. These sort of things, actually people coming in and getting these deferrals. Again, we're not waiving anything. We are deferring to spur development in an area where we want it, which is our core. So I am prepared to make a motion and would move to approve item D21.
Okay, I have a motion by
Second the
Councilmember
motion.
Jordan, a second by Councilmember Weber. Yep. And I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed,
I'm
please say
opposed.
no. Motion carries 6-1.
Mr. Vice Mayor, next item is item C22. This is another 1,000 home in 120 days fee deferral for 220 North Virginia Street and 220 North Center Street.
Okay, and for the record, it's item D22, D as in dog, D as in David. Does the council desire a staff presentation on this item in Ward 5? Councilmember Breckus, do you have questions or do you desire a staff presentation?
I do have a few questions.
Okay, let's
So
ask
this
Mr. Let's just make sure we have the person who's lined up to answer the questions. Mr. Jensen, did you come off? I don't see Mr.
He did come off. We will.
Okay, hold on a second, Councilmember Breckus. I'm sorry, I just noticed that Mr. Jensen stepped off of the Zoom and now he's back. So give us a second. We can see you sideways and can't hear you. So Mr. Jensen, turn your phone so that we can see you lengthwise. I don't want to have to turn my head weirdly. You're getting there. There you go. Okay.
I'll just hold it in my hand.
No problem. Councilmember Breckus, the floor is yours.
So this one is to the building permit fees that would be involved in the change of use for the Harrah's Tower on Virginia Street. Is that correct?
Yes. And also for the sewer, and potentially for the sewer connection fees if they don't have sufficient credits already.
When's that calculation going to be done?
When the building plans come in, the project architect and our internal staff will calculate how many sewer connection fees are associated with the existing facility, and then they'll do a calculation, net out how many are being proposed with the new development, and at that point there will be a determination if there is a surplus or if there is lacking.
Okay, we know that a lot of this urban development is not bringing in the affordable units. They're usually more high-end, and maybe that's not the case on something like this where it's already been built. Do we have any restrictions here that this will be, any of these will be covenant for affordability in return for this subsidy?
At this point, we do not have an actual project submitted to us, so we do not know the answer to that. All we know is that it is a private developer, and at this point, there is no public subsidy involved.
Well, I mean, but the deferral is a subsidy, but we're not requiring in the agreement any of these units be restricted to affordable guidelines?
No, at the time the council approved the 1,000 homes in 120 days program, that issue was discussed, and it was determined that it was not a subsidy, and that the council could if they decided to, but at that point they were not going to make those kinds of requirements.
What about prevailing wage?
Again, as our legal counsel opined on January 22nd, prevailing wage is not applicable.
Okay, but we could apply it like on the last one. What about, tell me this, because there's a long period of payback on the time and money subsidy, say they build out 1, 2, 3 floors, and those building permits go, they get a certificate of occupancy for those, but then say a property owner or someone else wants to come through with more building permits. You know, as this thing builds out, how many iterations will each floor, each unit, each owner get on this deferral period? Tenants on the ground floor, commercial, how long does this thing go on?
Sure. So again, Eric Jensen, the program is set up such that they have 18 months from the time they sign the agreement to apply for the permit. As long as the permit stays valid per standard practices, which typically means they have to be constantly working on it. You can't go more than 6 months, at which point the permit typically becomes stale. Then they can complete the project. But if they do not make the application for the permit for the activity within the 18 months, then the fee cannot be deferred for that permit.
Well, what about, say they've got a permit in 18 months for the boiler down in the basement to run, I don't know, the laundry, you know, and they keep that one going. Does that keep the whole thing going, like up on the 15th floor, the unit that hasn't been touched or doesn't get touched for 20 years?
If the building permit does not include the activities specified, then no, it does not. So for example, if they came in and parsed and they started with a permit for 2 out of the, say, 5 floors or 8 floors, and then they came in 22 months later with the other 2 floors or with 2 more floors, the subsequent permit would not be applicable. They have to apply for the work within the 18-month period. And the same would apply for multi-building projects such as Park Lane. If they do not apply for the building permit for that specific activity within 18 months, then the fee would not be deferrable.
Okay, and I appreciate, I think it's important to bring up on this one because as we know, right across from City Hall, we have a shell building that has had some revitalization, but still shell up above. I think we actually have 2, and I'm just wondering, you know, if it takes 20 years to rebuild the top floors, are we, does this still stay valid? And it doesn't sound like it does, but I appreciate those answers. Thank you.
Okay, it doesn't look like we have anybody else in the queue to chat or speak. Can I get a motion, Councilmember Jordan? This is in Ward 5.
Move to approve.
Okay, I have a motion by
Second.
Councilmember Jordan, a second from Councilmember Delgado. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye. I
Any-
can't
any
support this
opposed?
again. Yeah, I cannot support it again because I'm just, well, I see it's a subsidy to the builder. I just don't see the public benefit coming back on the
Thank you,
side
Councilmember
to-
Breckus. The motion carries 6-1. Item D23, please. Mr. Jensen, please don't leave us. This is a project in Ward 3. Councilmember Delgado, do you have any questions for Mr. Jensen at this time?
No, I do not.
Okay. Any other council members desire a presentation? Councilmember Breckus, you have the floor, 3 minutes.
Could you just just recap this one?
I'm sorry, Councilman Breckus, I didn't catch the beginning of your comment.
Could you just recap what this item is?
Yes, okay, D3, this project is located on West 4th Street, approximately quarter mile to the west of Keystone. It is currently an industrial piece of property. There was a single family home on it at one point that was converted to a small office, and there were some outbuildings, some steel and wood, typical industrial small buildings built on the property. It is essentially vacant at this point. The property owner would like to demolish the industrial buildings, the older buildings on the property, and to develop a standard multifamily development on it.
Did you say west of Keystone Avenue?
Yes, it's about a quarter mile west of Keystone.
West of Keystone.
Near Mikasa too.
Okay, but it's showing Ward 3 on the agenda.
That's wrong.
Yeah, she's right.
Okay, no problem. I apologize, Mr. Delgado, for coming to you. Councilmember Breckus, it looks like it is likely in your ward.
This is the Mikasa 2 area?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's across from Oxbow Cafe.
Yeah, you know, there are so many displaced people there who used to live in motels in that area that have been torn down, and there's so much inadequate housing stock along there. You know, the trailer parks do well, but there's just so much more demand. I went on a field trip there a couple weeks ago, and people were coming by asking for places to live. So I know that area needs housing, but do we have any, for this subsidy, are we requiring them to maintain any units of affordability?
Again, Eric Jensen for the record. There are no units there now, so there's nothing to maintain. But to answer the question, which I think what you want to ask is, are we requiring them to construct any affordable units? And no, that is not part of their request or part of our requirements.
Okay, well, I would ask the council if they're going to provide a subsidy to this builder, that they have him in some way provide some affordable units, even if it's just a couple. There's people living along those train tracks in tents right now. And it would just be nice to make sure that we get some return of affordability when we give away a subsidy.
Okay, any other additional questions? It looks like Councilmember Jordan, you've raised your hand.
Thank you very much. And I do think it's important to get on the record the clarification that, once again, this is not a subsidy, and it keeps being characterized and referred to as that, and this is not a subsidy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jordan. Ms. Breckus, hold on one second, please. I'll come back to you. I think, Ms. Jordan, your point is well taken. As you know, the mayor's program was set up as a fee deferral. It is not a subsidy. It will be paid back dollar for dollar. It just makes it so it's paid back at a different time. The idea behind the program, of course, was to ignite an opportunity for building to occur in this community. All of us acknowledge that there is a shortage and supply of housing of all types. We've, I think, done a very good job because of the mayor's leadership in this regard of creating and standing up this program, which we know has now generated positive results, some of which have been affordable, others of which have not. My hope is that given the current status of the economy and the needs in this community, that those will somewhat be market-driven. I obviously think, too, that one of the things that has not been said but should be said about the 1,000 Homes program is it's about jobs. It's about creating opportunities for the construction industry to continue to build. And through a recovery, we're going to need that because, of course, each framer who swings a hammer or each plumber or pipe fitter who works on a project is someone who has the ability to go home, to put a roof over there or their family's head, to put food on the table, to shop in our small businesses. And so it's not for me just about the housing opportunity, but it's also about making sure people are employed. It's about being job creators. We are embarking into an economy that is incredibly difficult to navigate, and I think it is incumbent upon each of us to support the good work that our mayor has done in standing up this program and the staff who has worked so very diligently to make sure that these projects are in the area where we've asked that they be, that they account for some of the housing stock that we're looking for. But let us not lose sight of the fact that we're talking about jobs. We're talking about the ability of folks to be able to afford to live in this community, and I appreciate the hard work that's been done. Let's see if anyone has any questions additional for this item. Oh, Councilmember Breckus, I'm sorry, I want to come back to you. I don't see anyone else with their hand raised.
Well, I do think it's a subsidy. A subsidy is really any form of assistance, and this is definitely a form of assistance. And I started my career in an Office of Economic Development in a mayor's office where we had many different tools of subsidy, and this is absolutely by most practitioners one. So you can say what we get in return, or how you metric it is another thing, but I don't believe that anyone would say it's not a subsidy. But the other thing is, because this is the last one, and we have a big sewer item below. So in total, we're looking at $15 million of payments that have been deferred. Mr. Jensen, through this program?
Yes, that is assuming if all of the units were built that were scheduled. So that would be correct. It would be in that neighborhood.
Do you have calculated out, say, if the last one is this one, I don't know if it is, maybe there's more, and then, it's 5 years repayment. Do you have a cash flow that's thrown into the sewer fund so we can know when this money's going to come back to us? Do you have a model, cash flow model on the revenue side?
This is Eric Jensen for the record. I believe the sewer department has done that. I have worked with them. I've given them the figures, and I believe they have prepared it, but I don't believe they have it ready for this meeting, but it could be provided.
That would be helpful to me to just kind of understand, maybe even for budget next week, what we're looking at on the sewer fund 10-year projections. Thank you. I'm not going to be able to make a motion on this because I'm not going to support it because, well, I do think that it's a project designed to help this housing. This new housing, I think, for what the subsidy is going, needs to come with a greater public benefit that helps working families with prevailing wages or families who are really suffering in our housing market with more affordable covenant units for a period of time. So, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, I'm here, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much, and I really appreciate your comments. Now more than ever, you're going to need private and public partnerships. Councilwoman Breckus, do you know what the percentage of unemployment, the new unemployment rate, is trending towards? Can you give me a number?
I would imagine that's probably 25 or 30% locally at this point.
Yes. So every job is going to count, and I hope that this council understands the demand for jobs, jobs, jobs. This is going to be our biggest problem moving forward. And if people are not working, then nothing's happening in this city. So I want to remind you, and it is not a subsidy. Clearly, if you worked in economic development, you would understand that. Thank you to this council for supporting jobs, supporting our community, and supporting the people that live in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Seeing no additional hands raised, I'll seek a motion. Councilmember Jordan.
Mr. Vice Mayor, oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I've got you. Councilmember Weber. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to skip you in the queue.
That's okay. I'd like to move to approve the staff recommendation on this item.
Outstanding. I have a motion by Councilmember Weber. Can I get a second, please?
Second, Jordan.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Weber, a second by Ms. Jordan. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please signify by saying nay.
I oppose.
Okay, motion carries 6-1.
All right, Mr. Vice Mayor,
So
with
we
that.
want people, I just want to clarify that. We're keeping jobs out of our city. I just want to clarify that on the record. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor, transitioning to item D3. This is the Reignite Reno discussion. We will begin with item D3.1, and we will hear the subsequent items after that.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can I first ask if we have any public comment specifically on this item at this time?
On this specific item, we do not have public comment signed in through pre-registration, nor did we receive, reviewing specific informations. We did not receive specific public comment to item D3.1.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over at this time then to staff for a presentation. And let me, before we start and Mr. Stockham gets rolling, let me say a couple of things about this item. Number one is D3 has a number of subparts. So there's 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, and 3.4. Each one of these are and these are significant and they're meaty. And so I want to make sure, although I have been trying to be as respectful of my colleagues on the timeline for comments, just please try to remember that we'll go 3, 3, and 1 for colleagues and try to get to everybody before someone goes again. And if I don't do a good job about keeping us to that, please let me know. Also, if you would, please, I don't mean to skip over anybody, and so just bop me on the nose virtually, if you would, please. And so that's the first thing. We'll go to Arlo, but I also want to sort of set the table in this regard. Mr. Stockham, I want to thank you. I want to thank Mr. Shaver, Ms. Foos, and Ms. Wilson. As I understand, all of you have had an incredible role in crafting the things that we're going to talk about this afternoon. In preparing for this meeting, I have to tell you that the materials that you provided are some of the most thoughtful and well done and well articulated presentations that I've seen in my time on the council. So I want to start with that positive, knowing that there's a lot here and there may be things that we want to spend more time on than others, and I'm not sure which direction we'll go. But I want you to know, sir, that you and your entire team and the staff at the City of Reno have my greatest admiration for the work that's been put in together. Again, I think our mayor has said before, none of us have a playbook for this, but boy, I'd sure like to have you on my team any day of the week. So I'll let you take it over, Mr. Stockham.
Well, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. For the record, Arlo Stockham, your acting assistant manager. We do have 4 agenda items under Reignite Reno. I'm very excited to be here today. I'll be covering the first 2, and then we have 2 action items that will go separately. Before I dive into this first presentation on our business outreach program, I'd be remiss to not recognize all of the staff who worked on this. You see myself and Angela and the other department heads frequently, but there's been dozens of people, hundreds really, who've been working incredibly hard through very trying circumstances. Certainly, we all feel fortunate to not be a small business person who got shut down or someone who got laid off. We have a lot of empathy for those individuals and what they're going through. Notwithstanding that, it has been exceptionally stressful and time-consuming, really on the entire staff to work through this COVID situation. And I'm just incredibly proud of what everyone's been able to achieve, whether it's a director or manager, all the way through the organization. Everyone's been doing an exceptional job under difficult situations. So with that, the first presentation we have here really focuses on our business outreach and compliance and the quite difficult and unfortunate task of administering the various business restrictions and closures that have been necessary to keep the community safe through this COVID pandemic. So I have a fairly brief presentation here focusing on that initiative. And then we want to spend the majority of time looking forward on how we help with relief and recovery. So with that being said, hopefully my technological challenges have been resolved. Our business program really started when the state of emergency was declared on March 12th. It's hard to believe that's 2 months ago now that we've been in this. Shortly after the state declaration of emergency, Mayor Sheevy got very proactive and declared a city state of emergency and started directing closures and other safety measures within the city of Reno. Shortly thereafter, Governor Sisolak effectively did the same thing statewide, and the various closures and other business restrictions began. And essentially that's where our economic and health challenges here in the region began. We've gone through numerous modifications of the directives over this 8-week period, and we're really quite pleased. I'm a little apprehensive, but pleased that we're moving into the reopening phase, starting with State Declaration number 18 issued last week, and the Phase 1 reopening plan that has subsequently been developed. Our outreach and enforcement has really focused strongly on education and voluntary compliance. This is very difficult for many, many people. When we get a complaint, and we've had quite a few of them, we initiate a 3-step process. The first step is a courtesy notification where we make contact, and our field staff deserves all sorts of credit for the professionalism they've conducted themselves with. We contact the businesses, we let them know of the requirements, and we give them a courtesy notice that they do need to comply with those requirements. We then follow up a day later. If it hasn't been remedied, we issue a notice to comply, kind of step 2 of the process. And then following up again, if there still isn't compliance, it goes to a cease and desist notice. And if compliance isn't achieved after that, it can ultimately go to enforcement with the police department. We have, as part of our education and outreach, expanded our business service hours for our phone hotline. We're available from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. All week long, and we've been doing that now for a couple months. The call volume has toned down a little bit, but we're still keeping that schedule at least until we get into Phase 2 of the reopening. In terms of the contacts we've made, service requests, we call them, through Reno Direct. As of Monday morning, we've reached out and contacted 871 businesses in the city of Reno in response to concerns raised, whether it's businesses opening that shouldn't be open or not using PPEs as required, those types of concerns. We've responded to many hundreds of email inquiries. We're fielding about 250 calls, inquiries per week. And we've also, in accordance with the fee relief program that council approved last month, we have 170 businesses currently enrolled in that. And we also have 36 businesses that are currently registered to sell pre-mixed cocktail drinks, which was a nice provision to kind of provide an economic lifeline to some of those businesses. With all of those contacts, we have not had to get to the point of any penalties or fines being issued. Certainly there are some disappointed property owners, some pent-up frustration, I think, with being closed for 2 months. But it's a real credit both to our team who are making those contacts and to the business community that they understand the seriousness of the health crisis we're facing. And they have ultimately, through our voluntary education and outreach program, come into compliance. In terms of the contacts we're receiving, the initial calls were really focusing on businesses that were supposed to close and were not closed. And we worked very closely on that issue. As this situation evolved, it's gotten more into the safe operation of essential businesses. The face coverings, the disinfecting, the requirements for social distancing, those types of things. And we've been working with our business community to make the businesses safe in accordance with the COVID guidelines. This definitely impacts their business operations, but again, to their credit, it's generally been working. And when you go out in the community, you see more and more face coverings and social distancing every week. The materials we've prepared, the biggie is the business operations guide. This lays out in more detail than the state directives what is allowed and what's not allowed. We've done many, many updates to that as the as the directives change. We also have a one-page sheet that's essentially a window poster that kind of a quick guide to what's expected. I'll have a slide for that later. We also prepared a summary of the various economic relief programs that are available both to businesses and to individuals. And we hand that out kind of a resource as to where folks can get help and assistance from state, federal, or local programs. And we've implemented council's direction for business license fee relief. We have a guide to that, a program, and a very simple application where businesses can request that relief. This has all been done in close coordination with our regional partners at Washoe and Sparks. We've implemented all these together as a region. And we've done so with the phase 1 reopening guidelines issued last week as well. So our local guidelines, the state guidelines are very good, but they leave some areas for interpretation. So with each step of the process, we've issued local, regional, really, guidelines. And this is just the cover sheet of our current guide for the reopening plan. What that includes, this is the current version that's applicable today. It will change as directives change. It starts with general guidelines, both for individuals, that's what this screenshot shows, what's expected for individuals and what's safe for individuals, and also general guidelines for businesses. Then what's been a real nice addition to this latest version is we have one-page quick reference guides for each sector, each type of business. The one on your screen here is a very broad sector of businesses, all consumer retail and service businesses not already listed. Big changes this last week for these types of businesses where they can open the interiors of their businesses, which hadn't been allowed before. But you can see on each of these sheets, there's a convenient list of mandatory requirements for employees and guests, for shifts, for physical spaces, and what to do with confirmed COVID cases. And then there's additional recommendations that are not mandatory, but they are recommended. So this is really, again, intended to help businesses operate safely and understand how to operate safely. We've also, and Councilwoman Doer deserves credit for this one, for bringing forward this idea, which everyone loved. We have our one-page window poster, basically where they can print it out. If a business wants to show clearly to the world that they are operating safely in accordance with the COVID guidelines, they can post this in their facility. In terms of next steps, we're planning to continue what we've been doing, really. It's been working relatively well with our outreach and education, our regional coordination. We do have meetings scheduled with our partners to prepare for the phase 2 reopenings, which is likely to be the next significant change that we're at least anticipating, although we could be surprised that happens. And importantly, we're closely monitoring the health situations, the confirmed COVID cases, and ready to adjust essentially on a dime if conditions change and if the directives need to be changed for health and safety purposes. So that's really my overview of our business outreach, what has been done. Open it up to questions, discussion, input before we move on to the next agenda item. Thank you for your time today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stockham. Again, I think you know that we all owe you and your team a debt of gratitude for the hard work. I know that you were very gracious and you gave some compliments, and I was happy to see Councilmember Doer recognized for the great sign shop post, because I do think I've had a number of folks remark about how important that has been to them. What I want to make sure you know is that, you know, as a council member, we are only as effective as we are as a team, and so you have helped us to be effective and more effective in our job. So it's not a one-way street. I thank you again for my part in that. I know that every time I've had any inquiry from a business owner, a homeowner, someone asking about a code enforcement issue, I've been at times emailing you at 10 o'clock at night, and still people are getting the responses very timely. So I thank you again for the hard work that you're putting in, and I'll come now to Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you very much, and I too think you've done a great job in these times. My question is, I'm just trying to get a sense of, you said fielding some 200 calls a day. I'm curious if there's a theme or themes in those calls. I'm trying to see if they're consistent with the outreach that I'm getting, and I'm sure other council members are getting too. So is there certain themes in there, and how are you handling them?
It's a great question. The inquiries are all over the place on a range of different topics. I would say probably the lion's share these days are from either customers or employees concerned about safe operations in their place of employment or where they're going shopping. I think over half of the inquiries are really about that. Is this business operating safely? Are they operating in accordance with the guidelines? Those types of things. We get some calls simply from people who think it's completely inappropriate that we have limitations at all. And frankly, that's growing a little bit. I think people are pent up. It's human nature. We're all effectively being prevented from doing the things that are in our nature to do, to be social, to be together with friends and family. And that's very hard. And you layer on top of that the economic impacts, especially for some of our local small businesses. You know, if you have a bar and you have your life savings into that business and you just flat out get shut down, that's difficult for a lot of people. So we get a lot of those. We're getting fewer, just the basic issue of this business is open and should not be open. And then just general questions as to what's required, what's not required, how can I go about my life safely. So those are probably the categories that we've been hearing.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That is very in line with what the outreach that I'm receiving as well. So thank you.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah. Thank you for that presentation. I know you guys have been really working hard on this, and the number of calls, concerns, nuances that go into implementing a very generic fraud directive, I know has to be very difficult. I brought this up earlier this week, and I may have missed it, but I think it would be helpful on this call or on this meeting to just go over one more time when masks are required and when not per the governor's order, just to get that clarity, because we have a larger audience here listening to our meeting. And I've been asked so many times, and sometimes I might have answered it wrong. So it'd be helpful to hear it from you.
Of course, yes, that's a great question right now. At a general level, masks or other improvised face coverings are required for employees in, I would say, most businesses. There are some exceptions for certain businesses where masks are either not feasible or not advisable for a variety of reasons. But on our businesses where it's a grocery store, any sort of food service, general retail, anyone handling food or interacting with the public as an employee, it is mandatory to have a face covering under this current directive. It's different for customers. I want to mention that it's voluntary. It's recommended, but neither the state nor our local municipalities have made face coverings for customers mandatory. And lastly, the sector-specific sheet in our business guide really lays out in detail where it's mandatory and where it's not.
Okay, thank you so much for getting the clarification, because so many have asked. I think the general answer for people that, or their customers and they're not wearing masks, is that if you're not comfortable, if customers aren't wearing masks and you're not comfortable in that business, you know, you're free to leave, right? But is it also true that a store itself can require masks, like an individual operation?
Absolutely, and that's encouraged, but it's not required. So businesses certainly can, and it's probably wise that they do implement their own requirements.
Okay, and one last question on this. I've heard some discussion about gloves, and what I understand even about hand sanitizer, you know, my general practice is just to wash my hands. It's, you know, by doing it frequently, you're starting with a clean plate each time. I've had people ask, for example, food service workers that are wearing gloves, will be wearing those gloves all day? And, you know, we all know that it's real hard to not touch your face, or you can touch money, or I know we're supposed to have contactless acquisition, so there's not supposed to be exchange of cash, but you can touch other dirty surfaces, perhaps, that other people touched, and then the virus or whatever, dirt, bacteria, whatever's on your gloves. And I just wondered, do we have recommendations from either ourselves or from the governor about the glove issue?
We do. Again, that's in the sector sheets. If gloves are used, and they are mandatory or recommended in some cases, they're to be disposable and disposed of between exchanges. It is not a good idea to keep the same pair of gloves on over the course of hours and multiple interactions. In that case, frequent hand washing is much, much better.
Okay, thank you for getting that on the record, because I've had a lot of questions about that recently too.
Thank you, Councilmember Dewar. Madam Mayor?
Yes, thanks so much. Arlo, I want to say thank you for doing a tremendous job. Will you just give us an update, couple questions, an update on if you have issued any citations? From what I understand is that you've given people 72 hours to come into compliance, and for the most part, everyone has. Is that still correct?
It is. We've gotten close on probably about a half dozen situations where folks really pushed it to the end. And in a couple cases, RPD made contact, but we've achieved compliance and have not had to revoke any licenses or issue any fines.
Okay, that's great news. And you know, this is a really touchy situation because everyone's had such a different experience with COVID-19 and quarantining. And so I did get a lot of feedback from businesses over the weekend. You know, it's just one of those things that everyone, you know, feels differently about. And we're all going to have to do it together as a community to keep each other safe. What I wanted to run by you is that a couple of cities actually are closing off some of the streets so that small restaurants can sort of use the space to enlarge their footprint to make sure there's social distancing going on. I wonder, and that's been pretty successful from the states that I've followed so far. However, I wonder if you would have to get a majority of the business owners on the street to allow that, because it could obviously take away some parking. But it could be another way to modify those business footprints so that during the summer months they can certainly expand, because we still know there's some sidewalks that wouldn't permit you to do that, or some businesses don't even have parking lots, certainly in Midtown and so forth. Is that something that you think might be doable?
I do, and it's actually a good segue into our next agenda item where we have some items in front of you, both to facilitate and encourage outdoor operations and parking lots and sidewalks, things like that, but also through Alexis Hill, who will be on the line soon if she's not already, kind of under the special event umbrella, the potential for closing off streets for purposes like that. As you mentioned, Madam Mayor, there are some complications when you entirely close the streets, so those have to be looked at closely. But those are the types of things that the city can be doing to help with recovery.
Great. Yeah, I know Alexis has been really being incredibly innovative, and I appreciate that. So I look forward to hearing her comments. And not only just, I think, closing off some of the streets would be great for walkability and cyclists too. So we could have some added benefits as well. So thank you. I appreciate all your comments, Arlo. You have done a tremendous job. So thank you.
Madam Mayor, we're going to, I think, have another part of this discussion here in just a second. But before we move on, Mr. Stockham, I have a couple of council members who would like to weigh in. Let me also ask Arlo, because this is a broad, paradigmatic view, I want to make sure that we are, in everything that we are doing, we're communicating as effectively as we can with some of the other stakeholders. And I won't name all of them, but I want to make sure that we acknowledge the importance of our Chamber of Commerce, the Economic Development Authority, and certainly for me, because we're talking about jobs, I want us to make sure that we are thinking about the ways in which we can positively interact with our Northern Nevada Central Labor Council. And so all of these folks have something to add to the conversation. And by that, I don't mean to add to your day or the number of Zoom meetings you're conducting, just that we have so many of those. But I know, for example, that Ann Silver was instrumental in identifying curbside commerce very early. I know that we, as a city, were a bit ahead of the governor's announcement in that regard. But I just want to make sure that you are in communication with our Chamber of Commerce partner, with our Economic Development Authority partner, and certainly our labor partners in all of these things. And then, of course, last but not least, our small business owners themselves. I mean, I and all of our colleagues have been participating in meetings, Zoom meetings with, and I've done them with restaurateurs, body tattoo artists, hair salon owners. I know Councilmember Jordan was very involved with that group. And so I just want to make sure that you're tracking all of those important stakeholders. I assume you are, and I just want to make sure I'm positively affirming that effort.
We are. We're doing our best. We can't make every meeting, but we're trying to stay in coordination with everyone. And really, that's kind of, in my view, a silver lining out of this really horrible situation. So many people in this community have come together. We're stronger together. We can make it through it together, and that's really shown over the last couple months.
I appreciate that, and certainly I'm going to turn it over now to Councilmember Jordan. I know that she has a lot of these same concerns.
Thank you very much, and I just actually wanted to comment on some feedback that I received after the first week of Phase 1 opening as well. There were, I think all of us understand, there were some struggles. There was some, staffing struggles, some, inventory struggles, some employees' safety concern struggles. That was that sort of thing. And then there was that factor of very kind of divisive beliefs surrounding some of the safety measures, and most precisely the masks. And people, everybody is very stressed, to say the least, right now. And this has magnified those stresses, and it has really put people into maybe positions that they weren't before. That brings out some of the traits maybe that weren't there before either. But some of the positive things I saw, that the businesses were kind of dealing with these mask issues. And they kind of tried to remove the conversation about I have the right to or not to wear a mask, or I should or I shouldn't because of a belief of some sort. And they turned it into we were fortunate enough to be opened in Phase 1, and it's different. And we're struggling even in Phase 1. We would, as a favor to us, ask you, as a courtesy, to put the mask on for us to be able to get back to a more normal type of business model. And frankly, to help all of those businesses in the next phases to have the opportunities, albeit struggling in maybe smaller scale, that they're enjoying. And I felt like that sort of compelling discussion their feedback with me seemed to help move some people from those really hard positions into one of, it's kind of a courtesy and can we do this to help our fellow business person out and our fellow neighbor out? And I just thought that was a really compelling way to maybe to get folks to wear a mask. Anyway.
It is. That's a wonderful approach, and our team's trying to use similar communication styles.
Councilmember Breckus.
Okay. We're in such a fast-moving, fluid situation, and so any decision or direction we make today may not be relevant going forward. But I do think our role is one to collect a lot of input. And I know I have been receiving a fair amount of input. And the common theme I'm getting is someone thinking they have an understanding of the operation, and then that operation that they understand not following through in the restaurant or wherever they are, and they don't know it until it's too late. They've made their order at the drive-through, or their basket is all the way filled at the, wherever. And so, I don't know that I'm ready, but I want to explore a parallel concept of that posted compliance flyer that he showed, with some rules that we already have on the books, and that is you have to post your business license in a conspicuous place, by city ordinance, which I've always thought kind of funny, that every business everywhere, whether it's, your lawyer or, a chain restaurant, somewhere in that building, people have to see the business license. And, maybe we get to a point where there is some sort of front door next to the business license or somewhere, some posting of what their standard operating procedures are, so people who can make the choice what they want to do. That's what I've been hearing from people, is their expectations for how, people will be operating, whether it's customers or service workers wearing face coverings, and then not seeing that met, whether they're interpreting the rules correctly, they're in a business that's mandated, or whether there's some non-compliance. So I don't know, if that silly piece of paper that says you have a business license, number that expires on August 23rd is one of our requirements. Maybe, if this thing plays out for a whole lot more months, we also get to a point of that sort of consumer piece of information to allow them to make their consumer choice before they find themselves in a place that they, they don't want to be. Just a thought.
Yeah, that's great. I guess two responses to that. This whole Reignite Reno program is intended to be an organized system to collect ideas like that and put them into the mix and try to implement them. So keep the suggestions coming. I know on the kind of core question of, do we make things mandatory or do we encourage them? There's a lot of emotions behind that one. And I think it warrants some real consideration by experts in the field, because I think Councilwoman Jardin pointed out, there is some what appears to be growing frustration as people are pent up in their homes longer and longer, and we have to give that consideration. But I think the idea is a solid one, and I've noted it down.
Okay. Yeah, because there's parallel, it's not a new thing. We are making people put something up on their wall already.
Okay, one minute while can we take down the Reignite Reno program overview slide? And I apologize, the only reason why is because I can't see the colleagues for hand raises. So 1 second, please.
I'm sorry about that. Let me,
You're okay.
That's on my end.
I just want to make sure I haven't missed anyone. It looks like for the time being, it looks like we've passed through this part, and I don't think that this was for action. This was a presentation and discussion. So I think it sets the table for now where we are, which is item D32. Can we tee that one up, Mr. Stockham?
Yes, we can. That's me again. Let me get my screen share back on. So this is really the forward-looking component of the program for Reignite Reno. Mayor Sheevy kicked this off last week with a message of hope and inspiration and some related actions. And this really gets into the nuts and bolts, the logistics of administering. I'm sorry, bear with me. I'm trying to make this a slideshow. Could I ask Mr. Vice Mayor, are you at least able to see my screen with the Reignite Reno?
Yes, everything on this end is okay now.
For whatever reason, it's not giving me a slideshow, but
Arlo, if you hit F5.
Actually, we're just going to take a 10-minute break at this time and give everyone a chance to get up and move their legs. My legs are falling asleep here, so give Arlo and Tech a chance to get everything ready. We'll come back in 10 minutes for a conversation, very important one. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Vice Mayor, we will go ahead and call your meeting back to order. At this time, we are sharing the screen of Arlo Stockham, and he's going to show us his presentation on item 312, which is the Reignite Reno overview.
Thank you. Hi again, Arlo Stockham, Acting Assistant Manager. I can dive into this one. As I briefly mentioned before our break, this is really the nuts and bolts of the forward-looking initiative to help the community with relief and recovery efforts. Again, so many people have put in a lot of effort and ideas. I don't deserve credit for this, but I did want to do this presentation primarily to convey that this is an effort that involves, every department within the city of Reno, many outside entities, individuals. It's just a collective group effort. So I have a relatively short presentation, and I hope my technology works. So this is really intended to complement kind of the spiritual, emotional piece of this that Mayor Shivi's great video and our beacon of light last week were kind of pointing towards. And these are the nuts and bolts of how we can help. So it's really intended to be focused on relief, near-term relief, and also recovery for our businesses and for our residents who've been impacted by the pandemic. We wanted to structure this in kind of an organized way because like all of the council members who've been working day and night to try to work through this situation, many staff members have as well. And it's much more efficient and effective if we do this in a coordinated way. So keep the ideas coming. We've heard a lot of good ones, and this is kind of the process we'll use to process and implement those. And this program's intended to be adaptable. New things are going to pop up every week, every 2 weeks. We plan to be back in front of you fairly regularly with a variety of action items and just updates to help in this initiative. In terms of the program leads, Angela Foose, our acting CD director, she's really the program lead. Many of these initiatives involve community development in one way or another, whether it's the regulatory piece or the business licensing piece, but they also cross over into other departments. Eric Jensen is program manager. He deserves great credit for bringing to us this wonderful Brownfields grant. And we've really repurposed Eric during COVID to focus on grants and programs and all the things that are available to help us through this pandemic. And then your very own Karina Guerrero, who is our program coordinator. This leadership structure is kind of based on the Bloomberg initiative and how that's been organized. The topic areas we've been looking at, just to organize them, involve fee relief, regulations, both temporary and potentially long-term, infrastructure work, grants and special funds, housing, recreation, and our special events. We have a slide on each. We have subject matter experts who are leading up each topic area. And if they're not panelists here, they're available for questions, and I'm sure the clerk can add them in as questions emerge. I have a very brief summary of each of these topic areas. Additionally, this considers the timing. Right now, we've been very focused on immediate actions to help preserve jobs, preserve businesses as much as we can. We're quickly moving into what we're calling a phase 2, which is focusing on recovery and other forms of assistance. And then long term, there's a lot of discussion in the planning profession and elsewhere as to how the world's going to change after COVID. And we want to may want to adjust some of our procedures, regulations, programs, whatever it may be, to reflect that new normal and work towards a better future. Fee relief, this has been a big one. Callie Wilsey is our team lead for this. We've really reorganized staff, and our business licensing staff and our code enforcement staff is very focused on the outreach and the customer interactions. And Callie and her team have stepped up to help with the document preparation, kind of the policy side of all this. So you saw much of this at the prior agenda item we had about a month ago, where you approved the fee relief program, but additional actions have been taken at the administrative level that we wanted to summarize for you and give an opportunity for input. Kind of the categories are fee reductions targeted towards those businesses that are directly impacted by COVID, consistent with your prior direction. Also fee deferrals, which are extensions of deadlines to pay. Both of those apply to business licenses. We've also been able to do a couple things on the building permit and sewer connection fee situation involving a deferral. This is pretty isolated situations, but one that came up was Record Street Brewery was in the middle of a very significant expansion, about ready to get their final inspection when COVID hit. They got shut down, they couldn't operate, and they came to us basically, you know, we need help, we can't pay our full connection fees. We don't have any revenue. Can you give us a year or two to make this happen? And we were able to do that through a fee deferral agreement secured with a promissory note and a lien. And essentially they have a year to pay that fee. Our intention would be if any other businesses are in a similar situation where they were doing an expansion and then got shut down, we could entertain a similar type of process. We don't anticipate many, if any, additional of these, but that was a kind of unique situation. And I think we were able to help that specific business with no significant impact to the city. We've also recommended, and you just passed, a community development fee schedule with no increases. Previously, we have been recommending a CPI increase. And we've done some refunds and waivers of fees, which may be more applicable moving forward. Special events that had to be canceled received refunds. As we move into the future, looking at outdoor operations for some of our restaurants and retailers, we're proposing to waive the fees for sidewalk encroachment permits and parklet approvals, which is basically turning parking spaces into business area on a temporary basis, as well as parking meter payment waivers for businesses that pay a monthly flat rate for parking meters and then got shut down. So those are all just, you know, ranging from small to big things we can do to help on the fee side. And we have, again, all the subject matter experts. I want to go through a brief presentation and then open it up to question and discussion. The next big topic area are regulatory adjustments. Temporary, a couple things we've been able to do administratively, our business license or business operations guide, essentially modifying business operations in certain ways. We've also modified our permitting process and various requirements. We've been able to go to a completely contactless permitting system with pickup and drop off and extensive use of our online services. Really quite seamlessly. The team's done fantastic implementing that. We've also started accepting applications via email, thumb drives, things like that. And some of those we may want to make permanent. We are proposing under the next agenda item a suite of temporary regulatory changes. Angela Foose will be presenting these. I don't want to go into too much detail now, but essentially it allows certain businesses to take their operations outdoors, as well as some changes to construction hours for indoor construction to facilitate social distancing. And moving forward, we do intend to consider long-term regulatory changes. Completing the code update, we believe, is an important part of that, and we hope to resume that process relatively soon. The next major topic area is infrastructure. We don't have any action items for you today. The Public Works team, John Flansburgh and his team, will be leading this up, but there's been extensive discussions of a federal infrastructure bill, and that was a lifeline for much of our construction industry during the last recession, where the federal government started spending when private industry was not in a position to do so. So we plan to get ready to get to a shovel-ready state for some key projects so we can better compete for available monies for infrastructure, which, to the mayor's point, should help with our employment situation. And some of the key projects include our Public Safety Center, potentially the City Hall seismic safety work, and I'm sure there will be others. Very, very important through this process are grants and other forms of funding. Eric Jensen will be leading this up. He's been pretty successful already in some of the grants we've applied for. It is important, and we're looking very closely at the match requirements. Not every grant is going to be something we want to do if we can't afford the match. But in many cases, projects that we're already needing to do, there are grants available, and we're aggressively pursuing those. We have a cross-departmental team where Eric coordinates with each department on grants in their program areas. And here's just a partial list of some of the programs that we're pursuing. Your staff report has a little more detail on that, ranging from the emergency assistance programs all the way to longer-term programs. I think in my haste to put this presentation together, I should have emphasized on this slide the New Market Tax Credit Program, which is coming up shortly on your agenda. Jeff Limpert will be presenting. That's a very intriguing opportunity for a very significant funding program we'll be talking about. Housing. We've received some supplemental allocations from Housing and Urban Development, both for the CDBG program and the Emergency Solution Grant ESG program. These are going to be very important. We have Monica Cochran will be leading up this effort. She's done a preliminary allocation of these funds, which can be changed relatively quickly based on where council wants to prioritize spending of this money. I understand there I want to emphasize, be a little more coming in the future. The state received an additional CDBG allocation, I believe, just this week. Monica can speak more to that. So our preliminary recommendation for where these emergency funds would be allocated would be to allocate the ESG funds to supplement our rental assistance program, which is an ongoing program, but this would provide additional funds, and use the CDBG funds to cover our cost share related to sheltering and emergency shelters and homeless services, both to the operations and to the facility needs. It's been a great challenge trying to keep shelter for our individuals experiencing homelessness with social distancing. We're in the Reno Event Center, which has worked out pretty well, but we can't be there forever, and we need to move into a longer term, yet still temporary sheltering situation. We understand Sparks has similar plans for their allocations. Washoe County is a little different. They're a non-entitlement jurisdiction, so they need to apply to the state for an allocation. My understanding is they'll be doing so, but we don't know at this point what they're specifically going to be applying for. And again, based on council direction, there is some flexibility of where we allocate, especially the CDBG funds. Other ideas are certainly welcome, and we can make those changes. Lastly, are two very important services that kind of go beyond the business side of things to our activities, our recreation, our youth programs, and our special events. We don't want to get into a detailed discussion of park and rec programming. It's pretty complex and it's a big challenge moving forward. Jamie Schroeder will be have an agenda item in front of you at your next meeting to go do a deep dive into that and how we reopen and some of the implications of social distancing on our programs and facilities. And then the second main topic here, Alexis Hill is leading up special events. Ranging from resuming our regular special events, probably in a different way, jobs for artists, farmers markets. Alexis has been active working on that, and the Open Streets Initiative, kind of getting to an earlier question. So that's just a high-level overview of some of the topic areas we're working on. There's more detail in your staff report. Again, you have separate items coming up for the action items. And with that, I'm available for questions and probably more importantly, suggestions and ideas that we'd be happy to hear either now at the meeting or just feel free to call or email us with thoughts as they come up from yourselves, your constituents, whoever it may be. And we will move that through the process for implementation. So thank you again for your time, and I'm available.
Okay, let's start off with Councilmember Breckus. 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. For me, and I'll just preface saying that I was an employee of the city in 2009 until March of then. And the city council early on did not make a lot of decisions that I think when the contraction came, really put their back to the wall. I'll just tell you, they were taking on a new initiatives right when they were letting people go. For example, they reached into contingency and bought the old YMCA, which is now the Boys and Girls Club, for a lot of money, and we're building that and rebuilding that before stimulus, and it really put them in a position of having to lay off fire and police. And my focus is really protecting the general fund. And so to that end, I don't feel I have enough information on how we're looking at the CDBG in terms of costs already incurred that would otherwise have to be paid for by the general fund, or heading forward. I think you said Monica Cochran has done some work, but I need more. If that slide that you gave us is how we're going to spend this allocation, it's not enough information for me at this point. And the general fund is my biggest concern, because that's going to help us weather keeping some of these people on. And a parallel to that is the grants. I know these grants, we received email about the environmental one today. We received emails about the other one, the market credit. I'm not crazy about expanding workloads through grants that need staff assistance, hand-holding, management, when we don't know what our staffing will be in these budget times. Hopefully we won't have to let anyone go. But I also think that we need to put the hold on a lot of these grants that aren't going to be rescue, that are new initiatives. I've seen this contraction too many times, and I hate to see us bringing on new initiatives.
Thank you for that. We share those concerns. Really, Monica's recommendation for the CDBG is exactly to help protect our general fund. We're going to be hit with a significant bill for cost share related to the COVID emergency. And this CDBG allocation is largely intended to help with that, as is the ESG. So that's why she recommended to put the CDBG allocation to the emergency sheltering. It probably won't cover the full cost share. Hopefully we can get some more resources to help with that. And we can certainly have more detailed discussion about that either today or at a later date. And the grant program, definitely a real concern with our cost share. You'll get a presentation from Jeff Limpert on the new market tax credits. We did a deep dive into that one. I was personally hesitant to put any money out. But after learning more and more about the program, there's a little bit of a risk here. And there's no perfect answer whether we pursue it or not. But if we are granted the allocation authority, it can self-fund. The application fees cover all of the administration costs, and that's how other jurisdictions around the country are implementing it. So it's a little bit of a gamble, a little bit of a risk to initiate the program, but the payoff could be pretty dramatic with no net cost to the city over the long term.
My colleagues, let me just go now to some of the other colleagues who have comments. And I'm sorry, I'm waiting for the technology to catch up to you. Maybe I'll comment while we have the opportunity. Number one, Arlo, I think that we need to make sure we cast as broad and wide a net as possible in terms of the idea generating capacity. So in that regard, I'm talking about something like, a virtual comment box where business owners would have the ability to suggest things that could be helpful to them. I personally called a number of businesses over the last several days to just say, hey, what ideas do you have for making sure that we help you to thrive and survive in this environment? And right now, I'm just talking about the business aspect of the presentation. There are lots of different subparts to it. And some of those examples are things that we're already planning on doing, like opening up streets to sidewalk cafes, having more activities and energizing our business communities with exterior, parking versus where people can eat, that kind of thing. But again, I just go back to the idea that if we can somehow come up with a way that comments can be provided, and maybe that's just by advertising the business licensing email and saying to the business community, please give us your best suggestions, because they will know better, I think, and we will be able to support them, and probably lots of ideas will be generated there. With regard to some of the other things, I think, that are innovative within your presentation, and we could spend a lot of time on each one, I think we also should be considering in our building and plan check environment to accelerate our transition to digital plan reviews, checks, and submissions. Obviously, I think we're going to be reorienting work around continuing to telework. So anything we can do in this building to make teleworking easier. One example is just that consistent move towards digital plan checks and reviews. The next thing I want to add is that I think that the emergency funds that have been identified through the ESG grants and some of the other CDBG monies should really go to our most vulnerable populations to provide rental assistance. I'm not necessarily sure I want to use the CDBG money to backfill what I hope will be money that's reimbursed to us through the FEMA grants. And again, I'll leave that to your better discretion, but I guess what I'm saying is I count about $2 million that you've identified, and Ms. Cochran has also identified as money that could go into existing programs. And we need to make a commitment as a group to those folks. It's not enough to say that you want affordable housing and to rail for affordable housing, but when given the opportunity to put dollars to it, you turn your back on that. I find that to be disingenuous, so I hope none of my colleagues will be doing that. I think it's important, too, that we continue to support CDBG's applications as they relate directly to our most vulnerable persons. So those will be important things with the CDBG funds. Then the next thing I want to mention is simply just this open streets concept, which you alluded to. I believe that even as we've stayed at home, we're also starting to recognize the value of having more open streets. And so I would like us to have either roving street closures, weekend street closures, something along those lines, both for business community and for additional park and just getting out in the sunshine kind of space. And I know, Arlo, I'm just sort of giving you a lot of shotgun things here, but the presentation is very broad. And so I'm just sort of, as James Joyce would, sort of shotgunning some things back to you. At the end of the day, I think that we need to give our staff the freedom and the opportunity to cast as broad a vision as possible without necessarily micromanaging every minute of your day. I mean, I don't think that that is an appropriate use of our time to tell you whether or not we should have 6 inches of sidewalk available versus 12 inches of sidewalk available to a business or tenant. I'm going to trust that staff will bring to us a very wide range and suite of options, and then the larger policy decisions, we can make those. Of course, we all are mindful of protecting our general fund. It is incumbent upon all of us to focus on those things, but I also don't think we should cut off our nose to spite our face, meaning when dollars are offered, significant resources to this community in the form of grants or other kinds of aid, I don't think we should take our past experience and translate that into what we currently can do. Let's dream bigger than that. Let's say to ourselves, whatever past failings we may have had, we will be better than that in this go around. I have every belief that our council will be there to support staff. And if staff gets to the point where you have to say, we just don't have the human power resources to take on another grant-related thing, then let's get you more folks. Because I think we've got to be bolder than to just retrench and think that we're going to get through it simply by austerity measures. No recovery has ever been built exclusively on austerity. It's also built on growth, and it's having a positive vision for how to transition to a different type of economic reality. And so, again, I thank you for all the things that you've presented. I do think that you've given us lots of ideas, and all of which I support in broad brush as you're going forward and doing. Please remember, we've got to focus on Main Street, mom and pop small businesses, our working folks, folks who are getting by through the gig economy, and I think you're doing that with these programs. So I'll turn it over to my colleagues now for other comments. Councilmember Jordan, I know you've been patient. I'm sorry for not getting to you sooner.
That's okay. Arlo, could you bring back that screen that you had that showed the CDBG dollars? Oh, you're on mute, Arlo. I think you're muted, Arlo. Oh, he's having trouble.
No problem. We're going to help him on our end too. Give us a second. We may have pushed a button wrongly in our chambers. Arlo's a pretty tech savvy guy. I know he can hear us, but just can't speak, which is oftentimes a good thing in my household, but not in this circumstance. Nope, Arlo, we're still having a little technical difficulties. Let's see, Arlo, can you sign out and come back in if you wouldn't mind? Maybe that's an option. Councilmember Breckes.
And that's okay.
1 second. Okay, Councilmember Jordan.
Yeah, and that's okay. I was just trying to understand where kind of staff was generally speaking of some of the levels of support and looking. And I'm with you, Vice Mayor Reese, that letting our staff come back with their recommendations, I think, is critical. And I think looking at past programs that we have been a part of that have been successful projects are those things that we should be looking to as well. And tying those to our strategic priorities, I think, is critical too. Most significantly, and we've talked about some of the sidewalk cafe expansion, they can spread out and maybe have some revenue, additional revenue for these small businesses, parking lots, maybe doing a rotation of closing off streets, to lessen the impact on a daily basis for one area, but maybe rotate it and all could benefit. I think is a creative way. I think now is the time for us to be creative and cut through the red tape and setting aside the needless delays. And we need to be doing this together and quickly. We need to give all of our small businesses a shot to make it. And right now, many are very concerned that they're not. So I think it is imperative that these dollars help our most vulnerable and help our businesses to get back on their feet.
Thank you. I see I'm unmuted. Is my screen share still up?
No, but you are unmuted, so we're making progress. So let's see about the screen share, but perhaps you could address anything that you could.
Yeah, verbally is fine.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. We're generally of the same mindset. Most of these ideas that are in front of you have come from others. I think I saw Monica on the line could speak more to the CDBG. It might warrant a separate agenda item or some longer term discussion. I know we have a lot on the agenda here, but that's really why the CDBG is proposed to help with the emergency sheltering and the ESG with rental assistance.
Thank you. That's very helpful. It is up on the screen now. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Breckus, I think you might have had your hand up. Thank you so much for being patient.
I don't think Ms. Stewart has spoken on this item already, and she had her hand up, so I'll go after her.
Sorry,
Can you see
Councilmember
me or
Dewar.
do you need?
No, now I've got you, and sorry, it just, we toggle in chambers, just so you know, between the small screen, and so it looks like I've got Councilmember Dewar, then I'm gonna go to Councilmember Delgado, and then Councilmember Breckus. I'll come back to you. Is that okay? Okay. Councilmember Dewar, the floor is yours.
Yeah, sure. Well, so much good has already been said. I don't want to repeat it. I don't want to heap on the accolades. You guys know how impressed we are with how you've been doing. So I'll just have to stipulate to my colleagues' previous statements. I just wanted to put a pitch in for that ESG and rental assistance. So far, the one thing that we haven't dealt with as a state, we've dealt with the evictions. We've told the evictions, but we have not dealt with the rents. I mean, our rent's going to be due at the end of 90 days with 3 months of accumulated rent. Are they going to have penalties, interest? They don't have the options available, like the mortgage, when they renegotiated the mortgages, to add it to the end. There is no end. Rents are usually a short-term proposition. So I was really pleased to see that. I just don't know what kind of dollars we're talking about. Could you speak to that, Orla?
Yeah, I'd like Monica, if she can hear us. Monica, are you on? Could you address the housing-related questions?
I am on. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. With the CARES, CDBG, and ESG funds that came to the city, they are for typically eligible CDBG and ESG activities, with the caveat that they are for COVID-related expenses to slow or stop the spread of an infectious disease. So we have to keep that in consideration when we're thinking about these funds. When we looked at the two pots of money, of course, the ESG, we received $670,000 with our supplemental allocation. There is a 10% admin fee for the city on those funds, and we decided to put all of those funds towards rental assistance. Our ESG funds that we typically get are about $200,000, and those typically go to shelter operations. So our plan was to take this whole amount of the ESG CARES money and put it into expanding our rental assistance program.
Okay, let me just, since I don't want to take long, I just wanted to say I support it. And, you know, I hope as a compliment, we could also look at some other things to help renters. And one of those might be a landlord education program. This was recommended by one of the members of our landlord tenant board. And it could have many elements. But what I'm really worried about is the tension between the landlords and the renters if we don't get this fixed. And having people become homeless because they can't, let's say, make 3 months of rent, never mind 1. And what I'm concerned about here too with the ESG is if all the money goes to people that disqualified before, because I'm pretty good with that, but I'm concerned that there's a new segment of renters that need these funds. They may have gotten the stimulus check, $1,200. They may or may not own a small business, but that's not what that expense is for. There doesn't seem to be anything to offset these costs, and also help the landlords. I mean, both parts of this equation. So I think we should lead as a city, and we should get more directly involved in this. So I just wanted to put that out on the table. And the other thing is that as we're talking about money, we're also talking about programs. And I would like to see, many of you know that I've taken a special interest in the care facilities where the COVID hotspots seem to be, whether it's a nursing home, whether it's a rehab center, whether it's a child care center. And I do think that we need to do more in that area, and I'm probably going to put some ideas forth on that. So I just wanted to kind of leave a marker there without getting into a lot of detail. Thanks.
Thank you.
Can I just say one thing as far as rental assistance? We have expanded the entire program. The program used to only help those that were already in the shelter, and we have expanded it to those that trying to stop them from becoming homeless. So all the way up, it used to be only 30% of AMI, and now it goes all the way up to 80 with the different funding sources.
Oh, that is significant. And that was the other part of it. I didn't want to speak too long, but it was just, this is the whole focus, is both managing our current homeless situation and preventing those, those that are in this situation from becoming homeless. And I think that we could really take on some initiatives to help with COVID. There's those trailers that we are not using for isolation right now. I really think we have a great opportunity to relocate those and potentially extend them or put up a tent or something. But I want to make sure we include that in this COVID recovery process. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you to all my colleagues for a lot of the questions you guys asked. I had the same questions. Monica, with respect to the ESG, it sounds like we have quite a bit of discretion with relation to how we would utilize the rental, the support for rental assistance. At some point, it'd be great to see what those qualifiers are. And also with that respect, I'm here for quite a number of constituents that are still don't really know how to access those funds in kind of in an efficient kind of direct manner. So if there's a way that you can maybe bring or send us a memo in terms of how people can receive, if you're saying now it's been expanded. Also, there's still some I'd say hesitation in terms of reaching out for government assistance, especially for those that have visas, because of the public charge rule. And so maybe there's an opportunity to talk about what that means to those communities that have that are on visas or have workers permits and et cetera, how they would be able to receive support from ESG if that's an opportunity or a possibility. In addition to that, with respect to CDBG, I appreciate kind of where you guys are saying where we can fill the void, where we anticipate the void coming. I think the Vice Mayor, you had stated that, there's a way to not dedicate funds to that if we're anticipating some reimbursement. I'd hate to pre-dedicate with also not thinking broader with that respect. I know for one thing, we just got to look at data and know which communities have been really impacted by the COVID. And there's, I think, some arguments that can be made with respect to some of those communities that still don't have sidewalks. Some of those communities still don't have the right infrastructure with relation to parks or deferred maintenance to parks. I think there's an argument to be made that if a lot of that infrastructure isn't taken care of to make it safer for people to get out and be healthier, then they're still going to be prone to COVID or something else in terms of a pandemic, because we know that those communities have been greatly hit by diabetes, hypertension, obesity, and so other things, and that's also directly related to infrastructure, and that's what CDBG dollars are for. So we need to consider, I guess, hopefully look at this through a public health lens, because we've been forced to, but not forget about what some of those CDBG dollars are meant for into some of those neighborhoods. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. And Ms. Cochran, if you're still on, can I ask, and then I'll come to you, Councilmember Breckus, can I ask, within the materials that you provided, there is what's called the Quick Guide to CDBG Eligible Activities to Support Coronavirus Infectious Disease Response. And when I look at that 2-page document, any number of those things could suck up every dollar we have and go towards them and probably be a useful thing. What is your recommendation about these dollars? And I'll give you an example. One of the examples it says is carry out job training to expand the pool of healthcare workers and technicians that are available to treat disease within a community. And when I read that, I just wondered, is this about the potential possibility for contact tracing? Meaning, are these dollars available to go towards something like that? And again, Councilmember Breckus has been very good about making sure that that we allow the health district to do health district things, and I very broadly agree with that. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this as an example, because we could dedicate money towards supporting, I guess, contact tracing if that's what we thought we should do as a group. right? And so I've asked really two questions. One, what is your opinion? And two, what about some of these more specific things that are identified in this table?
As far as that table goes, I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull it up right now. It was something that was provided by HUD as examples of things that would be eligible COVID response. And I believe that one that you're speaking of falls under the economic development activity. It has been recommended that we not use our funds for economic development activities because there are so many other sources. And a large amount of money that came down through the SBA. So what we thought was that we know that with the extra toilets that we've put out in the hand washing stations and all of those things, they've all gone up through the EOC. They will be, my understanding is the repayment ratio is 75%. So we know that we're going to get a bill at some time. We don't know what it is. So if we were to allocate these funds at this point, amend our 2019 plan so we could get those funds available to us, then we would have them so we could take some of the pressure off the general fund when those bills started coming in. And if it turned out that, we didn't owe that much money, we can turn around and do another plan amendment and reallocate those funds to something else. At this point, we were not looking at job training activities. Those are pretty time consuming to monitor. And we had not looked at anything like testing or contact tracing as that was a function of health department.
Well,
Did that
and-
answer
and
your question?
It absolutely does, Ms. Cochran. And I'm not saying I wanted to do that. I was just trying to understand the examples of eligible activities because, again, I think there's 30 different great ideas that are contained in here, perhaps none of which we would do, in part because we know that other agencies are tasked with those. Our job are core services, right? And so when I come back to looking at these things, I just want to make sure that we are all agreeing that we are trying to make sure that we fund our priorities consistent with our, our planning that we did earlier this year, and that we know what is available. For example, on this summary that you provided and put together on the rental assistance, I see Affordable Housing Trust Fund dollars of 1.2 million, ESG Care dollars up to 600,000, and core affordable housing funds of 150,000. So if I do the quick math, we're up to nearly $2 million. And are you saying by putting this in this graph in this way that those $2 million you support us directing at rental assistance?
Yes, those are not CDBG funds. How they're lined out is their funding source, and they have their own specific uses and different AMIs. So that's how we were recommending to fund the expanded rental and deposit assistance program.
Okay, and so to be clear, so that we are communicating the amazing opportunity here, these three items represent approximately $2 million that can go towards rental assistance in this community. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
That's awesome. Then if you go down to the next one, you see CDBG Public Services, and in that line item, I see a proposed funding of about $600,000. And this is where you're saying perhaps we ought to allocate that $600,000 towards the costs that we've essentially already been incurring through the Reno Event Center. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay, awesome. Now, the third category here says CDBG improvement to public facilities to address homelessness. And here, there's a proposed funding, which I'm not sure, this is an area where I'm most unclear, but about $406,000 that says purchase or lease a property for temporary shelter for large enough to maintain social distancing. And then right below that, there's a $609,000, that's ESG dollars that's related to the above line item. So again, because I think it's important for our public to understand, is the takeaway for our council today that we have approximately $2 million that'll go towards rental assistance, however it's doled out. We have $609,000 that can go to shore up the costs that we've incurred for the Reno Event Center. And then there's another $406,000 and that looks like the money that's unallocated, which we might need to do something with. And again, I apologize for being so like direct in my questions. It's the lawyer in me. And so for those who are drinking at home, they can do that now. But I'm just trying to make sure that we're all on the same page as a body, because it sounds awesome to me. And I want to be able to shout it from the rooftop if it's as awesome as I read it to be.
Yes, as far as the CDBG funds go that are in section 2 and 3, after the administrative costs are taken out, we have about $1 million to allocate to various activities. And it was the recommendation that we split them up in this manner. And the bulleted items are examples of ways that we can spend them if we allocate them in our action plan to public service or to public improvements and facilities.
Okay, this has been a very elucidating conversation for me, and now a lot more of it makes sense. I'm hopeful that based on this now, we've given as best of the direction we can. It sounds like, again, $2 million in one bucket for rental assistance, $1 million in another bucket, which you've identified and allocated essentially 60-40 in this way. I leave it to my colleagues now, and I'll turn it back over to Councilmember Jordan, who's been patient as I wandered around in the dark here.
Thank you very much. And I thank you for that clarification, because I was kind of, wasn't super clear on that either. So that really kind of boiled it down to 3 buckets. The first 2 with the most significant dollars, I am completely supportive of. I think rental assistance is going to be significant as we move past our employment benefits. And as Councilmember Dewar brought up, that wave of due rent is going to hit. And so I think we're going to need to shore up, help as many of those people in the rental environment like that as we can. I do still think we're going to see a wave of individuals that aren't going to be able to reach that and will be forced, unfortunately, into a homeless situation. The realities are, I believe our homeless population is going to probably increase in a manner that maybe we've never seen before. And I think we need to look at what the Reno Event Center closure, what the next thing may look like, and the dollars, which I think will be probably fairly significant, to shelter that population in whatever the sheltering looks like and the location it may be. I think that final bucket of money should be kind of earmarked and set aside for whatever that looks like, because I think we're going to need it.
Councilmember Breckus, I think you're the next in line.
Ms. Cochran, so on all of these, you're taking the eligible administrative costs?
Correct.
Okay, absolutely. That's what I mean when I say protection of the general fund. There's been years where we haven't done that, and if that can add up to $70,000 or $80,000 that someone in your shop can be, administrative, paid for, that can save a part-time seasonal parks maintenance worker, and that's the critical choices, in my view, we're going to be at, along Ms. Jordan's concepts of, the housing and the event center and the homeless growing. I think we should be affirmative in our comments to the council what they go for, frankly, because they have to make an ask, and I think we should let them know what we would like their ask to be, and I would like their ask to be to help with the regional need for sheltering the homeless. I want to get to the open streets concept. I very much like that concept. I know there's a fair amount of advocates who want it. I'm just concerned about our tax public works department. They, even in good times, were struggling to get all the flashy, blinky lights on, the sidewalk tripping balls. I just don't see that they're going to have the magical bandwidth to stand up an open streets program. To me, that is an RTC job where they have a pedestrian bike coordinator over there. And I think that's the place to have that conversation, in my view. And that's kind of the mission creepage of our tax department, tax divisions, that we might have to make. But my last point, Mr. Stockham, I've heard that some jurisdictions are going to do access to the buildings by appointment only. Is that how we're operating City Hall, or plan to?
Well, partly yes and partly no. For our permitting functions, both in community development and fire and public works, we have the drop-off and pickup system on floor 2, so nobody needs an appointment. They can come in at their convenience. At this point, we're not letting anyone else in the rest of City Hall other than some limited employees. But if and when we do reopen, doing an appointment system is likely going to be part of that initial phase.
Okay. I just, we'll have that discussion, right?
Okay, I think I want to just circle back, and I want to highlight a couple of other things here that I saw in the excellent presentation, because, again, I think it's important that we are talking about. Number one, there is this program that's called Jobs for Artists and Blight Initiative, and I really had to look into this and was really excited about it. Councilmember Dewar has made available, and perhaps we'll speak to this on her next pass, but this is a public arts program that will paint murals here locally. And again, I think why I highlight this in my mind is simply because I believe our arts community is going to be adversely impacted, much like all of our communities are, but in a way that, because they're gig workers and rely so much on our arts and events cultural calendar, that they are going to be in a difficult position. So I want to see that supported. Councilmember Breckus has been a long leading industry in open streets initiatives and creating opportunities for people to walk, play, and bicycle where street closures happen. I know that this is something that has been, even in good times, very difficult to make happen. I hope that we will use this time to double down on the efforts of making this a more bike safe and pedestrian safe community, because I do think there are things there that I'm seeing other communities do with much greater vision than other communities. And I think we could be, the gold standard. We could be the community others are talking about rather than following others. I think where we lead, we can be bold with what we do. And so again, I'm so sorry that this is a topic of conversation that could probably last, days and weeks, and we are shoehorning it into a small amount of time. But I just wanted to highlight a couple more of those items before we moved on. And Mr. Stockham, do you feel, and Ms. Cochran, I hope, do you both feel that we have given sufficient direction in today's council meeting on things that we have collectively agreed would improve our community in this regard? Are you getting enough feedback to be able to make some of these recommendations going forward?
Yes, we have. This has been very helpful, and we intend to be back in front of you on a pretty regular basis to continue the discussions, and all of you should feel free to continue getting us your ideas at any time. So this has been great. Thank you.
Okay, I think we've kind of reached the end of our, oh, did someone there?
So sorry.
Oh, yeah, Madam
this
Mayor,
is
there you are.
Hillary.
The floor is yours.
One other thing I want to mention, Arlo, and curious if there's been any other conversation about sort of climate and, as hard as COVID has been, in every situation, there are, I think you even mentioned, some silver linings. And one of the things is climate. And certainly the air quality and things like that we're seeing with less cars on the road and pollution and those types of things, how cities can actually benefit on much, different levels. I'd like to see some component of sustainability and climate in those kinds of initiatives. Is that something you've talked about?
It is. It's a great point. We've sadly instituted the most effective trip reduction program, I think, in the history of the country, probably, which has some benefits, but I think there's some long-term changes and lessons we can learn from this situation that can continue in a positive way past this situation. And so yes, we will wrap it in and continue the discussions.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just would like us to really research and figure out ways now more than ever with alternative energy, solar, those kinds of things. I think if it's taught us anything, that, you know, how much damage we do to the climate. So, and obviously there's a huge economic impact to that as well. So thank you, Arlo. I really appreciate it. I have some studies and so forth that I'll send to you, but I think we should also be keeping that at the forefront. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, any other colleagues before we close out item D3.2? Okay, now, Arlo, and again, I apologize just because, is D3.3 the same as D3.2?
Angela has a quick presentation. These are some specific action items related to regulations that we are requesting council action on to implement. So if I could hand it over to Angela, I know we're tight on time, but I think we can make it quick.
No, that's great. Take your time. I just want to make sure that I hadn't missed something in chambers, but for those following along at home, we're now on item D3.3, and Ms. Foos, the floor is yours.
Hi there. For the record, Angela Foos, Acting Community Development Director, and I am going to take over. Just give me one sec while I get my shared screen set up for you guys. Maybe. Okay. Can everyone see that? Wonderful. So what I'd like to do is kind of take it to that next level from where Arlo talked about some of the changes we've implemented and some of the direction we'd like to get in terms of specific community development department initiatives. And I'd like to do kind of a threefold process here. There's three big topics I want to go over. One, I just want to inform you of what are some of the things we've done for the last 2 months as we have been basically in shutdown. You know, we are operating at 100%, both in our business license, building department, planning department, engineering department. And there's a lot of things I don't think that the U.S. City Council are maybe aware of, or even that the public is aware of. So I wanted to go over some of those things. And then next I wanted to talk about what are we doing in terms of the recovery. We talked a lot about what we can do to support businesses. And this is where I'd like to get a little bit more direction from council on some initiatives that you guys are in favor of that we can then take to implementation. And then finally, I want to go over some of these long-term changes, and that has to do with what was just brought up on sustainability and climate change. Are there things that we need to be looking at more long-term that we could be implementing and working on, you know, past the recovery stage? So with that, let me go back, sorry. This is 3 images from the second floor, and the second floor really is the hub of where the public would normally come when they want to drop off or pick up a building permit, when they have questions for the planning department, questions for the city clerk's office or business license office. This is what it looks like on a daily basis, 24 hours a day. The only thing missing is the public. So as you can see, we have our gates up. There is no face-to-face interaction with staff. However, we have all of these tables and signs set up so that if anyone wants to come and drop off a hard copy of an application, they are directed to a sign, they're given instructions on how to do that. And then on a daily basis, at the end of the day, we have city staff that go in, they take all of that information and they move it to what we call kind of a quarantine room. So we take it to a room where it sits for 24 hours. And then after that, staff picks it up and moves it along so it starts rotating and getting in the system. because we don't have any face-to-face interaction, I think this has been a challenge for the public, but we are doing our best. We are very busy with phone calls and emails, answering a lot of questions on process. We're doing the best we can to kind of get into this new norm. And it's been a challenge, but I'm very pleased with the things that we've done and the things that we've been able to do with staff. Just to give you an idea, you know, you see some rolled plans there, and we receive a lot of building permits with thick rolled plans. And if you can imagine taking that home and, you know, you've got dogs and cats and kids and people at your house, and you are pulling that out on your dining room table or on your floor, and you're just making it work. So I think it's been a struggle for everyone, but it's something now that we're kind of getting used to, and hopefully this won't be forever. Arlo went over kind of some of the things we're working on in terms of our business licensing. The two things that I just wanted to bring up again is our business operations supplemental guide. As the governor is coming up with new directives, we are passing along that information to our businesses. There's also areas where we just have to make interpretations that we aren't getting from the governor because it's more of a finite level of detail. So we are updating that. We're updating the business community. We're getting this information out on social media and on our website and our various distribution lists. And the other thing through business license that Arlo mentioned was the economic relief program. We do have a number of initiatives that the council has passed as part of the last city council meeting, where we are offering relief in terms of business licenses. So that is still moving forward. From a building department perspective, probably the biggest thing that we're seeing that we've had, I would say differently, is our electronic permit submittal process. This is something that's been in the work for the last probably 18 months. And ironically, the Friday before the COVID shutdown, we implemented this, and it was just by chance that it was the weekend before the COVID shutdown, that we now accept all types of building permits electronically. So this has been instrumental in moving forward with business as usual, so that now when you submit a building permit, and it could be anything from a 10-story student housing project to a fence permit, you have the option to either do it electronically online, or you can still submit a hard copy. But again, that has been probably a game changer for us to be able to move forward over the last 2 months and be able to keep up with the workload. Second to that is, I don't know if everyone realizes that we have building inspectors that go out, and they have been almost just as busy as before the COVID shutdown. So construction is happening. All of our members are out in the field. They're very busy. Safety is number one for them from our perspective. And so we've tried to do the best we can to give them all the PPEs that they need to be able to work and deal with the public. But we're also trying to do it in a way that they don't have to deal with the public. Just as an example, we had someone who had a building inspection on their personal home. And right before the building inspector was there to show up, got a phone call from the property owner, and she said, "Hey, can we reschedule? I'm getting ready to take my husband in to get tested for COVID." So you think about the fact that these building inspectors are out there, they're dealing with the public. They are the face. I mean, they are up there with first responders, dealing with people that either have COVID or they have to come into contact with people and of elements of COVID. So it's challenging in the fact that we just have to do things differently. One thing we have instituted as part of that is using FaceTime. So the building inspectors can actually use their phone. They can coordinate with the contractors and the people out there actually doing the construction. And so that you don't have to have face-to-face interaction on everything. We can use technology to do the same job. So that has been, I would say, a lifesaver for our building inspectors. To give you an idea of what that digital building permit submittal has done, we put together a chart, and this is for the last 2 months. Everything in green is what we call our electronic submittal. So you can see it there on the left, that was before COVID hit. That was early March. And then on the very right, that takes us right up into the first week of May. So we really hit a peak in our electronic submittals around mid-March. And you can see that's right when we started with the shutdown. So that has helped us. I think, again, without having the electronic digital submittal, I'm not sure where we'd be today. But that's been something that serendipitous. We released that ability to do that right before COVID hit, so we've been lucky. The first week of March, just as in terms of numbers, we had 16% of our building permits were submitted electronically. By that last week of March, 80% of our building permits are now submitted electronically. In terms of planning and engineering, we don't have the same ability to do electronic digital submittal. A lot of our applications require signed owner affidavits, hard copies, things that we have to keep sometimes for the life of these developments. And so we're kind of in a different predicament, but we've modified all of our planning and mapping applications to require less hard copies, less digital copies. We modified that pretty much immediately when the COVID shutdown hit. So that has helped. We are also being more flexible with submittals. And just as an example, we had a call from somebody that was trying to submit a parcel map. And the property owner was in California. He said, I want to submit my parcel map and I have to submit an owner affidavit, but I can't find a notary that's actually open. Can I submit my parcel map application without a notarized owner affidavit? So we're doing what we can. We said, yep, go ahead and submit it. We will start reviewing it. We won't officially approve it until we have that notarized affidavit. But we are doing what we can to really help keep that development and economic development moving forward. So that we are not a stumbling block for folks that just can't get through these things because of COVID. Our planning commission hearings have also changed our format. The first planning commission meeting we had to council was in March. After that, we've kept all of our planning commission meetings. So now we're using Zoom, which is similar to that same format that we're using with council meetings, and that's been great. I think as we do the live public comments with council, we're going to start implementing that with our planning commission meetings as well. And so hopefully that will help to keep development projects moving forward and keep the public involved in what's happening with development in their neighborhoods. In terms of where we're at on applications, so this is a map or a chart for the last year or so, and these are the number of planning and engineering cases that we receive. We take applications twice a month, and this is everything from special use permits, tentative maps, parcel maps, site plan reviews, so all those things that the planners and engineers review. When we looked at last summer, it was probably our lowest number in the last year, and you can see that we've gone up and down, but in general, we range to, I would say, about 15 to 20 applications a month. The month of March was one of our lowest of the last year, and again, that's when COVID hit. But you can see in April, we spiked up again. A lot of those applications are mapping applications, so I think all the surveyors out there are very busy putting parcel maps together, but we're also seeing a lot of abandonments come through, zone change, special use permits, I would say smaller type projects. We're not seeing a lot of big tentative maps or big development projects, but things are still moving, which is, again, a good sign for what's to come. So let's take a second right now and pause. Does anyone have any questions just from an operational perspective on how we are moving forward with business as usual? Okay. Let's go ahead and talk about recovery. And this is what I would say is consistent with the governor's phase 1 approach.
Ms. Foos, can I just interrupt you for 1 sec? Is there a way that you could shift this maybe in display settings so we could have the slide bigger instead of showing 2 slides at one time? It might be up in the top. Just I'm struggling a little bit, so yeah, it might be there.
All right.
Nope.
Not that.
I don't think so. So I don't know, but maybe a full screen where you just were. It's just we have like a notes view here, and I don't know if Ashley knows.
I'm just going to push a bunch of buttons until we find it.
No. You go back to doing what you're doing. I thought you may already know. I apologize for the interruption.
Oh, look at that. How about that? Okay. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So phase, this next phase, we call it the recovery phase. And what we're seeing now is businesses are opening slowly, right? So we're seeing that restaurants are starting to open, but they have limitations. They can only have 50% of their occupancy in the building. a lot of these businesses are small, and so losing 50% of the occupancy is detrimental, and many of them just don't even want to open because it doesn't pencil for them to open. So we're trying to come up with creative solutions that we can help them on a temporary basis to at least open their doors, have a situation where it's safe for employees to go back to work. As Arlo mentioned before, a lot of the calls that we're getting from the general public is that people don't feel safe going to work. And is there anything the city can do? Because their employers telling them that they do have to go back to work, but it's in a tight quarters, or they're not comfortable with the regulations that their business is operating under. So we are trying to come up with solutions. Again, this is a temporary basis. What can we do quick? What can we do now? So we've put together a list of options, and these are items that we are hoping to get direction from council on. From a big picture perspective, is this the direction council would like us to go? We will still, on our end, work out the regulatory challenges, work out the details of how this is actually implemented. But from a big picture perspective, again, we're looking for direction from council is, yep, these are the things that we would like to see implemented. So let's go ahead and go down each of these. The first one is the drive-through operations for restaurants and retail. Again, that's pretty much been implemented because now we have this carry-out service. We've had a number of businesses that have called us and said, hey, I'm going into a building that has a drive-through window. However, I've never used it because I'm not a drive-through facility or a drive-through restaurant. Can I start using it? So again, in an effort to be creative on a temporary basis, where maybe the zoning code doesn't specifically say drive-throughs are allowed in these areas, we're looking for ways that we can work with the businesses to keep them open while we are in the socially distancing stage of recovery. So drive-through operations in restaurants is one. Allowing outdoor dining. This is one that we have talked about quite a bit today among the group, and this is everywhere. So we have outdoor dining in downtown and midtown, outdoor dining in a lot of our neighborhood areas, in the bigger shopping centers. So what we'd like to propose is that we allow outdoor dining, and that takes on a different look depending on where you're at. If you're in Midtown, outdoor dining may mean that you are on a sidewalk in the public right-of-way. If you are in a bigger shopping center, it may mean that you have outdoor dining in the parking area. So what we'd like to do, again, is get direction from council. Is this something you're in support of on a temporary basis? Things that maybe before we would not have allowed, or maybe we would have required a special use permit, but during the socially distancing guidelines, it may make sense at this point. Retail is another area, especially in these smaller retail areas. They have small square footage, and having people come into their buildings means they have a very limited number of people that can still meet the 50% occupancy. So being able to move some of those retail uses outside on a daily basis, and there's a picture there on the bottom right of a bike shop. So instead of having to go into the bike shop, maybe they move their bikes out during the day, move them back in the business at night. And there's probably a number of uses out there that we just don't know if they have the ability to do anything on the outdoors. So we tried to keep this really broad and open. Outdoor storage is one. Outdoor distribution and warehousing is one. Because we don't know the business operations of all these different types of uses, we wanted the most flexibility to say, yep, if they can prove to us, they being the business owner, they can submit a site plan. Show us what their intention is. Show us kind of the square footage, the area where they're intending to move outside. Give us their hours of operation. Show us what types of uses they're doing. Then we can look at that individually on a case-by-case basis, make sure it's not negatively impacting the neighborhood, making sure that there's no safety regulations, especially if there's sidewalks or any kind of right-of-way involved, and basically give them the thumbs up to be able to move forward on a temporary basis. And then lastly on this list here is construction hours. So a lot of our special use permits, which again are entitlements that are required to go to Planning Commission for approval, a lot of those have specific hours of construction. Due to now the new modified ways of doing construction, we've found that you can't have a lot of construction workers working inside the building and outside the building at one time. They also have regulations on how many crew they can have working. So it's extending how long it takes projects to actually get built. So what we were proposing is to modify some of these conditions on these special use permits, but keep it specific to indoor construction. So if a site, for instance, had limited construction hours, as long as those activities were taking place on the inside, so painting the inside, sheetrocking the inside, putting in bathrooms, putting in kitchens on the inside. If that's something council can support, then we can come up with some regulatory allowances to work through some of those indoor construction hours. And again, we want to make sure that if it's negatively impacting a neighborhood, especially a residential neighborhood, we would still have the ability to pull some of those regulations back. These are not permanent. These are temporary on a case-by-case basis. So it's really going to take a lot, I would say, of more staff working with the business community to make sure it's a good fit at that location and for that business. So let's take a minute as a group and go through some of those items. Again, I'm not looking for an action item. I'm looking for more of just general direction. Are we headed in the right direction? Are there other types of temporary regulations that you guys have talked to your constituents about that you think would be useful for us to implement?
Ms. Foose, I want to thank you for the presentation and just sort of say in very broad brush, I think what is important for our Main Street small businesses in this community to understand is that we acknowledge the very difficult choices that they've had to make. We understand the pain that they have felt. And as we recover, we want to do everything we can to help them be successful. And so my personal opinion, and I'll let the council members speak for themselves, is that we should do everything we can and be as flexible as we can, obviously within the confines of safety and common sense. And the reason I say that is because I don't want fire dancers, blowing fire into the air and welcoming businesses into it just because they think anything goes. Does that make sense? But within reason,
Absolutely.
I absolutely believe that we should be doing everything we can and being as welcoming and opening to ideas. I think our businesses and small business owners will lead by example, and they will set the best practices for themselves in their industries. What our goal is to figure out how to get them to yes. So rather than them saying, well, in this section of the code here, we see that historically we cannot do these 12 things. Now we want to, within some limited, guidance on your part, they should be able to pick up the phone, call you and say, hey, I'm thinking about doing X. You have any problem with that? And in some ways, it's much like we do in life. It's much easier to ask for forgiveness than it is ultimately to ask for permission. Again, I don't want to necessarily micromanage you as to every jot and tittle of what will be done in this regard, but just to say, we are open for business. And our mentality and mantra as a city should be, whatever we can do to help you survive, we're going to try to do that. We don't want people to be foolish or thoughtless or reckless, but short of those things, all those things that you've identified sound awesome to me. Let's get it going, and let's not spend another several weeks thinking about it. Let's start tomorrow and let people know that we as a community are open for business. Let's see what I can do here and toggle between the screens here. I'm going to go to Councilmember Jordan because I know you've had your hand up the longest and I kind of slid in before you. So Councilmember Jordan, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I just needed, maybe give me some examples. There was a couple of them, outdoor assembly and something. It just went off the screen. So can you give me some examples of what that is? And then there was another one about storage and something. I'm needing some examples because I'm not really in my mind understanding what it is.
Yeah, and this goes back to because we don't know the inside operations of a lot of businesses, right? All of us generally can figure out how retail works, how restaurants work, because we go to those places on a regular basis. For some of these other uses, like warehousing and distribution, any kind of indoor processing or assembly line work, there's a lot of people often, I would say, working at one time in these situations. And so it's brought up the question of, can they do some of their operations outdoors, whether it's in their parking lot? And we're not saying Amazon's going to move all of their merchandise out into their parking lot. We're talking about, are there things that other companies are doing that they could be doing outside, and so people could have more space in between the workers. So this would give us the most flexibility to be able to work with each of those different types of businesses. And if you are in a warehouse and you have, a bunch of materials being stockpiled in one area here, and then you move that to another area over here in the building, are there things we can do so that maybe they first get delivered outside instead of inside the building? And as they're moving things into the building, again, it starts with them getting dropped off outside and moving in. But because we're trying to give the most flexibility to these businesses, I don't want to limit ourselves to us trying to figure out how these businesses operate.
Okay, and I kind of understand that. I guess I was trying to get some examples. I'm not sure I could see maybe on a manufacturing or assembly line where maybe they would move their break room tables outside so they could spread out while they are on break or something. I don't know functionally how that would even work. I don't know how keen I am on somebody storing their stuff outside. I don't think that really feels good to me. But on the other hand, I don't know how all these, as to what you said, I don't know how all these things operate. I, like Vice Mayor Reese, want to give our small businesses every opportunity to spread out in order to function in the safest way possible with the facilities, outdoor parking and curbside or closed street that they can, and as quickly as we can. It may not work out operationally that they are able to take advantage of that. They may say, we don't have enough staffing to move the tables or the retail racks or whatever in and out every day. It will be their obligation to secure those things while they're operating and when they're not. But I too want to be able to give them every shot. I just have a little hesitation because I just fear somebody putting a bunch of stuff, storing it out in their parking lot or on a sidewalk or something, and it's not meeting the purpose of what we're trying to do. Now, if they were temporarily doing it so they could serve more people on the interior, and then at the end of the day, they moved it back in, something like that. I wholeheartedly support all of this. I just envision that component potentially being backfiring.
Yep.
But Ms. Foose, I think you said earlier that what we do, we can undo, right? So if we sort of let the air out of the tires a bit to give ourselves a little gentler rollout, and somehow we've gone too far or we have allowed something that we didn't intend, we can drag it back in, right? I mean, there's nothing so huge that we can't reel it back in pretty quickly.
It is, and our thought on this whole concept, because it's temporary, right? We're not amending our zoning code, but this is a lasting regulation. This is just to get through this next period of time where we have social distancing requirements and we're trying to open and get people back to work in a safe manner. The thought was that if anyone wanted to do something that required outdoor activity, we would have them sign in with the city. They'd have to, again, tell us their address, how their business is operating, what their planned use is outdoors, so that we could look at each one on a case-by-case basis and be able to say, yes, we're comfortable with this. There's some of these, I think, like Councilwoman Jordan mentioned, that maybe we're not going to be okay with. Maybe we don't want to see a bunch of stockpiling in somebody's, parking lot for an extended period of time. And I think those are the kinds of things that, because we have more oversight as staff to be able to look at each one individually, and also listen to neighborhood complaints. If we start getting complaints because restaurants are open till midnight outside and it's too loud, we have the ability to go back and enforce and say, okay, it was a temporary thing. Let's see if we can cut back their hours of operation or cut back the noise or cut back any of these nuisances that it's creating on neighborhoods. That gives us that flexibility. And it's kind of similar to how we're operating with alcohol sales. So if you wanted to go buy a margarita or a martini, you can go to a bar, they bring it out to your car, and then you can drive it home in a safe way. While there's regulations that in a normal situation maybe wouldn't allow that, we are allowing these temporary relaxations. But as long as we have the ability to know who's doing it, and the procedures in place to know how they are doing it. So from that perspective, they have to contact the business license department, tell them how they are actually providing, covered alcohol beverages, how it's secure, how it's not going to spill. They have to show that people are not drinking it and driving. So we have some of those procedures in place. And I think it would be similar with some of these temporary regulations, where we would do our best to track those, look at them on an individual basis. Safety is going to be, I think, key for any of these outdoor dining operations, especially like in the midtown, downtown area. There's not a lot of room on the private side. There's a lot of room more, I'd say, in the sidewalk and the public right-of-way. So we will take a different approach to those types of businesses that are asking to modify these regulations. But in general, like I said, I think it's going to be a case-by-case basis as long as we have the ability to monitor it and keep track of it. And if we get complaints, we still have the ability to go back and enforce that. Nope, we're going to pull that back. That's not working.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Foos. It looks like, do any of my other, Councilmember Breckus, you raised your hand.
Yeah, I mean, I salute you guys for trying to come up with some innovative solutions, but I have a little bit of concern. I mean, first of all, with the outdoor operations, I'm spending a lot of time down on Virginia Street, and I see the expanded sidewalks, and we have a way for people to get sidewalk cafes done in there. If you're in a strip mall and you want to take out the parking, I think there's ways to do that too. I'm a little concerned that you're rolling out maybe programs or initiatives that might be stale or could maybe take us to a place that we don't need to go. But also, priority of focus. I'd like to see the annexation program updated. I'd like to see the land supply updated. If the resources are tight, those are the things that help us, make the big decisions. But not to take away from this, I think the 24-hour is a little dicey because we have done, particularly up with the large warehouses, we've done even for indoor operation. If they're not in with a 24-hour operation SUP, I don't know if I would liberalize that. I think that brings some issues forward to the neighborhoods that are there because you can't really do those operations without having a lot of activity outside, my understanding of those. Also, construction activities have been very hard fought up in that area, and I'm concerned about that, to be honest with you. So I'm not really into liberalizing some of these hours beyond what the code has, because I think, it's the balance of protecting our neighbors, and nighttime stuff can really make people have hard nights. But one thing I do want to bring up is, and I was going to bring this up once we got the zoning code done, which hopefully that is going to get going, is I think food trucks are going to be part of the equation, and our code with food trucks makes them be on let them do curb setup. That's one that I would encourage, particularly since Food Truck Friday, so you got all these food truck people are not happening. So food trucks being allowed to be mobile and to be on the curb is one I would endorse.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Breckus. I, like you, want to see food trucks rolling around wherever they can and popping into places as long as they're socially distant. I'm going to come now to Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you very much. And I too endorse the idea of food trucks, being able to operate maybe in places that they weren't previously, but also not at the detriment of the brick and mortar. I know that whole very delicate balance. I guess I envision more of a food truck rolling down my neighborhood street. I would totally come outside and grab that taco, I can tell you. So that I agree with. I mean, if you guys think you have a bandwidth to deal with some of this, just some of it I'm trying to visually understand. I don't think we want things to look, like a flea market. I don't think we want to have people storing stuff outside for long periods of time out in everybody else's view that, maybe they believe will inhibit their business, just from an aesthetic standpoint. So maybe there is some restriction that says, if you put something out during the day, all components of it have to come in at night, something like that. Because my fear is, let's say you allow retail to go out on the curb or the parking lot, and they go out and they set all their stuff up, and they only bring in these sellable items at night, and they leave all their racks and things out. I mean, I know that's making it more difficult maybe for them for the in and the out, but I don't know. I'm trying to make it work for the businesses. Again, I don't know how many will actually take advantage of this because they may be more difficult than it's worth, but I'm also trying to not have some negative impacts, to try to think this through today. This is an item that I know we've got a huge agenda, and I'm not throwing things, trying to get into the weeds too much. I just, like Councilmember Breckus, I just want to make sure as the questions or the complaints or whatever come in that we're prepared to set them up correctly on the front end, to go out, inspect to make sure nothing's going any way we didn't want it to, and then to enforce if there's a problem. But I want to give everybody an opportunity. I mean, I think we need to give everybody as much opportunity as we can. And I want to give staff as much leeway as I can as well.
Councilmember Breckus. Oh, wait, let me go to Councilmember Dewar because she was in the queue. Sorry about that. I'll come to you next. Councilmember Dewar.
That's okay. I'm going to make this really quick. I just wanted to say I support the whole direction. I want to help our businesses. There's no question. The only one of any of those that drew my attention in a concern way, I think has been discussed here, and that was the storage concept. I was really worried about what that would look like. And also, if we start opening up activities outside, would it include tents? I just wasn't really sure where that fit in. So just some stuff to be careful of. I'll just cut it off there. Thanks.
Okay.
But I like the direction.
Councilmember Breckus.
And not to belabor the point, but if we stand up all of this for outdoor activities of everyone, and then, it's 3 months and September, October comes, we got a whole new world to deal with, right? Because we're not Santa Monica, even in our climate, I have not seen a successful outdoor gathering restaurant space at all during those months.
Councilmember Jordan.
Okay, well, thank you for allowing me. I apologize. Thoughts are popping in my head. And I know staff has already thought of this, the importance of the sidewalk cleaning. Certainly in the business improvement district, people are paying an additional assessment for street cleaning and sidewalk cleaning. We need to make sure they have the capability of cleaning those sidewalks and there's stuff, not prohibiting. And then of course, ADA compliance. We have to make sure that there's ADA compliance with any sort of outdoor curb activity to make sure that there's no blocking of that. But I will say this, if you guys will recall, we have for some years been discussing how we could activate, particularly on Virginia Street, in downtown and midtown, more of a walkable outdoor cafe retail environment. Maybe this is our way of seeing how it goes. Maybe we find some gleams of long-term opportunities here. Maybe we find there's a learning lesson in this as well. And so we talked many times, if you'll recall, of shutting parts of Virginia Street off because it was closed for a special event often anyway, and saying it's only pedestrian and bicycle. And we restricted let's restrict the vehicle movement on Friday through Monday and make it all kind of a street fair sort of environment to drive up retail and drinking and eating and shopping and that sort of thing. So I think maybe there's an opportunity here. Anything we can do, I'm down with giving it a go.
Okay.
Thank you, council
Well,
members. Ms. Foose, do you want to wrap this up for us, please?
Yes, I think we have some good direction, and we will take that, and I'm just going to move on to our next piece of the presentation real quick. I think we're good on the recovery. The last piece I want to talk about was more of these long-term regulation changes. And really the key thing I wanted just to get your input on today was moving forward with the zoning code update. We had been moving forward. We were looking at probably early summer to start moving forward with adoption with city council approval, and everything got put on hold. So it's basically been shelved temporarily, but we would like to bring that back. So I'm looking for direction from council. If everybody is comfortable, we will unshelve it, so to speak, and start moving forward with kind of the next phase of the outreach to the community, with the hope that possibly we could have it adopted maybe early fall timeframe if we get direction to start moving forward with it. I will say there's two sides to the zoning code. From the development perspective, we've received a number of phone calls from the development community saying, when is the zoning code going to be adopted? Because I'm putting my project on hold until the new code is in place. We have other people that have said, I've been working on my project for the last 6 months to 12 months based on the current zoning code. So once the new zoning code is in effect, it may not be working for me. Is there any kind of grace period that you can guarantee so that I know if I should either move forward with my project designed as it is, or wait till the code's adopted and then redesign it? So 2 points for discussion is A, are you guys comfortable with getting the zoning code update back on schedule, moving it forward? And B, are you comfortable, at least in theory, with talking about maybe like a 1-year grace period so that the development community has the option to either use the new zoning code once it's adopted, or they'll have a grace period of, let's say, approximately 12 months to be able to use the old zoning code. So if they were in process coming forward with the building permit, they could keep moving forward with those designs, with that plan, and it wouldn't be halted because the new zoning code went into effect and it changed the way their site plan had to be designed.
Councilmember Dewar, I think you were first up on this one.
Okay. Just real quick, I am very open to continuing moving forward with the zoning code. What I would ask is that we take it in pieces so that we already see this is a pretty challenging environment in which to do business, waiting for people to come online to speak. You know, everything takes a little longer. And we have big items on our agenda about COVID. So I would ask that you just give it to us in some smaller chunks. It may take longer, but at least we could comprehend it and understand it, and we could get adequate public comment who, you know, maybe we could do a town hall like we did on some of the projects. That seemed to work pretty well. At least you could explain it. They could give some input. A lot more of them participated in this meeting. So that's just what I would like to move forward, but I just don't want it all like, here's 8 changes, big changes, and I have to figure it all out and also do everything else we're doing. So that's my thought. Thank you.
Mr. Stockham, hold on one second. I'll come to you. I like Councilmember Dewar. I have appreciated when you've had some simple and discrete singular items that have come before us. We've had some in the past. There's one on the agenda item coming up. I recognize that there are varying degrees of priority, but when you, as Councilmember Dewar has suggested, just drop an 800-pound tomb on us, it is very difficult to get through. And then what happens is the difficult questions don't get as much time, and the easier questions that we might all presumptively agree with and say are good get lost, right? Because they get weighted down by the more difficult issues. So like Councilmember Dewar, I would like to see you move forward. We need to do the parts that we committed to doing, and I think it's long overdue. I don't think, though, that should prevent you from taking individual or smaller bite-sized, elements to it and being able to bring those forward. So I'll trust your judgment and guidance in the development side of it to bring those things to us, especially because many of these things have been through workshops, they have been through the Planning Commission, those kind of things, and now we're just waiting to get to the final parts of it. I just think Councilmember Dewar's suggestion is the right path. It bridges the necessity of the importance of the overall thing, but it also recognizes quite frankly, the limitations of our bandwidth when we have some other things. And of course, we're at 5 o'clock, 5:15. We have a very long agenda still ahead of us. And so you can see why having them smaller, I think, makes more sense from my perspective. And Councilmember Dewar is absolutely right about that. Mr. Stockham, it looked like you wanted to respond, and I didn't mean to truncate or interrupt.
Thank you. We've thought a lot about this and the concept of phasing it. There's a couple real challenges here. I think we could phase certain pieces of it, but really limited pieces. It's a comprehensive update, and a lot of it ties together and doesn't work well without the other chapters. I mean, jettisoning things like, say, historic preservation changes is relatively easy. We could potentially implement parking and landscaping changes in isolation. But some of the real benefits of, improved usability, it kind of needs to be a package at some point. And I know that's probably not what we're wanting to hear today, and we can have a future agenda item to discuss it. But it's going to be a challenge, and it's also going to really increase our staff time and costs to break it into pieces. We're essentially at the 11th hour on this process. We've been through dozens of meetings and got pretty detailed direction on the initial draft. So that's why our recommendation was to, not immediately, we're in this COVID situation, but we're anticipating it calming down a little bit over the next several months, and we have a bunch of work behind the scenes to do. But I'm a little I wanted to just offer that caution about breaking it in pieces. It'll create quite a bit more cost and work overall.
Okay, well, I just want to respond. I mean, I don't want to create more work, but I do need to get refreshed because that now was months ago. And you said at the time we gave input, but we didn't see the backside of the input. We didn't know what your takeaway was and what the regulation in your mind was. So it may be that we just have to revisit the issue, and we may just need to revisit the issue in pieces. And if you want to adopt it as a whole package, I mean, that's fine too. But I'm just saying, I don't have the bandwidth to use Mr. Reese's point to absorb all of it and understand all of it in one setting. So maybe just bring back some pieces, build some momentum. We didn't see, we gave input, but we didn't see how you took that input, so.
Understood.
Thank you, Mr. Stockham. I'm going to actually go to Councilmember Weber first. Councilmember Breckus, hold on one second. Councilmember Weber, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much. I just wanted to check in and say, they're asking for us to maybe move forward. And is there not a way that we can do that today with the opportunity for them to come back at certain times, but at least move forward? They've given us a lot of ideas. We've added ideas, but we have, at our next meeting, we have 3 weeks of meetings in a row. I'm sure our agendas are going to be full. And it just seems to me that they've done a lot of this work. We've given some good input, and kind of let's work with them. We're in different times now. We have to move forward. And I just want to encourage you all. I just think that it's important that we've spent a lot of time on this, and sure, we don't know everything, but it just seems important to me that we can give direction now and let them move forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Weber. Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this has been such a priority, and let's get it right, because we may not get into it again for many, couple decades. I think today we struggled with the master plan policy of annexation, how we classify uses, and I think we saw a flaw that we want to fix. And I don't think the code draft as it's drafted is going to do that. So I do think, we do need to work in there. I think I like Ms. Stewart and Mr. Reese's ideas of chunks, because if it's all has to go at an end, bring it through on chunks, then send those chunks, down like a review draft, bring us the review draft. Because what's happened in this pandemic is a lot of the review and vetting has not occurred. I know it hasn't occurred by me, the technical work committee, and so on. So I really do support what they say. But I also want to get to Ms. Foos's point about the transition period where you can work within 2 codes. I always felt that was going to happen. I think the consultants told me that right off the bat when, you know, I don't think either of you were here when we started the project. That was always the concept. I just would not allow them to come in and start using the code until it's fully adopted, because anything can happen. So, but yeah, I think a year of transition in the code, maybe you get some guidance from Clarion to tell you how you really, the mechanics of doing that. But I think that's a good idea.
We can move forward with this this direction, and I'll get a separate agenda item when we have a little softer agenda to talk about the process in a little more detail.
Great, Mr. Stockham. Ms. Dewar, I'm going to come to you, and I think that's probably the last comment we'll make on this item, unless someone has a burning hole in their pocket.
No, I think there might have just been a misunderstanding when I heard Ms. Weber talking before. All the stuff that was discussed prior to this moment, I think we were saying, yes, let's move ahead with that. So I agree with you, Councilman Weber. I think where we were saying bringing chunks is the long-term code update that was about the regulations. So I think there was 2 different things. Totally support what you said, Councilman Weber. We want to let these guys run with all the input that they got today, 100%. But it's the longer term changes. I think we just at least need to review them. So thanks.
That's consistent with my view of your comments, Ms. Dewar, and I thank you for clarifying. Mr. Stockham and Ms. Foos, do you need anything additionally from us with regard to this item? Okay, thank you.
We don't. Thank you for the time spent today.
Great. Awesome on both of you. We'll transition now back to Madam Clerk. I believe we're on item D as in David 3-4. So D3-4.
That is correct, Mr. Vice Mayor. It should be noted for the record that we received public comment on this item. 1 letter in support from Kathleen Mittal, 2 letters of concern from Arian Overly and Louis McGrill. And additionally, we received 3 letters in support from Ken Crater, Kurt Stitzer, and Pamela Mattioni. With that, Mr. Vice Mayor, we will transition. We have Jeff Limpert is the staff lead on this item. Additionally, Hunter Torres from High Gain Solutions Group and Jonathan Goldstein from Advantage Capital are also going to be present to do a very brief presentation.
Okay, thank you for that, Madam Clerk. What I want to do first is remind council that this item, should it need to be brought back, or should council direct it to be brought back, it would be brought back on our next agenda as well, because it needs to be identified as being part of the redevelopment agency agenda, and it was not included on this agenda item. So what I'm going to do is we're going to move towards a staff presentation, and then we'll have the folks who are on the phone and joining us and have been incredibly patient over the complexity of our long day. They'll make presentations, and then I'll come back to the council for questions from the body. So we'll say staff presentation, then presentations by Ms. Torres and Mr. Goldstein, and then questions from the council, and we'll keep it in that order. You said Mr. Limpert, I believe, is our staff presentation, and so we'll take a second to make sure that all the technology is working the way we want it to. Mr. Limpert, let us know when you're ready, and we'll just pause here for a moment while everyone gets set up.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. If you can hear me, I have a brief introduction to give.
We can hear you but not see you. I think today we're graced with your physical presence or visual presence, but take it away. The floor is yours.
There we go.
Now you're back on, broadcasting live from somewhere, so we'll take it away.
All right. Good evening again. For the record, Jeff Limpert, Management Analyst with Community Development. So today we have Advantage Capital High Gain Solutions groups with us to discuss the concept of creating a community development entity in order to submit an application for new market tax credits. So our conversations with Advantage and High Gain started approximately 2 months ago. Since then, we've had numerous meetings with them to better understand the approach. And then in addition, staff members have been reaching out to entities like the City of Las Vegas, who they went through a very similar process in 2013. And since then, they've been awarded 3 separate allocations to the tune of over $100 million for their community through their CDE. In addition, we've had discussions with the Nevada State New Market Tax Credit Program. So around that same time period of 2013, the state of Nevada actually introduced a state new market tax credit program that works very similar to the federal program. So in talking with Karen Schnog, who oversees that program, I wanted to get more input from her in terms of the advantages that having that type of program does for the community. And, so we at length had discussions about how important it is to go after federal new market tax credits, because prior to the implementation of the Nevada State program, there had only been $20 million in allocations since 2002. But since the Nevada State market was introduced, in a 5-year period, they had over $80 million of federal new market tax credits introduced into the state. So it kind of goes back to the old adage of money brings money. So then lastly, I also had conversations with the CDFI, who oversees the federal program, just to get their input. And ultimately, with all these entities, I was asking, have you heard of Advantage Capital? Would they be a good partner? And, for the most part, everyone said, yes, they're a great group to work with. In talking with the state and the federal programs, they can't go into real great details because they obviously approve some of the applications that Advantage submits to those programs. So, it's just very more soft approvals in the terms of, we have nothing negative to say about these individuals and they'd be a good team to work with. So, that kind of brings us to, why we're here today. We initially thought it would be great for programs with, or, for development projects that we all know that need help getting off the ground. And that was before COVID. But we've also learned, as we went through this process, that new market tax credits can also be used to create programs and loans to support the retention, expansion, and growth of business and industry. So in the post-COVID world, we really do see an opportunity there to really help us add a tool to the toolbox that we previously did not have. So with that, I'd like to introduce Jonathan Goldstein and Hunter Torres, who will provide a more detailed presentation into how the new market tax credit program works and how we would proceed. Jonathan?
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, terrific. Well, I'm going to share screen with everybody. I hope this will work. Hopefully you can see that. Let me start by acknowledging the late hour, and I know you have a long agenda, so Hunter and I are going to try and move quickly through this presentation. It's just 5 substantive slides, but please stop us at any point with questions. That's really the point. We appreciate also all the time that staff has given us on this matter, and also members of council, certainly during these unprecedented times. That's greatly appreciated. I would like to call out Reno's willingness, even during these difficult times, already to be thinking about how does the city find additional resources, particularly for the low-income communities within your city whose populations have been disproportionately affected by COVID. So I think that's just really admirable. We are discussing the New Markets program today. Jeff, that was a terrific introduction. And I'm just going to turn it over to Hunter to introduce herself. By the way, there's material about Advantage Capital and our background in the appendix. And of course, I'm happy to take questions about that. Hunter?
Thank you. And thank you all for your time. My name is Hunter Torres. I head High Gain Solutions Group, and we work in collaboration with Advantage Capital to write compelling new markets tax credit applications into the federal program for selected municipalities. Given that your time is short and you've had such a thoughtful, long conversation on important topics, we wanted to approach this today by really thinking at it from what questions are surely in your minds as you entertain this opportunity around New Markets tax credits. So what we'd like to do is move through 5 questions. The first is, what are New Markets tax credits, and how are other cities using these to fund affordable growth in low-income communities? Secondly, what would make that appropriate for Reno in particular? And why is 2020 a particularly auspicious year to be entering the program? Third, we want to share our thoughts on some impactful ways that Reno might consider deploying New Markets tax credits, and we know you'll have a lot of thoughts there as well. We'll talk briefly about how our 2 firms work together to bring value in the development of your application. And then finally, I think we almost might have put this one first because I expect it's where your interest really is, and rightly so. It's what's at stake for you. What is the fixed cost involved in engaging our firms to lead your application development? What is the upside that is tremendous that might enable all kinds of transformative work for low-income community residents? And what are your chances of winning? So we want to keep our comments on the shorter side to allow more time for your questions, and with that, we'll just dive right in.
Great. So hopefully everyone is seeing the slides. Let me start with the first question. What are New Markets tax credits? And I think the simplest way to think about New Markets tax credits is in the way that they're used to finance projects. So on the left-hand side of this slide, you can see that there are really sort of 2 extreme examples of how New Markets are used in financing low-income community investments. The first, perhaps the more common of the 2, is as a project finance tool to fill an economic gap that exists that keeps a really impactful project from moving forward. So think about your charter schools, your homeless shelters, your, you can think about mixed-use housing and affordable housing projects. All of those projects face economic challenges in getting built, and New Markets tax credits can provide non-repayable capital, a forgivable loan, to those projects to help that get completed. Those tend to be larger projects. Scale can be anywhere from $5 million up to 30 or 40 million. I've seen them used for $100 million projects before. On the other side is the use of New Markets tax credits to help small businesses. And so for this, New Markets have been used in many, many instances to create revolving loan funds, revolving investment funds. My firm in particular is a real proponent of this use. And that can create either growth capital, but also, and this is really relevant, I think, in the post-COVID world, preservation capital, capital to help struggling businesses survive and then come out of this difficult time ready for growth, ready to bring more employees in the low-income communities, providing them quality and accessible jobs. So those are really the 2 major uses for New Markets tax credits. Hunter, did you want to talk about the range?
Yeah, I want to look at the right side of the slide, where really what we want you to know is that New Markets tax credits could be used in innumerable ways to address the community and economic development agenda that you've been talking about today, really. Here we've just shown 3 illustrative examples that other cities are using that might reflect ways you would consider. So looking at the picture in the center of the slide, there's one that shows funding the stabilization and growth of small businesses. This is in Atlanta, the Innovation Hub. Looking now at the top, we're talking about the use of New Markets here in mixed-use real estate development that might have an affordable housing component, such as this project that's currently under development in Baton Rouge. And then the lower right is an example of New Markets tax credits playing an important role in developing community services. This picture happens to show the Monarch School for Homeless Youth that we were fortunate enough to tour recently. Really an amazing project without which wouldn't have happened without New Markets tax credits.
Mr. Vice Mayor, we need to take a brief recess as it sounds like we have dropped the Zoom call.
Okay. Council members, we'll be in recess for 10 minutes while IT and we work on what we need to do. Oh, hold on one second. Give us a second here to understand what's happening in chambers, and we'll come right back to you, because I can see y'all, but it looks like a couple of our friends have been forced off. I can't hear you, and so give us a second, Ms. Torres. We're going to take a brief recess, 10 minutes, and we'll be back.
Okay, we are back on. I believe council members can hear us. So Hunter, if you would like to continue your presentation, please go right ahead. I believe it was you and John.
All right, take two. So what we're really asking is, why is this an especially relevant idea for Reno? And why do we think 2020 is a great year for you to be considering being an entering applicant? The two charts that are on the left make a really important point for you to have in mind as you think about your risk reward. And that is that Nevada is identified in the New Markets Tax Credit Program at the federal level as a severely underserved state, as each of these charts show. That's probably not a surprise to you, but I just want to underscore that from a scoring perspective in your application as it's reviewed, that's an advantage. We see that as something that actually will enhance your chance of winning, and importantly, with an allocation of New Markets tax credits, you begin to change what these charts look like, because not only do you have authority then to direct your own use of your New Markets tax credit award, but you're attracting that capital attracts more, as Jeff said earlier. Money brings money, other CDEs, we're certain from what we've seen in every other instance, follow suit and look at Nevada as an attractive place to do New Markets work. So we like that story. And there's another reason, I think, Jonathan, you were going to talk about why 2020 in particular.
Right. That's right. So not only is Reno a particularly attractive candidate for the reasons Hunter said, But this year, Congress actually expanded the program by 40%. So we're confident there will be 40% more winners this year, which is a good thing for first-time applicants. There's a natural advantage to people that have been in the program for a while in terms of the stories that they've collected through the use of new markets. And so breaking in as a first-time applicant, there just hasn't been a better year, perhaps in the last decade, to apply. With that, I'm going to switch to the next slide. Where and how might Reno deploy new markets tax credits? And really, I want to be clear first and foremost that this will be the decision of staff with guidance from council. But we've done enough speaking with staff and with council members to understand some of the interests, and we wanted to just make a couple of points here. First of all, if you look at the left half of this slide, you can see that every one of your wards, all 5 wards, have significant areas that are qualified for new markets tax credits. New markets that is a geographically based program largely, and anything in yellow and orange on the map is qualified. And so you can see there's coverage in each of the 5 wards. In the back in the appendix, I will just let you know, there's not only a larger version of this map that Jeff created, thank you, Jeff, but also a specific map focused on the downtown redevelopment district to show you just there's complete coverage in that district. And I will lastly say that even if there are areas in your wards that are gray, that does not mean they're actually excluded from the program, but it does mean that only specific types of projects can be financed there, specifically projects that are focused primarily on serving a low-income community population. You can imagine what those might be. Hunter, I think you were going to cover the illustrative uses.
Right. Now I'm looking over at the right side of this slide, and what we want you to know is that we, based on the work we've done and the conversations we've been fortunate to have, we really believe there's abundant opportunity for qualified new markets tax credit funded development in Reno. Please know that the examples we're showing here are illustrative. If we are lucky enough to work with you on this, it's our job to dig in with you and understand how you want to use that tax credit. What we're showing here is just exemplary, saying you could do things around something like the Lear Theater community space as an attraction. You could do mixed-use workforce housing, small business development. These are just a few of what we'd end up presenting to you as, maybe 20 different potential pipeline investments you could make. Ultimately, it would be yours to choose, but 3 things I want to call out. One would be what's not represented here and that we would look to you to inform us around is really understanding the needs in the neighborhoods, right? Another would be post-COVID small business recovery. A topic you've discussed at length today would also be a very relevant consideration in how you might use new markets tax credits. And then a third point would simply be that there may be projects that you've looked at before that have been blocked for financial reasons or other reasons that with the inclusion of new markets tax credits to address a gap in the capital stack might suddenly be able to move forward. Ultimately, it becomes your decision. And we obviously think this sounds great, but we realize you might wonder, well, we're smart people. Why wouldn't we just pursue this and apply on our own? And so we wanted to give you some thoughts about how we would work with you and why it matters, especially as a new applicant, to have some outside expertise. On the left here, we're showing you that over the years of the federal program, the new markets tax credit competition has just become incredibly competitive. The blue line that you're seeing in the chart on the left is showing you that a greater percentage over the last 4 years, where this shows up through the round that ended in 2018, a greater percentage of the applications submitted make it through the first round of readers. They get presented to the CDFI fund for evaluation. That means they're very competitive applications. That wasn't true in the beginning of the program. The orange line shows those who don't pass that threshold. So those have been pushed out a bit to more seasoned competitors. And so that's where we look. Our job becomes to help you do everything you need to have in your application to make it through that first round of readership and have all the points you need to be scored as eligible and selected for an award.
Yeah, Hunter, I really can't emphasize that part enough. The competition really has become, the margin of winning versus losing has become quite thin. And if people ask me, well, should we jump in and run an application? My answer to them is always, not unless you've got someone who's experienced in the program who's really helping guide you through the application. It seems on its face like a relatively simple exercise, but it's anything but. You can see some of our, what I'll call our bona fides there on the right-hand side. I like to think that Advantage has really staked out a place in this application. We've been in there in this program. We've been in it from the beginning. We've won 11 times ourselves, and we've helped other applicants win in double digits times as well. So I think that's the argument for why working with us, and certainly I have no greater recommendation than the writing team that we found in High Gain Solutions. I'm going to switch now to the last slide, and perhaps the slide, as Hunter said, that you've been waiting for. What will the city be risking, and what's the possible reward? I'll cover the top parts of this slide, and Hunter will talk to the last part. So the business model that Advantage has put together for our partners, and we would consider the city our partner in this endeavor, is one in which we risk share with you. That is, we both cover the cost for the writing group, which is Hunter and her team, and it is a robust team. Advantage would not only write a check right alongside you for 50% of the cost of Hunter's team, we also spend hundreds of hours ourselves. I have a 6-person team myself that's working on these projects as well. So we're really investing alongside you by way of saying, we're not just throwing spaghetti up against the wall. We are selecting partners that we think have an outsized chance of winning, and we're doing it entirely on a success fee basis for ourselves. So the last piece of that chart on the left shows you the potential for fee-based revenue coming back to the city of Reno if you were to win, and that's just an estimate based on what we typically see for CDEs in your place winning average size awards. Our success fee would come out of the project's financing as well. It's 2% of the total allocation given to any project, and it is entirely success-based. That is to say, if the city does not win, we just spent hundreds of hours and perhaps as much as $40,000 of our money for no reason. And that really is just a reflection of how I wanted our partners to think about us, that we're only in this for your success. On the right, I wanted to share with you just a general depiction of what the scale of opportunity here is. And this really isn't just something that we're kind of pulling numbers out of the air. You are seeing cities all over the country that are winning repeatedly in this program. Cities your size, cities even smaller than yours. We mentioned a few of them already, from Atlanta and Detroit down to places like St. Louis, Greenville, South Carolina, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. You win a first award, and an average award size might be a $50 million award. It is the nature of the program that that's probably going to induce more like $80 million of investment in the city of Reno. But once you start thinking about running this program on a multi-year basis, where it not only pays for itself, but it's continuing to bring this resource into the community, you can actually think about it on a 10-year time frame, and the numbers start to really magnify. So that's meaningful dollars, meaningful investment dollars coming into the city that wouldn't have been here, but for the fact that you have this resource. Others now are bringing their own new market tax credits alongside yours, creating that kind of updraft for the communities and the neighborhoods, as Hunter said. Hunter, you want to talk about our thought about chances of winning?
I do, because I really like these
note
circles
at
on
this
the
time
bottom.
you do have 2 minutes left of your presentation.
We'll be quick about it. A typical applicant, just based on how many apply and how many win, you could say averages a 35% chance of winning. We look at those applicants that we deem to be competitive as having at least a 50% chance of winning. It's our job to help you be competitive by doing things like ensuring that readers understand how Reno would use the tax credit to address real low-income community needs and to create jobs and to address COVID recovery efforts and really to lift up those who are struggling most that we've heard about today. Beyond that, if you add the fact that this is a year where the round size is increased, that further increases your chances. Just that many more can win. We understand that's how it will be impacted as more winners. Add to that you're an underserved state, which readers have a preferential treatment of, and we think that your chances are outstanding. We wouldn't be taking your time or ours today on this call to have this conversation if we didn't believe, as Jonathan said, that you have an outsized chance of winning. So we'll turn from that to wrap up and take questions.
Turn it back to Jeff.
Yeah.
Okay, give us a minute to close out the presentation window so that I can see folks.
Oh, I'll do that.
Yeah,
Yep.
give us 1 second.
I
Thank you so
apologize.
much. And I'll
Not
bring
at
it
all.
back now to council and to my colleagues. Let's see if we can start with the conversation. I'll open it up first to my colleagues. I think I can say a few things here. I think, and I apologize to both Ms. Torres and you, sir, Mr. Goldstein, for the length of the time that it's taken to get here today to this moment. Our meetings, of course, we never know exactly what direction they'll go or how long they'll take. But I will say we've had a number of different conversations today, and what I've heard my colleagues say almost uniformly, and I think perhaps uniformly, is that we're interested in exploring whatever opportunities there are for us to both reignite Reno and to ensure the survival of our community, both from Main Street to the kitchen table. And I view this quite frankly with some skepticism at times, because I don't have the history that your excellent group does with working with new market tax credits. But that skepticism aside, as I have explored what it could mean for our community, I've had to leave that at the door, in part because I observe that some of the interesting and unique projects that might come out of this could be transformational for our community. They could provide a path towards affordable housing. They could address some of our infrastructure needs in a way that I think is really exciting. I have, long been a fan of having, for example, a grant writer in the city, and I know that it's come and gone, and sometimes it's in vogue and not in vogue. In many ways, what I see the opportunity here that's been presented as to have people with your very incredible skill set helping us to go after the projects that we might bring to this community. And given the small dollar amount in terms of what is being requested and is an investment, it seems like the upside is very large. And so, again, I don't think that any of us know exactly what the future will bring or what opportunities will be there, but it is my commitment to this community to explore every tool in the toolbox that we have that leads me to conclude that this is an excellent use of our efforts and energy. And so I am supportive of the opportunity that this presents, and again, I don't know entirely what opportunities will arise from it, but I would like to say that we took this small step, and as a result of that seed germinating would lead to good opportunities on the flip side. So I'm supportive very broadly, and I thank staff for bringing this opportunity to council. And so I'll leave it at that for my piece and see if any of my colleagues have any comments or questions that they'd like to offer at this time. Okay, it doesn't look like we have any questions or staff comments in addition. And so what I'd like to do is come to Councilmember Dewar. Are you prepared to make a motion at this time?
Sure.
Okay, thank you so much. And I apologize. I just saw you there looking like you were ready to jump right into the motion. And so I'll let you do that, and then we'll look for a second.
Okay, well, I would, in fact, I think what we're talking about is direction to staff to pursue the agreements with the do we say it, would you say the name?
Maroney Capital, yeah, it's an affiliate of Advantage Capital, I apologize.
Maroney Capital, Division of Advantage Capital and High Gain Solutions Group, to submit an application for new market tax credits, and as it's laid out in the agenda. So in other words, I'm recommending moving forward. I've met with these folks at length, looked at the opportunity. I think it's probably worth our $40,000 to get our application in and potentially be successful, probably to the tune of 10 times the amount of that we would be risking with the 40,000, especially in this year. So I'm making a motion to move ahead with this. See if there's a second.
Well, and Councilmember Dewar, I know that your motion includes the concept that it must come back on our next agenda because of the way it was not structured for the RDA's agenda today. So I take it that yours is direction to the staff to pursue it, and we'll bring it back for a final vote and resolution. In that regard, I will second the motion maker, and I think your counsel is very wise. So I have a motion and a second, and now we'll open it up for conversation. Councilmember Breckus, it looks like you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I am not going to support this. I thank Mr. Limpert for being a problem solver and the good folks for explaining to us what new market tax credits are, but I have a couple of issues with it. First of all, when we finished our master plan, we were going to do an economic development plan and prioritize our economic development approaches. And there was a draft of that plan and never saw the day of light. And what we had is use this little bit that's coming off our redevelopment agency too to subsidize the Rock Clinic expansion. It was $67,000. Here's $40,000 for consultant services. It's just not going according to a plan that we get to give the feedback. And I think tax credits are great. They're equity, but I would like to give feedback on an economic strategy for those who are suffering that don't have a need for tax credits because they don't have tax liabilities. But, and I probably would be okay on this amount for a tax credit application, which was to fill a gap on a viable project rather than going off for, 30 projects throughout. And if we had one project here and it was well fleshed out and viable, and this was an equity piece, say for the Lear, I'd be all in. But I don't feel comfortable going out on this broad way, particularly in this climate. And then my third reason is it's a no bid consultant arrangement, and I'm uncomfortable with the success rate payment kind of way to do it without going out for RFP. So I'm not supporting the motion.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Breckus. We've got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please signify by saying no.
No.
Okay, motion carries, I think, 5-2. Okay, motion carries 5-2. Thank you. At this time, for my colleagues.
Could we just know who were the two, just so I can know?
I was
Breckus.
Yeah, Councilmember Breckus and Mayor Sheevy. But thank you for clarifying, Councilmember Dewar. At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and in that time, let me just say we're going to just reset. Everyone can get up, grab something to eat if that's what you need. I know that my colleagues have been at this now for a better part of 8 or 9 hours. I want to let you know that the next item that we're going to hear is D4. D is in dog 4. Then we're going to go to our 6 p.m. hearing. At this time, we're going to remove from the agenda items D6 and 7. So that's D6 and 7 will be removed from the agenda at this time. And then we'll get back in order. So again, 10-minute break. Next up is D4 for those staff who are following along and need to be available for that, and also our clerk. Then the 6 p.m. hearing. Then we're going to remove 6 and 7 and get back in order. So it'll actually go D4, 6 p.m. hearing, D5, D8, and so on. Hopefully that's clarified for everybody where we're headed. Let's take a 10-minute break, and everyone can get a stretch in, and thank you so much.
All right, Mr. Vice Mayor, we are calling your meeting back to order at this time. Our next item on the agenda is item D4. It should be noted that this relates to the redevelopment agency agenda. So at this time, Mr. Vice Mayor, I would like to call the redevelopment agency board to order, and we need to take roll call.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Can I also just make sure we give everyone a chance to get on? It looks like, okay, we've got Ms. Miles, Mr. Tolles is on. It looks like, though, we've lost a couple of our colleagues. Can we make sure that we can try to grab Councilmember Weber, Madam Mayor? But let's call roll, and perhaps by the time we get there, we'll be there.
Okay, sounds great. Roll call for the redevelopment agency, Breckus, Dewar, Delgado,
Here.
Weber,
Here.
Jarden,
Here.
Reese,
Here.
Shivi. She is working on reconnecting right now, Mr. Vice Mayor, so you do have a quorum of the redevelopment agency. General public comment for redevelopment, of which we have none registered, so we would be looking for approval of the agenda.
Okay, can I get a motion, please?
So
Move, Breckus.
Okay, I have a motion by
Second,
Councilmember
Jarden.
Breckus, a second by Councilmember Jarden. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Vice Mayor, with that, we are moving to item L4, which is approval of the minutes from February 10th and March 25th.
Can I get a motion, please?
Move to approve, Jarden.
Okay, we got a
Second,
motion by
Dewar.
Councilmember Jarden, a second by Councilmember Dewar. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Motion carries unanimously.
All right, Mr. Vice Mayor, opening item L5. This is the item that corresponds with item D4 on the regular council agenda. And with that, we will turn it over to staff on this. Arlo Stockham, I'm sure, has some limited information to give quickly, and Lori Miles is available, as well as Partholes, for any additional questions.
And Madam Clerk, could you please let me know when Madam Mayor reconnects? Just because I believe she has a disclosure for this item, and I just want to make sure that she's able to make it and fully participate. So just remind me when she comes on so we can make a pause there. But let's start with the staff presentation. Mr. Stockham, it sounds like you have the floor.
Good evening, council members. Arlo Stockham, Acting Assistant City Manager. I believe Jeff Limpert had a brief introductory presentation, but I'm not seeing him here on the line. Given that, I believe Partholes has there's Jeff coming online right now. So I will hand it over to Jeff. I think he has some brief introductory remarks, and then Partholes will be presenting.
Good evening. For the record, Jeff Limpert, Management Analyst. So my introduction will be very brief on this one. It's more or less to just update council as to why this is being brought forward now. Some of you may recall that in November of 2019, the last time you heard about this site, we were looking only at the city-owned parcel. Since then, Fast Foodies has submitted a conditional rescindment in support of this bigger development, which would not only include the 705 North Virginia parcel that the city owns, but 2 additional parcels that are owned by CCR Nuco, which is an affiliation with the row. So with that, I'll turn the presentation over to Partholes to give the concept of the development. And then once they're done with their presentation, I will run through my slide deck to kind of give the structure as to how we're doing this under NRS, under RDA, and what that time frame looks like for us procedurally.
Okay.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'm actually going, sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Tolles. I just wanted to welcome you
Sorry,
to the
Jeff.
chambers. I know it's been a long day of waiting, and I appreciate your patience. The floor is yours, and you can turn it over however you'd like. You'll have 10 minutes to make your
Great, thanks.
presentation.
I'm going to pivot very quickly. I'm here to provide color commentary and answer questions. My associate, Corey Hunt, is quarterbacking this deal, and he's going to walk you through the presentation, and we're happy to answer questions after. Thank you.
Hi, this is Corey Hunt.
Go ahead, Corey.
Is there a way that I can show my screen?
Yes, we will move you as a panelist, and then you should be able to see a green button pop up in which you can share your screen and present the PowerPoint on your end.
Also, Corey, so that you know, in chambers, we can hear you but not see you. I don't know if you desire to be seen and you just need to push the magic button, but we cannot see you at this point. Looks like now we have your shared presentation being loaded. Thank you, of course, for making it a little bigger for all of us to see it.
All right, very good. So thank you very much for your time. I know it's been a long day. Appreciate the opportunity to briefly explain our proposal to you today. I'll just walk through a few of our elements of this deal, some concerns that we have, and then our purchase price, our development concept, and then additional terms and next steps. First, our concerns with the appraised values of the city's parcel. 705 North Virginia, it's a small parcel of 7,500 square feet. It's been vacant since 2008, and it's a blighted parcel. The appraised value that the city's two appraisals came back at recommended a purchase price of approximately $67 per square foot, about $500,000. It's important to understand, before I go into our specific concerns with the appraisal, it's important to understand that there are three approaches that an appraiser must generally consider in estimating the value of a property. It's the cost or replacement approach, the income approach, and the sales and comp approach. And it's really important to note that both of the appraisals that the city received rely entirely on the comparable sales approach in this instance. And so, particularly in a central business district with new land uses and emergent student housing and new multifamily developments and other multi-use projects, land sales are going to have a significant variation. And so just using the comp sales approach essentially guarantees an inaccurate appraisal in our mind. So that's one major concern that we have here. So site constraints and financial feasibility. This slide you see an excerpt here. It identifies the best and highest use as office, restaurant, development of multifamily, or holding for future development. I don't think any of us want to see this land held vacant for another 10 years. As to the first two recommendations, the parcel is 50 by 150, so it's 7,500 square feet. It has one driveway entrance from 7th Street. Downtown office rates range anywhere from $1.25 to $2.25 a square foot, and with a land cost of $66 a foot, office rents just don't even approach being economically feasible when you consider all of the different construction costs and everything you would have to do there. Finally, vertical development, at most you can fit one level of parking on this parcel. So additional stories of parking would be impossible. At most, we're looking at just a few cars on a podium, and then you wouldn't have a secured entrance. And so a college tenant or someone who might expect a secured entrance wouldn't be able to achieve that. And even if you could do all of that, the price to build the product for office or multifamily, the cost of construction plus the land valuation at $66 a foot would call for exorbitant rents that are far outside of our market rates. So we really have serious concerns about that. Secondly, as I mentioned earlier, the appraisals rely entirely on sales comps. And here you see another excerpt from the other appraisal that says sales 5, 6, and 7 are considered most similar, but you can see they're vastly larger and have a dramatically different future use in mind. They're just plainly aren't similar. So we'd have serious issue with those sales being noted as most similar to the subject site. Furthermore, other comps in the area for comparison for your information. Keystone, the Keystone project that's under development right now, that's 10.5 acres. It's sold for $16.68 a square foot. It has density, economies of scale, drive-throughs, excellent access, and multifamily on site. So there, it really is able to demand top of market rents. And then Ranchera, which we're obviously very familiar with, was top of market as well, and we purchased that for $20 a square foot. So we feel like 66 is very high in the market, and we are offering $50 a square foot. which we think is still top of market, but we think we can make the project work at that rate. How did we get there? Our land value estimate considered, basically we did what the appraisers didn't do, and we developed an income-based approach to land valuation. We backed into a land value based on the various costs associated with the development, and then we identify what banks require to lend on the project. And so it's important to note, so as we go through that, we look at hard costs, land costs, soft costs, market absorption, rents, and then parking considerations, and that's where we came to the $50 a square foot. It's important to note that we derived this price before COVID hit, and so even then we believe this was on the upper end of the spectrum, and post-COVID, we think that it's probably significantly higher than it would be today. And then COVID also has had some significant impacts already in relation to size and real estate. Our brokers are actively identifying potential tenants for this project just to see what the interest is, and we've already heard from several national brands that they won't even consider a site if it can't accommodate a drive-through. Which is a way that many establishments have been able to keep revenue going in situations where they're shut down because of the pandemic. So it's also important to note that we wouldn't pay $50 a square foot for this 7,500 square foot parcel because that single parcel just isn't really commercially developable to make sense in our market. And that's why these next slides are really important for the overall deal. So our development concept, actually, we would like to assemble 3 different parcels, and here we see 0 Maple Street, which is owned by CCR, again the row, 715 North Virginia Street, which is also owned by the row, and 705 North Virginia Street, which is your parcel. Assembling those brings the acreage from 0.17 acres to 0.41 acres, so 7,500 square feet to almost 18,000 square feet. And then we would propose purchasing all 3 of these parcels for the same $50 a square foot. So now we reach a size where it's much more commercially feasible for us to develop a project. And it's also something that'll be more worthy of a major corner leading into our downtown. So with that, here's some images, some concepts that we're thinking about in terms of our design concepts, landscaping, outdoor seating spaces, and thoughtful finishes that you might come to expect from our company. And what we're really excited about is strengthening the bond between the university and downtown and the nation's student housing. And there are only a few project types that fit for this site. And so we fully intend to build something with character and utility and quality that we all can be proud of. Our development concept is shown here. This is just an idea. We develop approximately 6,700 square feet for commercial use. We'd seek 3 to 5 tenants in finance, banking, coffee, food, electronics, and other sectors, that would play well to the college crowd and to our visitors and be welcoming for people passing by. And that'll also help the university. As you can see here, we have Jimmy John's shown as our anchor tenant. And yes, this project, Jimmy John's is a catalyst for this project, and we intend for them to be our first tenant. And that will help the university with the development of their new business building in the Gateway District. And so as Jimmy John's is going through their relocation negotiations with the university, we hope those are completed successfully, and Jimmy John's would be our anchor tenant. If you haven't seen their site lately, by the way, this was just taken a couple days ago, and I think there's more demolition underway. And so you can see Jimmy John's on the left-hand side there, and the rest of it is gone. So their timeline is moving pretty quickly, and the university has said they still are on the same schedule. So they would like to have Jimmy John's out of the site by summer of next year. And so for us to do that, we would need to move very quickly, which is why we're here before you today. Proposed terms for our deal, additional terms and next steps. There is an additional orphan parcel that we've identified here. So as we approach the row with our proposal to purchase their land on North Virginia, and as we noted the city's call at the time for selling surplus land for the new police station, the row also mentioned that they had another orphan parcel that they'd be interested in acquiring. As you can see here, the proposal on the table is for the row to purchase a lot to assemble the final piece of a parking lot behind the El Dorado parking garage. This is on the corner of West and 3rd Street, across from 3rd Street Flats. It used to be where the Gospel Mission was. And so seeing that 705 North Virginia is not economically feasible for development, this lot is half the size. It's 3,700 square feet. It also provides access to adjacent parcels owned by the El Dorado Development codes would restrict development on the parcel. It's, essentially undevelopable as a standalone parcel. And so the sale is, also consistent with city policy to sell land to adjacent landowners. So it seemed to make sense on many levels. The city did receive a broker opinion of value that ranked it anywhere from $25 to $35 per square foot. And so at $32 a square foot, that seems fair, if not generous. And, you might wonder, why is this part of this deal? But a reason this is part of our presentation today is that we're seeking a simultaneous close on all the parcels. And so at such time that we would close all the parcels, the proceeds from our purchase of the Rose land on North Virginia will flow directly to the city to purchase the parking lot shown here. And at $32 a foot, this also gets the city back to the $500,000 in revenues that was envisioned to be received for the North Virginia parcel. So it kind of makes things whole on lots of sides. At the end of the day, the city receives $500,000 and disposes of 2 parcels that have an extremely low, if not zero, development potential. So development benefits, as I mentioned, approximately $500,000 to the city in direct proceeds, but there are numerous other aspects that are beneficial to the city and the general public. This important corner, vacant for 12 years, deserves to be more than a concrete pad. And so we see all of the other things here: blight abatement, economic development, new tax revenue. We think it could bring as much as $18,000 more per year in property taxes and even $4 million in annual sales taxes. And it will also strengthen the bond between downtown and the university. So we're excited about this project. We thank you for your time. We thank staff for their time. Next steps, we would envision, if we are lucky to have your support today, we would complete the development agreement with the city, open escrow and deposit our earnest money. We complete our due diligence and pre-leasing. We would then have that simultaneous close on all properties, design and permitting, and we would commence construction. That will be another round of opportunities for more employment in the region. So construction, we would expect having our construction crews on site for 9 to 12 months, and we'd be able to move quickly there. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions, and Par Tolls is also here to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, give us a minute here to close down the presentation screen, and then I'm going to go first, when we can do that, to Councilmember Dewar. I see your hand is raised, so you're actually, yes, that'd be great. Councilmember Dewar.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for the presentation. I had a chance to meet with Par in advance of this to get a better understanding. We've been talking for a long time about selling this parcel of land on Maple in Virginia. And I'm also supportive of the sale of the parking lot. What concerns me, and I expressed this before, is I wasn't very comfortable tying the two together. I feel that somehow we have been, I don't know, I guess the word might be bound up in a 3-party deal. I would have been happy to have a deal either way. I don't recall that the Row had asked us to acquire this parking lot piece. I don't object to its sale, but I would have liked it to be, I guess, a little bit more straightforward and transparent. It's hard, I think, for me, and it's also hard for the public to get their arms around what's going on, and I think transparency is key here. So I'm just registering the style and the process. I'm not opposed to the deal. You made a pretty good pitch, Corey, for the below market appraisal or price. And I understand that it would be better if it was married up with the other parcels on site, as a redevelopment deal. One question I had, you made this pitch about a drive-through, but I really didn't see a drive-through. So could you just address that? You said, well, the need for drive-through and with Jimmy John's, I didn't see one, so.
Council member, thank you for the question. That's actually a drawback of our site, is we don't believe, we haven't asked staff or looked into the code and permitting on that, but we don't believe that we would be able to fit a large drive-through for a retailer like a large coffee chain that you might be familiar with, or a popular chicken sandwich restaurant. So we don't have the queuing space on the site that we have, even with the 3 parcels, and so It's actually a drawback for us as a landlord. as a developer, because there are less things that can be developed there and less tenants that we can draw from.
Well, and the layout that you showed, which is all building and all parking lot, I mean, it strikes me that you might, since you're trying to appeal to the student population, I think they love to eat outside or drink coffee outside. And in this social distancing era, outside's as good as a drive-through, right? I mean, you can park and you can get more people in the space. So I didn't see that, but I would really like to recommend that you consider that, especially when you consider your target audience. Other thing is, if you are going to have a seating area, I didn't see any space for trees. And I think that, you know, a combination of trees and an outdoor seating area would actually make it a lot more appealing to the audience instead of just everybody whizzing by. So just some things to consider while you're
we completely agree. We love the activated outdoor environment. So thank you for those recommendations.
Okay, and then just, you know, just letting our staff know, I'm not that keen on this. I feel like a little bit of twist arm behind the back, and I wish it was just sort of two separate deals, but that doesn't mean I'm going to vote against it. Okay, just.
And if I may, honestly, council member, I understand that sentiment, and I honestly think it may have been a factor of us as developers being in the room and just kind of being action oriented and saying, let's just all go kind of hand in hand and do that. But I can also understand how it may be a little clearer as two separate items.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let me see if anyone else has any questions or comments at this time. Councilmember Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, on these kind of deals where, you know, it's not an open bidding process, there's certain allowances in state law. I feel like we really need to be guided by the policies we've developed. And otherwise, you know, it's prone to, why these guys? And that, I think the public does have a right to ask about. I guess number one is, the policy of the Downtown Action Plan is housing and jobs. And I'm not seeing these projects being either, but we've got assets which we can certainly put in a capital stack that the new market tax people were talking about to bring in some affordable housing that we're missing. So we have that in our back pocket, but that competes with a council priority of, you know, fire sale for the police station, because we've got a nut there that we have to bring. But we also have the other policy is our disposal policy for property. And I guess what I'm trying to understand, and I was very involved in creating that policy, is that adjoiners get kind of a boost because we want to, you know, help. That development is helped when you have, you know, enough to work with. So I'm unclear in this three-way deal. Are you an option are you an adjoiner to that parcel down by the freeway?
We will be. We will own those two parcels.
Okay.
Outright.
Okay, so you're an optioner. So that does give you in our policy some ability to walk in with something and give us preference to you. I don't feel comfortable giving you preference if you're going to have a drive-through on that facility. That's the major, you know, United States corridor there. And, you know, a drive-through to me there signifies I'm going to go through a drive-through on my way to Utah. It doesn't signify place. So that's why if we give you this, you know, privilege of a no-bid property exchange, I don't want to support it with a drive-through there. And that's where I think it kind of got hung up last time. And now you're running for the university in this, which is demolishing a very great building, by the way. I'll just mention that Jimmy John's building is a very historic, but so that's okay. And then like Councilmember Dewar said on that parking lot, I'm not comfortable with having that on the table either. The council just entered into Mr. Jacobs' no deal giving away a parking lot also, and it's caused a lot of consternation with the 100-year Church Aquinas, whose parishioners now don't have access to a public resource. So I don't know who's using that resource in that neighborhood. I think we need to have our parking eyes looking at that. So I can support you as an adjoiner coming in at some price without a drive-through, but I want the other property thrown out. I'm not comfortable making that deal without looking at that property on its own.
Thank you, Councilmember Breckus. Madam Mayor, I'm going to come to you, and then Ms. Jardin, you're after that.
All right, I have a disclosure. I'm disclosing the fact that I have a personal relationship with Jessica Sferrazza. I understand she has been hired by the property owner adjacent to the project, so she is not the purchaser of this property or who she represents. I have no financial obligations to Ms. Sferrazza. I've sought guidance from our city attorney. Please lodge this into the record, Madam Clerk. Question, how long has that parcel been vacant?
Madam Mayor, Corey Hunt for the record. The city acquired the Savoy Motor Lodge in 2007. There was a fire, tragically killed an individual, and then the Motor Lodge was demolished in 2008. So it's been vacant for approximately 12 years.
Right, and I've seen there's, been some activity on that piece that concerns me. So I'm excited to see, a new project, a new life, and Reno Revival right there where we really desperately need it over there by the university with restaurants and retail. And I support the price, especially in the sense I think that those are the types of businesses are going to be a little harder to come back and are going to need a lift. So I appreciate you revitalizing, much needed part of our city that I think it will be a tremendous project. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jordan, I believe this is in your ward.
Yes, it is. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Reese, and to those that are presenting, and to PAR and the work that he and Corey and their team and everybody that's been involved to kind of bring this together. I think we've all experienced blighted lots and vacant lots that we were hopeful would come to some sort of development fruition over some period of time in their own parcel way, that absent some sort of consolidation and working together to put them together to make a really robust project work, we're still seeing a lot of those lots and those blighted properties stay that way. So I commend everybody for kind of collaborating with others in the community who want to see their properties improved and maximized to their fullest potential as well. And I would just say for the 3rd Street property, that's who's parking on that little sliver of the parking lot?
Councilmember Corey Hunt, it is public parking right now under a parking agreement with the city of Reno. And I did neglect to say, I apologize, but I believe it's in one of our memos that we provided, but the row intends to keep that public parking for the foreseeable future.
Okay. Is the city getting any revenue off of that public parking?
Councilwoman
I
Jordan.
would defer to Jeff there. Yeah.
Yeah, so including the staff report, we did include the statistics on that. I think the annual revenue on that parking lot was $11,000. We split that evenly between El Dorado Resorts and the city of Reno per the parking agreement that's on that site. So it roughly has, and then you back out some utility costs. So I think the end price to the city was something like $4,800 or something to that tune.
Okay.
But all that stays in place with the current, the real estate transactions do not change that agreement. There might need to be some cleanup on the ground lease since, if this were to go through, we would no longer own the underlying ground, and, so there might be some minor cleanup, but the parking agreement as a whole would remain.
Okay. I am in favor of this. I'm very familiar with the site, particularly right off the freeway, and it's 3 separate parcels, and not for good reason. That's the exit that I take off every day when I come to City Hall, and the things I witness on that entrance to our city is always disturbing. There's often activities going on there and camps and trash that don't paint our community in the best light. And then the other parcels, they've been inactive for over a decade. And the only time the city that I can recall in my 8 years on the council that it's been used is during one of the flood events. We used it to put up some dirt for people to come and get bags of dirt. So I am excited for this for a number of reasons. It consolidates otherwise individual parcels that in and of themselves really don't have a whole lot of value for a development project. So the concept that going out to bid and having some secular sort of project on it makes no sense to me. And two, my understanding is that this project is ready to go, meaning there is a anchor tenant ready to go. There is shovel in the ground construction ready to commence. There is people we're ready to put to work. And it fills the need of the downtown revitalization that we have all been, seeking to bring more student body into the downtown, to activate that space, which would create light and activity, which has been absent for a really long time. So I understand the reduction in the per square footage. It makes sense to me, particularly now during this COVID time. And the other parcel off of 3rd Street, I don't know why we can't make that part of this deal. It just helps two separate entities to do more with their properties. It doesn't make any sense to me to carve them out. Anyway, I'm supportive.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to come now back to Councilmember Dewar. The floor is yours.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to register. I mean, I've been supportive of doing a Jimmy John's deal or whatever since it was first proposed to us. I think we directed staff to come back with some kind of a deal. So I just wonder, I appreciate the sentiment, Mr. Hunt, about I was glad to hear that you weren't moving forward with a drive-through, and you said you can't logistically. But my question is, there's lots of times we talk about this kind of stuff. Is it possible that there can be some kind of commitment so that we can some kind of outdoor space? I mean, I don't want to monkey it up with anything, but I just wondered if that's something the developer's interested in doing.
I think for a retail food establishment or something like that, I think we would all agree that that is just something. Queuing cars would not be physically feasible on the site or on the side streets or anything like that. There may be an instance where a financial institution would want a drive-up ATM or something like that, where there wouldn't be cars queuing. So that might be the only, and then I guess there might be another instance in some sort of a pandemic response where cars may, there may be some curbside pickup and drop off, but I would guess those would be kind of in the rare times like we're in right now. So I wouldn't want to preclude our tenants from that.
Yeah, no, what I'm trying to get at is do you think that the developer would envision some kind of outdoor space? So many of the places that are closer to the university the road is right up against the building. There's no room to do something like this. This would be a unique location. If you remember, there's the Record Street Cafe, I think, over, that's supposed to be wiped out too. And it had an outdoor space, and I think it was very attractive. So anyway, I just wondered if that is part of their plans.
Yes, I apologize. I missed. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I just want to chime in. Yeah. We're committed to, if you look at the more detailed plan that we're developing, there's outdoor space.
Great.
We're very committed to that. We want this to be something we're proud of. This isn't just going to be a stucco little box. This is something we view this as a gateway to downtown. It's going to be attractive. And I totally am with you on outdoor seating and really making it pedestrian friendly. So yes, we have our commitment.
That's all I wanted to hear. Thank you very much.
I apologize. I missed your question there.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'm going to come back to Councilmember Jordan for a motion, please.
Thank you very much. And I would look to our legal counsel if I need to modify this. Can we do D41 and D42 together, or do we need to do them separately?
For the record, John Shipman, the City Attorney's Office. Yeah, we'd prefer kind of separate motions. The first one being approval of staff recommendation, and the second one being adoption of the resolution.
Okay. Item D41, move to approve staff recommendation.
Second, Dewar.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Jordan, a second by Councilmember Dewar. A question from Councilmember Breckus.
Now, this is for both parcels, correct?
Yes and no, if I can answer the question, or Jonathan, do you prefer I answer, or do you want to answer?
Oh, you can answer.
So today for the 705 North of Virginia, yes, you're adopting a resolution that is going to say it's in the best interest for the public, for the city to sell for less than fair market value, and without offering it. So that will set in motion the actual work that needs to be done to the DDA and to finalize that agreement. And then at the next RDA meeting, which would be the 27th, that might be a little too fast for us to get everything turned because we do have a 2-week noticing. So prior to that property being conveyed, there has to be a public hearing on it and a 2-week noticing period. If we can get it done by the 27th, we'll do it then. But more than likely, it's probably going to move to that June 3rd, where this formal action by RDA.
But is this also 0 West Street, the parking lot part?
Not today. You're just agreeing in principle.
Okay, so if the motion involves the other detached parcel where we have the parking lot, I can't support the motion. Parking concerns over by the church and then parking in Midtown have just been so big for me, and I cannot support disposing of a property that's used for public parking unless I get an analysis of the parking demand and so on. So I can't support the motion, but I also want to know if the motion involves a restriction that the property cannot be used for a drive-through. I like things inked, not just comments made. And so does the motion involve the restriction of a drive-through?
Can I go to
I am in
Councilmember
favor of-
Jordan? As I understood it, Councilmember Jordan, you've moved to approve the staff recommendations here. Is that correct?
I did, and I don't believe it contemplates a drive-through at this location, but I am in favor of restricting. Here's what comes to mind on this lot. I can see this as the Starbucks off of Keystone and 7th. I see that problem potentially happening on this site if there is a drive-through. So I am in favor of restricting any sort of a drive-through activity at the site. So I would modify the motion to that degree alone, but nothing else.
And the second, I agree.
Okay, so I've had
Thank
the
you for doing
modification,
that,
which
Councilwoman.
I've had the modification, which I think was what was contemplated by all, including the applicant, and a second from Councilmember Dewar. I'll now call for the question. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item D4-2, I'm going to turn it over to you, Councilmember Jordan, for a motion here. Let me give you a second to
Thank you
just
very much.
reset, because I've got to do the same on my end. So give me a chance to just open my documents. Okay, whenever you're ready, Councilmember Jordan.
Thank you. And I believe legal counsel said this is a motion to refer.
Move to adopt the resolution, I think.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
I have to apologize. I don't have my whole binder in front of me because I'm trying to not have a whole binder have to be picked up and contact people. And so I'm having to toggle between 2 different devices to get the staff documents and then go back to our screen with. So anyway, long story to say, move to refer.
Second.
Just for clarification, move to adopt.
I'm sorry, move to adopt. It's been a long day. I'm sorry.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Jordan to adopt the resolution, seconded by Councilmember Delgado. I'll open it for questions if there are any. I don't believe there are any, but we'll move to the question at hand. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed, please signify no. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, at this time, I think we were going to transition to our 6 p.m. hearing. And so to do that, give me a second to catch up and catch my breath. Madam Clerk,
Mr. Vice Mayor, we will transition to our 6 p.m. hearing. I did just want to clarify for the record that the motion that was brought forward on this last item also applied to item L5 on our redevelopment agency, and that no further motion
Yes.
is needed unless city attorney dictates otherwise.
for the record, that's what I understood to have been the motion. Is, Mr. Shipman, do you believe that we need to make any changes to our activity?
No, I believe we're okay. Just clarify for me real quick. We opened up the redevelopment agency.
We already opened up the redevelopment agency at the time in which we called our meeting back to order and took that item in conjunction with item D4.
Great, thank you. I'm sorry, I just was out of the room when that happened. Thank you.
All right. Moving on, Mr. Vice Mayor, we are now moving to our 6 p.m. public hearing. This is an appeal of the Mountain View Mixed Residential Villages.
Okay, let the record reflect that the City Council is opening the public hearing on item I-1. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Vice Mayor, proper notice was given on this item, and we received various correspondence. Dick Miller submitted a letter of concern. Ken Crater submitted a letter of support. We had an anonymous supporter anonymous opposer via voicemail. Additionally, online public comment received in opposition from Al Demew and one letter of concern from Nona Perry. Those have been submitted to council and are part of the official record.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Do any council members have any disclosures at this time? Seeing none, I'm going to move along to first a staff presentation. Then I can see from who has joined us this evening, Ms. Segerbloom is with us, and so I'll transition to that afterwards. Councilmember Breckus, this is in Ward 1, and so if you need to interject at any time, please let me know. But we'll start with the staff presentation. Is that how you desire to proceed, Ms. Breckus? Yes, I just want to make sure that we were doing what you would ask. Okay, staff presentation, please, on this item. And we're just transitioning so we can get slides set up and that sort of thing.
Hold on. Good evening. For the record, Angela Foos, Acting Community Development Director. I'm going to walk you through a quick presentation, and then Ken Crater is also here on behalf of the applicant, and the appellant is also here. So this is a request for a special use permit. It's a mix of multifamily typical apartments and townhome style units comprised of 283 total units. It also triggered a special use permit for cuts and fills. This application went to Planning Commission on April 15th. Planning Commission heard the item and added a condition. That extra condition was basically to add a requirement for a pedestrian and bicycle connection from this project to the adjacent single-family development to the west. An appeal was filed shortly after that, and there were basically three things that came out of that appeal. One is that they felt that the connection is to a private trail system and does not allow for a public access easement. The second was there was concerns because at the April 15th City Council or Planning Commission meeting, we did not have live public comment as an option. So there was concerns that if we had the ability to have live public comment, discussions could have been had with the public that maybe would have prevented this condition from being added. And then third, there were some concerns related to a temporary on-site rock crushing operation that I will talk about next. So this site is on 4th Street. Generally speaking, it is in an area that has, over the years, been an industrial area. It was previously used as part of ReTrack. Going back as far as 2004, there was a special use permit that allowed stockpiling and rock crushing operations on the site. Again, that was tied to ReTrack. So over the last 2 decades or so, it has historically been used for stockpiling, rock crushing, and industrial type uses. Several years ago, the applicant's representative came forth with a zone change and converted that from industrial to multifamily zoning, and has since then submitted a special use permit for the multifamily project. Just to give you a sense of location, we talked earlier today about the Mexican restaurant on 4th Street, which would be further to the east, and 4th Street Bistro, if you've been to that restaurant, would be to the west. So it's basically sandwiched in between Mi Casa and 4th Street Bistro, right on Summit Ridge, that doesn't have direct access on Summit Ridge. Again, just an overview of the building architecture. We have apartments that are 3 stories in height on the east side, and we have 2-story, I would call them townhome style project on the west side. So here is the crux of the appeal. This is the site plan, and again, 4th Street is on the southern side, and then we have this development, and we have a secondary fire access. Because of the size of this project, 283 units, we have to have a primary access and a secondary access. The primary access is on 4th Street. Their secondary access ties into an existing public utility and access easement. So that's existing, that's there, that's a legal public utility and access easement.
Ms. Foos, could I just hold you there? Could you show the slide of the picture? Yeah.
Is it not? What,
No.
What do you guys?
We're still on the front page of your presentation, so.
Well, let's fix that.
Okay, maybe from the beginning, you could run through the slide there.
Tell me what you're seeing. I'm not seeing the same thing.
We are seeing just the front page of your presentation. It's hasn't been moving.
Okay, well, that's not good. Let's try this again. Hold on, I apologize.
It's easier for you, Angela. We can pull it up on our end and progress the slides if you are finding that it's not transitioning for you.
Okay, what are we looking at now?
It's still,
Just the presentation. And if you go to File or Slideshow, maybe it'll
Gotcha,
share the
no.
slideshow. There it goes. There you go.
There we have it.
Yay, okay. Give you the short version. Here we go. Can everyone see this map? And again, there we go.
Thank you.
Is that better? Yay. Okay, so the yellow parcels there are the site. As you can see, the Mountain View Cemetery is on, I would call it the north and the east side. There is an auto wrecking yard to the direct east, and then we have residential development to the west. 4th Street is on that south side. And here are some images of the 3-story apartment buildings and the 2-story townhome style buildings. And then the site plan. So again, just to orient you, we have 4th Street on the south side, and that's the main access into the property. And then we have a secondary fire access that connects to that existing public utility and access easement. And that was, as part of their submittal application, that was shown to be gated and strictly for secondary emergency access. So it was never shown to have a pedestrian or bicycle access. It wasn't until we got to the Planning Commission meeting when the planning commissioners referenced the Reimagine Reno policies about connectivity and connectivity between neighborhoods, specifically when it comes to pedestrian connectivity. So there's a lot of discussion. The applicant's representative let us know kind of the history. He had met with the property owners multiple times over the past couple of years, going through both that zone change and the meetings related to the special use permit. And the neighbors to the west specifically asked that there would not be a pedestrian connection. They were fine again with the secondary fire access, but did not want a pedestrian connection. Planning Commission felt that in order to make the findings, they needed to condition that there was that pedestrian connection. So that's what we're left with now. So this is the condition that's in question. And again, it's specific to pedestrian and bicycle access. So what's left for you guys to do now is to make the decision. Do you agree with Planning Commission's decision in terms of action? You can affirm, modify, or reverse that decision. And that concludes my presentation. I will leave it open to the applicant and the appellant.
Okay. Ms. Foose, did you say that was the end of your presentation?
That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. It was very clear, and I appreciate that. I'm going to transfer now back to Madam Clerk. I didn't know if you said Mr. Crater or Ms. Segerblum was doing the presentation, but I welcome both of them to our meeting this evening.
Ms. Segerblum is representing the appellant in this case, in which they should now be proceeding with their presentation next and will be afforded 10 minutes. After that, Ken Crater has his presentation as the applicant, and he will be afforded that same time, in which council may then ask questions. We do have public commenters that have pre-registered and are also called in at this time. So I would recommend that council take those public comments after the presentations have ended.
Okay, so we have a presentation first by Ms. Segerblum. 1 second, please, and then Mr. Crater. Then we'll take public comment, and then we'll come back to the body for their questions.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Segerblum, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Thank you to Mayor Sheevey and the council members for taking the time. I'm going to go through a pretty short presentation, so I will start that now and obviously welcome questions. All right, so I am here on behalf of Reno Vista Ridge Master Property Owners Association. At the outset, I have to say that Reno Vista Ridge has supported and approved of the Mountain View community from basically its conception until this most recent decision by the Planning Commission. And the reason why we're here is because we dispute the Planning Commission's decision to basically their interpretation of what the easement is, but also to allow this increased pedestrian and bicycle usage on Reno Vista Ridge property. So I think, thank you for staff for going through a very good overview of the Planning Commission decision, but basically the parcel in question, Reno Vista Ridge Master Property Owners Association is the owner of the parcel. There's a utility and sewer easement on this parcel. I'm going to show you some brief maps of what we're talking about. Obviously, at the April 15th meeting, they granted the Mountain View mixed-use residential project contingent upon the utility easement becoming a public right-of-way for access. We don't believe that it's already a public right-of-way, and that's really what this is tied up in. So this is kind of where we're talking about. I think the other map staff had was good as well, but this is common area for Reno Vista Ridge Master Property Owners Association, and that's an association that has over 300 individual single-family home units, as well as 14 multifamily and commercial properties. So this is the historical document, again, the parcel we're talking about. There's an existing power line easement and a gas pipeline. We have not been shown or been able to see in the recorded documents any public right-of-way on the plat maps, on any of the deeds, anything like that. So again, while we're here, the Planning Commission acted ultra vires in granting access to the association property because there is no public right-of-way. The association has not granted any use of this property. We dispute that the Planning Commission specifically has the authority to grant such a right-of-way across the association's property and or to use the association's easement that it maintains. The sewer easement is owned and maintained by the association. They spend approximately $45,000 every 3 years to maintain the asphalt, $20,000 every 3 years to maintain the decomposed granite pathways, lights, and exercise stations. And the association further expends $1,500 per year on the removal of graffiti, trash, and debris. They keep this area very nice. So basically our dispute again is that this granting such right-of-way is a taking. And this also is against what the developer promised to the association and its members. There's a March 23rd, 2020 letter to the residents that specifically stated there will be no pedestrian access between our project and the Reno Vista Ridge neighborhood as requested by the residents of Reno Vista Ridge. Our emergency access road will connect with Sandy Hill Lane using the current sewer access road. This access point will be gated and only be used for emergency fire access. So I included the letter. And again, this PowerPoint was submitted in advance, so I know all of you have it in your documents. And that's the specific quote that I was reading from. I think staff also did a good job of conveying our further concerns with the process. So this was obviously approved in kind of the middle of trying to figure out how to work through this pandemic. And because of that, there was no live public comment where this contingency could have been addressed by members and representatives of the association. So this is kind of the southwest corner of the developer of the Mountain View Cemetery project. Again, the association has been in support of this, has gone through the process, but they met with the developer specifically and offered him some access through the apartments that are part of Reno Vista Ridge. There would have had to be a walkway built to Summit Ridge, and that was declined. Our request is very simple. We're asking that this be remanded back to the Planning Commission so that this can be discussed further, specifically what easement exists and whether or not the developer's original promise to the association can be complied with in terms of not allowing pedestrian and bicycle access to Reno Vista Ridge common area. I just also want to further state, obviously we understand the concerns with what is going on in the world in terms of having this meeting. We appreciate the ability to be able to participate, but it wasn't until less than 24 hours ago where we were told that other members of the association could be on this Zoom. And just the way associations work, and especially given the size of this association, it wasn't enough time to tell those members that they would be allowed to also participate in this Zoom. So I think I have some concerns about that. But I think our position is clear. We're asking again for this to be remanded back to the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Ms. Segerblum. Always a privilege to spend time with you. I'll transfer now over to Mr. Crater for a presentation, and let me get the clocks reset and give you some chance to get into the meeting and any presentation that you'll be making.
All right, thank you very much.
Hi, Mr. Crater. Nice to have you here in Chambers. Looks like you're sharing your screen and we're getting close to it. Thank you so much.
All right. So again, Mayor and Council, thank you again for all your work in hosting the Zoom meeting tonight. I'll go through quickly because you've had a long day. Angela did a good job in explaining a lot of the issues with this project. And one thing I want to point out is that in my mind, with all the work I've done in the last 5 years, working on affordable housing projects and everything else in downtown Reno, there's been a lot of talk about the missing middle housing project or missing middle housing. One of the reasons that I was excited about this project from day one, it's an opportunity to literally bring about 400 missing middle housing projects to the city of Reno. We designed this project with 3 distinct villages, and that's the way, because of the way that it steps up the hill from West 4th Street. This has been used for some sort of industrial activity as far back as the 1930s. And right now, the area along West 4th Street is elevated 40 to 45 feet above the street. We looked at multiple ways to access and grade this site, but at the end of the day, swinging a road around the west side of the site into the property was the best solution because, one, there was far less grading involved, and we're sensitive to the fact that the neighbors have about had it with crushing and grading operations, and literally it reduced the amount of cut fill by about 500,000 yards compared to the other options that we looked at. But also we felt it would be beneficial to the project to maintain that 40 to 45 foot elevation above West 4th Street because the units will have great views, but it'll also help buffer the noise from the traffic on West 4th Street. You can see the 3 villages here, the apartments, Village 3, the townhomes, Village 2, and then the blank area within the red map is Village 1, and that'll be some sort of residential, two-story maximum residential product that we entitle through a tentative map. So we're going to be back for one more entitlement on this project. And you can see the two blue lines in there. That is just to demonstrate the fact that these townhome units and apartments are not just far away horizontally, but far lower in elevation vertically. Again, you can see the site, the Mountain View Cemetery, and the existing Reno Vista Ridge project. This area here is the single-family homes, and this area here is multifamily apartments. You can see the compatibility with the land use designations, mixed use in the existing single-family neighborhood, and then mixed neighborhood on both Village 1 and Village 2, and only multifamily Village neighborhood up against the auto wrecking yard. Also compatibility in zoning with MF14 next to the SF4 in the Reno Vista Ridge small lot. And originally Village 2, we had requested MF30, but based on the two meetings that we had with the neighbors, we committed to coming back with a new application and changing the MF30 to MF14 for Village 2, just to make sure that we didn't have too much density in close proximity to the existing small lot residential homes. So we got the master plan amendment and zoning map approved in fall 2018, and we've cleaned up the site significantly since it was purchased. We've moved the vast majority of construction materials and debris, and do want to point out that the large quantities of broken concrete are still on site, and this has been an issue. We feel that crushing is the best way to go. We would do that within the mass grading operation, and it would be done, and there wouldn't be any more crushing on this site. And the other option is to haul it away. Well, it's just as noisy to dump these concrete chunks in a truck and haul it away. And then you also have the impact of all the truck traffic on 4th Street. And we've agreed to limit the hours from 8 to 5, Monday through Friday for crushing. And we would also crush as close to the auto wrecking yard as possible and far away from the existing single family homes. You can see right here the cut and fill map. And one thing I want to point out is the cuts and fills, in my mind, are really just a result of the fact that this site has been brought down to grade and filled back in from what we can see at least 3 times during the course of ownership and operation since the 1930s. Again, we did a significant amount of outreach when we did the master plan amendment and zone change. We had 2 meetings, and again, the key concerns being land use, impacts and views, and having 2 separate neighborhoods, and this is very important, no connectivity. When we first met, they thought maybe it might make sense to connect the neighborhoods, but when we came back for the second meeting and they had time to think about it, they realized that they just didn't want to have the connectivity. They were concerned about people walking their dogs and not cleaning up after them, and for a variety of reasons. And I know the master plan speaks to connectivity, but the master plan also speaks to protecting established single-family residential neighborhoods. And to me, that's even more important than connectivity as far as the finding on a master plan amendment. So we continue to remain not having any connectivity for the neighborhood other than the original emergency access. And we'll have another bite at the apple. We'll be back with the tentative map. Then the neighbors will see the final portion of the project. And who knows, in 2 or 3 years, even after the project's done, when there's a sense of, hey, this is a good neighborhood, we wouldn't mind having the connectivity, but I just can't see any reason right now that it's not a more important concern to protect that existing well-established single-family residential neighborhood. We've even agreed with Village 1 that we're going to put up large stakes to show the neighbors the height of the homes and the impact on their views prior to that tentative map entitlement. Again, you can see some of the sight lines that I put on here, and the fact that the townhomes and multifamily units are literally over 400 feet and close to 900 feet away, respectively, more than 45 and 52 feet lower in elevation vertically. This is the upper unit, 800 plus feet of separation, almost a quarter mile to the apartments, and again, 45 and 60 feet of vertical separation. I do want to point out the indigent burial area. That is not a part of this site. It's well marked, it's off-site, and it will not be disturbed. And then also traffic was an issue with a couple of the neighbors. We did a detailed traffic study, And West 4th Street, which was originally built as a 4-lane highway, it has a capacity of over 36,000 cars a day. There's only about 10,000 cars on it right now. So it will continue to operate at a level of service BC at both our intersection as well as existing Summit Ridge Drive. And a picture is worth 1,000 words. This is what the site looked like when we bought it, all the debris, a little aerial view looking from the existing single-family homes and what they've been putting up with for many, many years since their home was built. And I love this photo. It really shows what an idyllic, beautiful little neighborhood the existing single-family homes are. And one of the reasons we're excited for this project is we know we'll have great value just because of our adjoining neighbors. And also this slide shows the elevation difference between the existing homes and our site. This is looking south the other direction, and that's sort of a built-in bonus, the fact that our homes will immediately be much lower than the existing single-family homes. This is the Peavine Wash. You get deer and wildlife walking through there. And this area is the indigent burial ground, and our development's going to be way over here. It's well marked by the road. There's grave markers, and the cemetery has historical data on it. All the findings, I believe, can clearly be made. Staff recommended approval of this project. Planning Commission unanimous approval, with the exception of where we disagree, which is the connectivity between the two neighborhoods. All the findings can be made. So in summary, we hope that council agrees with the Planning Commission that this is a well-planned project that warrants approval of the requested special use permits, with the exception is to grant the neighbor's request for no connectivity. Assuming approval, we hope to start grading in late spring and start foundations this fall. This is a project that we already have the funding in place for the horizontal dirt work, so we can put a lot of people to work and get this project going and bring that much needed missing middle housing to this neighborhood. And our team has great faith that our community will recover from this current COVID-19 crisis, and that there is still a significant housing shortage in the Reno area, especially for the lower income and the missing middle housing projects. We would ask, though, that this not be remanded back to the Planning Commission. I don't think there's any need. I think this is a simple approval and eliminating that connectivity. I think I've explained that the crushing operation makes more sense than dumping all the material in a truck and hauling it on 4th Street. And so we hope that council agrees with us and the neighborhood, approve the project, and eliminate the connectivity. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Crater, or Mr. Crater. I'm going to go back to Madam Clerk now at this time and invite our guests who have previously signed up.
Mr. Vice Mayor, at this time, transitioning to our public comment period. As was mentioned, we do have a few people who have pre-registered for this item. At this time, I would like to remind all the public commenters that your time is afforded at 3 minutes. Please address the council as a whole and be respectful with your comments. Any violation of decorum may result in removal from the meeting. Additionally, once your 3 minutes has finished, you will be placed on mute. First to speak tonight will be Al Demu, followed by Jeffrey Holbrook, followed by Christopher McCoy. Mr. Demu, we will unmute you on our end, and you are free to give your comments at this time.
Thank you, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir. Thank you and welcome.
Okay, my name is Al Delmu. I'm a resident of 1350 Sandy Hill. We have worked with Ken Crater, as he stated in the past. We've had town hall meetings at Roy Gom, and I think that we have worked with him and he's worked with us, and I agree with what he's asked for. I would appreciate if the council would, we've always supported this project, and until the Planning Commission did this, granted the access through our private property, we've always supported him. So I would encourage you to agree with him, can approve his project, and remove the condition of the access through our common area and private property. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next to speak is Jeffrey Holbrook, followed by Christopher McCoy, followed by David Stipik. Mr. Holbrook, you've been unmuted and you may begin your comments.
I'm Jeff Holbrook with LandCap Investment Partners. I'm part of the ownership. We're excited about this project. We've got a great consultant team with Ken leading the charge. And we're happy to have worked with the neighboring community on putting this project together. And again, the connectivity was something that we were okay with not having and respecting their wishes. So I agree with Ken that I'd like to see this approved with that connectivity being removed and not remanding it back to Planning Commission. And let us get this project moving forward. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir, for joining us this evening.
Thank you for your comments. Next to speak is Christopher McCoy, followed by David Stipik.
Hello, thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Chris McCoy. I work for Guardian Capital, and along with LandCap, we are the owners of the LG4 project. We would like to thank you for the time to present, and just would like to be able to answer any questions you might have. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy. Give us 1 second, and Mr. Stepich will get you into the queue.
David Stepich, you may proceed.
For the record, David Stipik, 1330 Sandy Hill Lane. I just want to go back to the 2018 meetings that we had. We did not agree to rock crushing. We've had a history there where we have had serious problems on that site, and the city council denied a special use permit 10 years ago that prohibited rock crushing. So maybe Mr. Crater could address the location of that and how long that's going to go on. The materials indicated that would be on the western part of that, which is closer to our home, versus the eastern part, which is the wrecking yard. So that would be helpful. Concerns also that we raised 4th Street access in 2018 have not been addressed. The developer's traffic study says there's minimal impact, but it really doesn't take into account the more than 1,200 potential units coming online in the Summit Ridge 4th Street Keystone Corridor. Mr. Crater's project alone has a possibility of generating 427 units, not just the 283 in the current phase. Although we apparently the standards are for the proximity of the development's access to the Summit Ridge turnoff is acceptable by the distance standards, we still have a concern about that safety-wise. The project is providing a park and ride area, and that further highlights a safety concern. To get to the eastbound bus stop from the development, one would have to cross 5 lanes of traffic traveling 45 to 50 miles per hour on a curve, no signal, no crosswalk, and no lighting. There's no sidewalks on either side of 4th Street, 0.8 of a mile west to 0.3 of a mile east of the proposed project. And with the increase in traffic from all these developments that are nearing completion now or scheduled, 4th Street at Summit Ridge is what we are considering a tragedy waiting to happen. Despite the developer's traffic report stating that nothing is needed due to the project's estimated daily trips given the one project, the city is not looking at the big picture beyond the one project trip counts. So please look at the combined impact of all these projects. The city has a responsibility to ensure developers help provide safe intersections and streets when approving multiple projects in one area. I would like to also say that this missing middle should also include the opportunity for our next generation to purchase homes. And initially, when this project was put forward in 2018, excuse me, we were supportive of that because this project included some more affordable homes for purchase, and that has now changed, and potentially the rest of this project could do the same, and we hate to see that. We'd like to see our next generation of Reno young people be able to put down roots, invest in our city, and get into their own homes. I realize my time is almost up. I would like to show a diagram here of that street, and you guys can talk about it. Is that okay if I share my screen?
We'll transition you over to where you can share your screen, David. You should be able to share it at this time.
Mr. Stipik, are you able to share the screen fairly quickly?
I believe I am. Is that not there?
No, we're not seeing it on our end, so I apologize. It may just be we're not familiar with how to give you access there. If there's something that you believe is important to the record, if you forward it to our clerk, she can make sure it gets circulated to us in real time. Just email it to her, and then she'll circulate it to us.
Is that sharing now?
It looks like it is, yes. Now we're seeing it. And again, you just have an additional 30 seconds to wrap up your comments.
Thank you very much for that time. I just want to show you, this is where we've got 45 miles per hour. No, there's no crosswalks, lighting. Down to the bottom part of the screen, there's a bus stop. There's, again, nothing that keeps any protection for anybody trying to reach that bus stop on the eastbound side. That 200 feet between the project and where we are is still a concern. It's apparently legal, but it's still a concern. That whole intersection is an accident, a tragedy waiting to happen when you look at all those things. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time tonight, and we're appreciative of your ability to participate remotely. I think, Madam Clerk, if I'm not correct or mistaken, that is all we have for participants who signed up for public comment, and therefore I'll go ahead and close the public comment period now and bring it back to council for discussion. At this time, any council members might have questions for any of the staff, applicant, or appellant, and we'll start with Councilmember Breckus. Thank you, Councilmember Breckus.
Thank you. Ms. Sevger-Bloom, you are the representative of the appellant, which is the homeowners association, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does the homeowners association object to or feel that they have legal rights to prevent the emergency access?
No, they have been very clear from the beginning or through points of approval of this process that they are okay with the emergency access. They understand that need. What they are not okay with is the connectivity, and especially going through their common area that they spend a lot of money, time, and effort to maintain and keep nice for their community.
Well, here's my view on this. And Ms. Foose, will you bring up that that site plan, if you could? I am troubled, and I did support the zoning change when it came forward, and I walked the adjacent property with a constituent at the auto wrecking yard because they did have concerns and wanted to make sure that their concerns were understood. But the problem that I have is that and it's a kind of a long-standing issue of phasing, where someone comes in and says, I'm phasing a project, but they're not asking for any approval on those phases. So what is it? And I guess my problem is what I see of the large half of the project property to the north. I think we have the wrong one on. Maybe if you could just bring on the zoning map. Is that large part of the project is brought into the site only as that secondary access, correct? Ms. Foose?
Councilmember Breckus, hold on 1 second.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
we have you now.
Okay. So the secondary access is needed as part of this project,
Well,
Village 2 and 3.
Here's where I have a problem with the secondary access. And when the zoning change came through, I was asking where the primary access was going to be. And I don't understand why they couldn't get two secondary accesses off of 4th Street. Up in Ridge Hollow, which was built, very aggressive terrain up in Collin, they had just the same right-of-way area, maybe a little less, on Southampton. and they had 2 accesses on there. And so we're bringing in a large chunk of property that isn't part of the approval just to create this access. So that's where I have a problem with just, I don't think the Planning Commission got it wrong on the pedestrian connectivity. I think the design got it wrong on secondary access up into this neighborhood. I think this neighborhood should have its own primary and secondary access onto its frontage, and create the connectivity for the next phase that might come, and then, you know, maybe if at that time there's more access off of that, that should occur. I guess my other point is to Ms. Segerbloom, do you realize that if you are given this access of the emergency gate and all, that it's still going to be a thoroughfare for pedestrians? I mean, you just can't design it one way or the other.
They're not giving access. What we understand will be done is basically a crash gate. It will be gated between the communities. So they're not giving, the whole reason why they're opposed to this is that they're not giving access to their common area.
But you understand that access will be taken by people because it's a gate anyone can just duck under, right?
Again, we're opposed to the explicit connectivity between this association and the new development. The way the land is situated and the way the association currently maintains it, if there is a gate for only emergency access, they're not as concerned because, again, that's not on their property. There is a distinct separation between the new community and Reno Vista Ridge.
Yeah. And what, Ms. Foose, why wasn't secondary access considered off of West 4th Street?
Well, there's a couple things. One is there's topography, so there's some challenges with just the steepness in that area. 2 is kind of the spacing between those access points. And I would say, well, there's probably 4 things. 3 is they have the ability to have a secondary legal access now. The benefit to where they're proposing is that it gives truly another alternative. So if there's a fire within those apartment projects, within that complex, and people can't get out on 4th Street, having another access on 4th Street doesn't really provide a safe secondary fire access. Having it go up to the northwest provides truly a safe secondary fire access.
I guess my concern is that this secondary access that'll wind through some shrub out of this development that's not surrounded by development is really a road that people could go on and ride their bikes or whatever. And I mean, there's nothing around there. So it can be a fire hazard too, because it's just an inviting path for people to go on. Will it be gated down below also from the apartment complex?
So the property right now is fenced with a chain link fence and barbed wire. That the intent would be that would stay so that people can't physically get from this property. If this condition were to go away, let me put it that way, they would have a fence that people couldn't physically get through. So it would be more than just that bar, like a typical, fire emergency access bar that people walk under. The requirement would be that it would be fenced so that people can't get through. They would have some kind of a crash gate so that if there was an emergency, then EMS could crash through and get through. But it would be more than just the typical bar, so that people can't get through. And that was part of the discussion with the applicant and the homeowners before it went to Planning Commission. And Ken could probably go into a little bit more detail about that design, but that was the intent when it went to Planning Commission, is that it would be physically fenced off from the public.
But so then it's not really an access for someone to get their truck out, their own vehicle. It's only EMS or fire if they crash.
Correct. It's a secondary fire access.
Okay. And then the rock crushing, I was around when that special use permit for retrack went through, and I know the activities there was very intrusive, not only to the the appellant's neighborhood, but other neighborhoods. Why did the Planning Commission or staff recommend to allow rock crushing on the site?
The intent with that was when they come in and actually grade the site, there's a lot of stockpiles, there's a lot of old rocks, a lot of old dirt that will have to be removed. And so the idea is that they can either crush the rocks on site and use that to help level the site, or they'll have to do some import-export, which again is going to be loud and cause more traffic to 4th Street. The rock crushing facility is on the east side. I think maybe just for clarification, it's not on the west side, so it's the furthest away from those residents. And again, it's temporary just to clean up the site the way it's developed now, and then the rock crushing would go away.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Breckus. I'm going to see if any of my colleagues have any questions. I gave you a bit more time just because I know it's your ward, Councilmember Breckus, and it might be that no one else has additional questions, but let me transition to my screen where I can see, okay, Councilmember Dewar, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm a little bit confused because we had the public comment, which seemed to say that they objected to certain aspects of the project, and I wasn't sure if that was any part of the appeal. It didn't seem like it, and I wondered if it went back to Planning Commission, if they could take into account some of these issues. That's one question, and another question I have is, generally, I certainly have, and I think the rest of the council has, supported connectivity. And whenever we have this where a gated community or a group of people don't want other people coming into their property, I have some issues with it. I had one in my own ward. So there was a proposal, it seemed like, in the project where there would be some other pass. I don't know, it seemed like it was like a bridge or an archway or some kind of thing. And I wondered why they didn't move through with that. I mean, I don't think that through a permit, we can give someone access to other people's property. That's number one. So it seems like if that was to be the case, that it would have to be acquired in some way. If, in other words, if there's only a sewer and gas line easement and there's not a surface easement, then it seems like they would have to acquire that. It just seems like a legal issue, regardless of this appeal. And so I guess I'm kind of, I'm kind of on the horns of a dilemma here. I support community access. It seems like there is a way around this. It seems that the Planning Commission could require that access in a different way that doesn't trespass on your ownership rights. And so maybe, Ms. Foose, you could address some of these issues.
Sure. I think from our legal perspective, and I'm not going to speak for them, but will say we've been working with the title company to figure out what is that legal access. And they've determined that there is a legal access for a public utility and access easement. So that gives the ability for the public to access this property. And again, that is one interpretation. I think you have a different interpretation from the appellant's representative. From the information that we have found in working with the title company is that it is considered a public access easement. The challenge, I think, from the appellant side is that while there's an access easement, they privately maintain all of their common open space. So they maintain their trails and their common open space. Again, going back from the beginning, the applicant, in working with the neighborhood, was okay with not allowing public access into their property. The staff recommendation was also okay with that. Because there's a lot of things to consider on these situations. It was the Planning Commission that had, again, concerns about neighborhood connectivity. So
right, I mean, it's a key principle of our master plan, this connectivity concept, old master plan and new master plan. So it just seems like it could be accomplished in a different way that would respect the rights or the perceived rights of the appellant, as well as achieve the goals. It might be a little more money out of the pocket of the developer. So that's where I'm struggling. Thank you.
I have a solution if I can talk.
Thank you, Councilmember Dewar. Hold on, Mr. Crater. Let me just come back to my council. I don't see anyone's hand up, and so, Mr. Crater, I'm going to give you the opportunity to answer Ms. Dewar's question.
Great, thank you. So the way that we could provide better connectivity is where our access road heads up into the first village, into the entry to the townhomes and apartments. We've also worked with the homeowners group about having an easement for utilities, for water and sewer to get down to Summit Ridge Drive, because that would save us a lot of length of water and sewer pipe. And we could put stairs and or a trail down through that pathway to Summit Ridge Drive, which would be a huge plus in terms of connectivity. Because in reality, you know, one of the beautiful things about this neighborhood is that beautiful park on Summit Ridge Drive, and that would literally cut about a half mile off for pedestrians. And I believe that the neighborhood would not have any issue in having that sort of access at that location.
Yeah, and where else are they going to walk? I mean, they can't walk on 4th Street. You know, it's very dangerous. It doesn't have sidewalks, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know. I mean, is that something we can craft here, Ms. Segerbloom, and just be done with this? I don't know.
Can I interject, please, before we put Ms. Segerbloom on the spot? It's very difficult to craft these compromises from the dais. I guess what I would ask is if there is an appetite from Ms. Segerbloom and Mr. Crater to allow us the opportunity to continue this hearing for another 2 weeks, to give you two the opportunity to spend the time that might be needed to craft an acceptable solution. We're running long and late into the hour, and so I want to make sure that we're doing the best we can for our community. Is there an appetite on your part, Ms. Segerbloom, to at least spend some time in conversation with Mr. Crater to see if you can't resolve this issue among yourselves? And Ms. Breckus, I don't mean to interject into your ward, but I was trying to fashion a solution based on Ms. Dewar's good idea. Ms. Segerbloom?
I believe so. Why we had originally asked for this to be continued and or remanded back was because there needed to be some more conversation about how this could be accomplished. Because we originally had kind of an agreement, and so I think everyone was a bit surprised by what the Planning Commission did. And obviously there are going to be neighbors, there's going to be, you know, just shared space by virtue of where these are located. And so from my perspective, the association wants to compromise and come to an agreement.
Thank you, Ms. Segerbloom.
They have to give up access to their land to do so.
Councilmember
Thank you.
Breckus, with your indulgence, I will move to continue.
I just don't know if a remand would do the same thing, because I'm just wondering if the Planning Commission should come
Work it out.
Yeah, and particularly that rock crushing condition to me is a little light. I would like to see time durations and penalties on that.
Ms. Breckus,
so
I
I would
appreciate your
make,
concern, and ultimately, I will ultimately likely defer to you. My concern is that these are folks that have, you know, real dollars at stake, and every day the carrying costs of any project threaten to eat up the project's viability. And given the nature of where we are, I'm reluctant to push anyone into a position where they're in front of planning, and then it takes, you know, 3-4 months to get to that, and then there's things that happen beyond that. We're at a very difficult point in just the sheer magnitude of meetings, and so I would prefer to give our Ms. Segerbloom and Mr. Crater the opportunity to resolve those issues amicably as amongst themselves, and then if they come back and have not been able to do so, then we would be in a position to be more, direct about the rock crushing, for example.
okay, well, I'll move it to the first meeting in June then.
Okay, so we've got a motion by
During
Councilmember Breckus.
Not at a 6 p.m. but-
Understand. I've got a motion by Councilmember Breckus, a second by Councilmember Dewar. I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, hearing none, this matter is continued.
All right, Mr. Vice Mayor, with that, getting back in order of our agenda, we're on item
Thank you.
D5.
Thank you all for your participation this evening. Mr. Crater, Ms. Segerbloom, I appreciate you. Ms. Jordan, I apologize profusely. I'm just now noticing, or maybe it just came on, did you need to get my attention and you've raised your hand, or are we moving on to the next item?
No, moving on.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Going where you went. Thank you.
Yep, making sure I didn't leave you out of there. Okay, we're back on track with our agenda from earlier in the day. And I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, because I have a foggy brain. I think you said we're on to item D as in David.
We are on
5.
item D as in David 5 at this time, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Let me just ask, Madam Clerk, we don't have public comment on this item, I assume?
We do not have public comment on this item. We do have Quinn Korbulik available from Washoe County if he has additional questions. However, he's not registered for public comment. And you have a very brief presentation from your Director of IT, Rishma Kimji, if council so would desire.
Well, I think for the purposes of just expediting this, I'm going to look to Ms. Kimji and see if there is anything you could say briefly on this item, and then I'll ask my colleagues if they desire a robust presentation. I think this is something we have been working on for some time, and so I'm not sure we need one. Can I look to my colleagues? If anyone just raises their hand, that will indicate to me that you need a staff presentation of some kind. Okay, Councilmember Breckus, would you like a presentation of some kind?
I just have one question.
Okay, let's do that.
I did not support going in this direction. I wanted to go with the Nevada system. Why is that not an option?
So this is Rishma Kimji, City of Reno, when we looked at the different contracts between the state and their partners, which includes Washoe County, and our regional participation in the county system, we found that it would be beneficial for all parties that we stay with the Washoe County system. Otherwise, the other large partners would have to renegotiate their contracts, and the state would have to go back to legislation to get approvals and budget approval again for our entry into that system. It is still one state system. It is one P25 system. We are not losing out on any communications between our regional partners or the state by staying with the county. And it allows us to develop and support our regional partners in the Washoe County radio system.
So, okay, I can accept that. I guess my thing is it sounds more like a them issue than an us issue, you know, because this sounded like us going with the state had some advantages, and this support our regional partners is a nice sentiment and good, and I want to support our regional partners. So I still have some questions, but I'll be able to change my vote and follow a staff's recommendation on what I know today.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Breckus. Can I get a motion?
I'll motion to move forward with the Washoe County Regional Communications P25 system.
Thank you. I have a motion by Councilmember Dewar. Second by Councilmember Delgado. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Items D6 and D7 were removed earlier in the meeting. That leaves us to be on item D8. And so I'll let everyone change their page and get there. This is an item that we've also been speaking about for a number of weeks. This is the contract and award to KG Walters Construction for the construction of the Reno Stead Water Reclamation Facility. Does the council desire a staff presentation at this time? Councilmember Dewar.
I have a request. I had voted against this at the last meeting because we didn't have a disposal plan for the for the discharge water, and I think it would be very useful, at least for the staff, to go through that. Just what is their plan?
Thank you, Councilmember Dewar. I know that that was the concern that was raised by you in the last go-round. So I'm going to turn this over now to John Flansburgh, who's joining us, and I'll allow him the opportunity to make a presentation and specifically to address and be tailored to that inquiry, and then we'll see if we have other additional questions. Mr. Flansburgh, welcome.
Good evening. Good to be here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Very good. So I do have a presentation, and if I can move through a couple of slides, I think it'd be helpful if we could look at a table, just to kind of show the effluent disposal.
Thank you.
So
Let's
I'm gonna,
make that happen from a technology standpoint. It's not happened yet in the chambers, but let's see what we can get to happen on our computers. Ms. Turney is helping us out, it looks like.
Yes.
All right.
At this time, we will advance the slides for you, Mr. Flansburgh.
thank you. If you could advance the slides here about 3 more. There'll be a table with a white background right there.
You've got it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the question at hand previously was the effluent management plan. And so I'm pleased to report that the American Flat Farm project has been going since the month of April, and that that is be able to pump water out of Swan Lake. And so in this table, what this is here to represent is looking at the current 2020, we anticipate hitting a 2 million gallon a day potential for treatment based on the will serves that we have to date. In a dry or a normal year, we would, and both years are the same for this particular year because this is what we'd anticipate. Our net discharge of Swan Lake is going to be about 400,000 gallons a day average. Obviously, there's times when we have no discharge and times when we have more discharge. Our reuse currently is 500,000 gallons a day on average, again, taken between April and October, more use during those months, no use in the wintertime. Our flow shave is in full swing, and also the flat farm with what we are pumping out of Swan Lake, which is why the net discharge is 0.4. In a wet year, and this is what council had requested of us, was to look at how we could reduce so we would not have to discharge into Swan Lake. And so as we're showing there, based on the options that we have moving forward, we would develop the American Flat Aquifer Storage and Recovery. That's what the ASR is, plus additional reuse. The farm would end up being that additional reuse right off the bat and gives us a place to discharge the effluent. And in a wet year, we can get with that process and still being able to pump water if needed to a negative discharge. And therefore, we would be able to handle the water in a wet year so that we'd have zero discharge to Swan Lake, which is what council was asking us to get to. This would be our plan. This is our plan going forward. You can see that we're looking at the reservoir around the 2030 timeframe. So that kind of gives you an idea from this chart what we're looking at by time, volume, and where we would put the water. And so hopefully that answered your question, Councilmember Doer.
Yeah, it did. I mean, and something that was pretty interesting. I mean, you said we only had an ability to, I think, pull out of the lake the same amount that we're putting in. Did you just explain that? I mean, you have a minus, I mean, in year 2023 in a wet year, it looks like you're actually drawing down the lake, 200,000 gallons.
Yes, I mean, we have a certain amount of water that we can remove out of the lake, and that's about that 600,000 gallons, if you will, that 0.6. That's just based on water rights. We do have some creek rights that come in, so that is what allows us to pull more out than we would actually be discharging in the lake during those 2023 and 2025 years. But the maximum amount out of the lake is about that 0.6.
And then we have to the flow shave. I mean, we use it to 2023 in this chart in both scenarios. And then what happens to it? Is it used for growth, or what happens to that capacity?
So the flow shave, by having the flow shave in place, eventually we want to be able to reduce and not have the flow shave taking sewage away. The reason we want to do that is because the flow shave right now, that 500,000 gallons is going to Tumwharf. The reason for going to Tumwharf, that actually restricts in the future at some point those kind of hookups at the Tumwharf plant. So we don't want that to be a long-term solution. And that's why when we get some of the American Flat Aquifer Storage Recovery or the Reservoir Project, we would discontinue that because we'd had other options that would be better for us at that time.
And what you're saying there is that it's actually using up capacity at the Tum Wharf. So if we stop the flow shave, I guess what you're saying is it's a way that we could take other effluent from other places. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying.
Into Tum Wharf.
Yeah, what I'm saying is at Tum Wharf, we have, we only have so much capacity. Right now, we have excess capacity to use this, but in the future, we may need that capacity for other sewer.
Okay, I really appreciate the effort that you went through at the start, because this was my great concern, was approving $55 million project without knowing where the water's going on the back end. It just, and so I know that you said, trust me, or you would work on it, and you have, and you put this together, and I'm really happy to see this array. I'm really happy that American Flat Farm got up and running, and it looks like you're also planning for the reuse there in 2025, you know, or 2023. So I appreciate, in other words, aquifer storage there, not just irrigation there at American Flat.
That is correct.
Okay, so, and then you said one more thing when I got a briefing with you, that you were hoping to get a grant and actually reduce that 55 million to a lesser amount, and I think that's what's on the agenda.
We do not have that on the agenda today, but we did receive notice that we received an Economic Development Administration EDA grant of $5 million, and we'll be bringing that to council in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Breckus, I think you're the only other member who has a question, so I'm going to turn it over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So let me ask you this. I keep hearing options. What are we going to do with the effluent? Where is it going?
So the effluent would be going to the American Flat Aquifer Storage Recovery. We would build the A+ treatment. Then we would do the direct injection into the aquifer, and then we would pull that water out for reuse options initially. One of the great reuse options we would have right off the bat would be the American Flat Farm, and we can actually expand from the 600,000 gallons to close to 1 million to a 1 MGD capacity there for pulling from the aquifer. But that would be the first location we would look at. Then we would look at the reservoir. I also have received a proposal from the Reno Sparks Indian Colony and a private equity firm that I would like to bring to council at a future workshop, as that could be an additional option for council to consider for effluent disposal. But what this gives us is a way to maximize the reuse of the water. Water is very expensive in the North Valleys, and so there's a desire to have water to be able to reuse. And so that's really what helps make the economics work well for us up in the North Valleys.
When you say we about re-injected water and reuse, do you mean we, the city of Reno, and our city utility, or do you mean Tumwa that provides the water source that we all drink?
As you may be aware, we are working very cooperatively with Tumwa on the Nevada Water Innovation Institute and working on the A+ treatment and these projects. So we would also need to bring to council what our arrangement with Tumwa would be. In the end, the best option for Tumwa would be to have the ability to use the aquifer water for potable use and have potential water rights against that. So we work very cooperatively with Tumwa and would foresee us doing that in the future.
When I talk to Tumwa, they're not ready to go there yet. And I'm afraid we're getting a little ahead of their permitting, their environmental regulations. So that makes me feel we're jumping ahead because we don't really know what it's going to be to then put a price tag on it. The Indian colony idea, when I hear the words utility, public utility, and private equity firm, that makes me a little nervous. But I also want to ask you about Long Valley, because you mentioned before that the county was looking at sending up the water up to Long Valley, and this council before threw that off. Are you participating in those discussions too as an option?
So we are not participating in the discussions for Long Valley Creek as an option because, as you stated, council did not authorize that use. However, there was a request that was made through Washoe County and through the Western Region Water Commission for looking into that option. And so there is a separate group that is reviewing that option, but we, the city of Reno, are not participating.
You're not sitting in on that meeting. Okay, because if I could just, is this
Thank you,
where we talked
Councilmember
about the
Breckus. Councilmember Breckus, thank you. I appreciate it. Councilmember Weber?
Probably need to unmute the phone.
Yeah, we're having a problem on our end, so one second. Councilmember Weber, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
There
Sorry,
you
I
are.
didn't
We got
unmute.
you now. Thank you.
I'd like to see if I can make a motion. Are you ready for that?
I'm not entirely ready for it, but I will ask if Councilmembers Dewar or Breckus, do you mind if we take a motion and then we circle back to you on the next one, or no? Okay, so Councilmember Weber, if you could just hold 1 second, I'll come back to you for the making of a motion, but let me clear out our colleagues who wish to make a comment on this prior to the motion.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Weber. Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, just real quick, I just wanted to summarize. So what I see this chart showing, which I think is very important, is currently in 2017, we had a 1 million gallon per day discharge to Swan Lake. And at this point, we're down to 400,000 gallon per day discharge. And I assume that's average or net. It says net. So I assume it takes into account the current capacity and the future capacity. Is that correct?
So basically it is correct. So what basically the 0.4 is that we're still putting 1 million gallons in Swan Lake, but we're pumping 600,000 gallons out for the American Flat Farm. So the
Okay,
net is the 0.4.
All right, and then it stabilizes at 500,000 net, which is less than half of what was happening in 2017. And then in wet years, which is when it's the worst, because you have stormwater flowing in, we actually discharge less. In fact, it looks like in 2023 and 2025 are taking water out of the lake. So I like that you've come up with this plan and it reduces our discharges overall in net to less than they were in 2017. And I think one more point, I think you told me too that this would incorporate a potential taking offline the Lemon Valley plant, which is owned and managed by Washoe County. Is that correct?
There was a facility plan completed for the North Valleys, and in that plan, the recommendation that came out was to decommission the Lemon Valley plant. However, Washoe County Commission would need to make that action. My understanding is that'll be something that they will be discussing in the next couple months.
So I guess just to wrap this up, do these numbers discharge to Swan Lake anticipate that, or would that be, if that 200,000 came over, would that have to get added to this?
So our numbers are basically anticipating that there would be some growth of the treatment volume through these years, and that 200,000 would be part of that growth, the current gallons that go to the Lemon Valley plant. And I just want to be clear on the 500,000 gallons discharged to Swan Lake in dry or normal years, the top chart. The reason we would do that is not because we need to so much, but because we want to maintain the health of the wetlands. And so we need to discharge at least some water in those dry years to have water in the lake to be able to have the wetlands thrive.
I really appreciate you getting this all out on the table, and I appreciate the broad thinking that went into this. Thank you.
Councilmember Breckus, 3 minutes.
Okay, well, let me put my clock on here so I can make sure I'm going with 3 minutes then. I just gotta, so I've been on the council for 8 years, and in that time, sewer rates for households have gone up 34%, and now they go on an index. We haven't taken on any debt, and the council did go bond on this 55 million a little while ago, and I guess the debt service of that is 3 million a year, 3 or 4 million a year is going to be the debt service.
That sounds approximately right. I believe it's in the ballpark, yes.
And the connection fees only bring in 9 million a year.
Connection fees will vary depending on the growth coming in. They've been as high as 11, 12. They've been as low as 3 or 4.
I guess my question is, if we only have 6 million conservatively on debt, and these American reuse or the reinjection require another 55 million, you told us the reservoir would be 90 million. You're not going to have connection fees to cover any additional debt. It'll eat it all up, and this will be paid through rates. And I'm also wondering what debt or big capital projects do you see over at Tumworth? I know they had a master plan done this week, and are you going to be suggesting that we bring on more debt for Tumworth in the near, 5 years or so?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Breckus. To be clear, you talk about the rates having going up 34%. I can't verify that, but I know that we had some larger increases early on when you came into council. Again, as you mentioned, currently we just have a inflation increase consumer price index. Those rates, the user rates, we have performed a rate analysis, and those rates are going to be sufficient. The user rates we have are sufficient to carry the sewer fund. I want to be clear about that. We're not looking to raise rates like we had to back when you first got on the council. When it comes to the connection fee rates, yes, we're going to need to look at raising the connection fees because that is what pays for the growth. The existing customers who pay the user fee are paying for the maintenance, operations, and replacement of the existing system. The capacity, the growth, will be paid through those connection fees, and that is exactly how those connection fees are established, is looking at the projects that are needed and then looking at the cost recovery of that over the gallons or the volume consumed at the plant. In terms of Tumworth, and I appreciate that question, we did have a facility plan that was sent to us this month. It has fairly elaborate options that we need to review. The options could be anything from replacement of a large replacement of the whole type of system, what we do over a long period of time, or it could be a side stream treatment to reduce additional nitrogen. And so we will be looking at those and making recommendations. There's obviously going to need to be some work done at Tumworth because that'll also help increase the amount of capacity we have there. And again, that new growth will end up paying for that additional capacity.
Thank you, Mr. Flansburgh. Thank you, Mr. Flansburgh. Appreciate your response. I need to turn this back over now to our clerk because we have public comment on this item, which I did not realize we had. Before I do that, and then we'll turn to Ms. Weber. So first, public comment, Ms. Clerk, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Vice Mayor, we received online public comment in support of this item from Trey Abney on behalf of NAOP of Northern Nevada. Additionally, we have Alexis Moderax, who has signed in for public comment representing the Nevada chapter of AGC. At this time, Alexis, we've removed your mute. You are permitted 3 minutes for your public comment.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and members of the council. My name is Alexis Moderax, representing the Nevada AGC. AGC is recommending that you move forward with awarding the contract on the Reno Stead Water Reclamation Facility. This project is absolutely necessary infrastructure and cannot afford further delay. It will provide well-paying, secure jobs for Northern Nevadans for more than 2 years, and this is simply not the time to stop or postpone funding for necessary infrastructure that will provide stable employment. Additionally, this project is being funded through the state revolving fund, or financed through the state revolving fund, at a 1.42% interest rate. The city cannot afford to say no. To move forward with this project is good public policy and good business, and thank you so much for the time this late in the evening.
Mr. Vice Mayor, with that, we have no further public comment, and we will return it back to you. I believe you were requesting a motion at this time.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Moderax, and I'll come now to my colleague and the gentlewoman from the North Valleys, Council Member Bonnie Weber.
Thank you so much. I move to approve the staff recommendation and award of the contract to KG Walters Construction Company, which was the item at hand. Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion, and I'll entertain a second.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Weber, a second by Councilmember Jordan. Before calling for the question, I'll turn it over if council has any questions on the motion at hand. Comments or questions on the motion at hand? Councilmember Breckus, 3 minutes.
I have comments on the motion at hand. I just want to say that I got to this region in 1998, and on the memory of many people was the sewer disaster that the Reno city found itself in when the MGM had gone into service. And that story still lives around, how Reno got so far ahead of themselves and didn't have the money to fix that sewer plant. And I think right now we are going to be reliving and setting the ball to relive some very incredible hardship with this plant. We don't have the full number. We have options on the table. We know that Tumworth is out there, and we have some elaborate considerations. Some of those might be $150 million nitrogen tables. And I just want to memorialize that we've gone through this process without any sort of fiscal projections, just like we do on our general fund for the sewer fund. And the Public Works Director has said now that we can do Tumworth and that we can do this expansion without any rate escalation hikes, just on the CPI. And I don't believe that. I don't believe that we can do that and maintain the collection system that is deteriorating in older neighborhoods like Ward 1, some areas that don't even have sewer. I don't believe that we can do this without rate hikes. I think we're going to be looking at a rate hike of 12 to 15% in the next 10 years, with 8 years maybe, with what these choices today. And I want to elaborate with two other points that the council, I feel, has not provided the oversight that they need to on these sort of decisions that have the biggest price tags we've dealt with. And that is that we've had workshops and we have told Mr. Flansburgh to come back with connection fees and differential connection fees and area fees, and he has not done that. So the connection fees up instead are going to be the same as the Tumworth ones, and that's a cost shifting. Likewise, when we got into the Swan Lake area, I sat through the court case, and the court case showed that we're also sending a lot of water into Swan Lake, particularly from the large warehouses that have been built. And we have not stood up a stormwater that could relieve the sewer fund on some of these costs. So we have not put in the right financing in place, and this price tag is going to escalate to a mind-blowing level where there will be a council with a 10 to 12% rate hike. And I want to add in my last 15 seconds that this rate hike, these rates are not borne by people who sewer to Tumworth because the county agreement. So this is borne on the residents of Ward 1, Ward 5, older parts of the town that are the Tumworth ratepayers. Thank you.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Mr. Flansburgh, I think my colleague makes some good points, and I do want to hear his assurance that he is, one, bringing back a rate study, because we talked about differential rates, and it seems like the people in the new developments in North Valley would have to pay a higher rate as compared to existing customers, and we need to know what that is. And number two, we have asked for the stormwater study, I think, for about 3 years. And we really need to put that in, because obviously a lot of what's going into Swan Lake is stormwater, not just discharged water from the plant. So, Mr. Flansburgh, any comments there?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. We just finished up the rate study, and so we are very much looking forward to having a great conversation with council to go over all the options and discuss the rates. And I can assure you that the rate study shows that we are sufficient in our user fee rates, the rates that the users pay on a quarterly basis for the sewer service. The stormwater utility, we have a proposal that had been put together, but based on everything that was going on last year, we had held off on bringing that back to council. I did want to bring that back to the workshop as well. I know that when we get together to talk about the capital improvement program, when we get to talk about the rates and talk about stormwater, it's going to be a pretty robust discussion. So we will put that together, and I look forward to the opportunity when we can have that discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dewar. Okay, I've got a motion and a second. I'm going to call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay, motion carries 6-1.
Mr. Vice Mayor, with that, transitioning to item D9, this is also Mr. Flansburgh.
Okay, is this an item on which council desires or needs a presentation?
Okay, my love.
Okay. In light of that, I just turn it over to my colleague, Councilmember Dewar or Councilmember Weber. I'm sorry, my computer screen is frozen, so I'd request a motion. Councilmember Weber, are you? Oh, I see your hands raised. Thank you, Councilmember Weber.
I move to approve the item number D9.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Weber. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion.
Comments.
Hold on a second. Councilmember Weber has made a motion. Councilmember Jordan has seconded. Before calling for the question, I'll ask, is there any public comment?
We have none, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. And now I'll turn it over to Councilmember Breckus for 3 minutes for your comment on the motion.
When you're paying a company $4 million to do construction management, you're paying a lot of money, and that's the incidental cost, okay? So I would encourage the proponents who seem to be satisfied that the finances on this are all in place, all going to be cared for on the rates that we have indexed, and that there's equity, to ask for a running tally, because we're already in $6 million on design on this. We've got a judge in settlement who's going to tell us a price tag on the other side of the flooding. This project, we're at 55 million. We're really at 70 already.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Weber, a second by Councilmember Jordan. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay.
Aye.
Mr. Vice Mayor, moving to item D10.
And I apologize, my mic cut out, but the motion carries 6-1. Item D10 is the next item on our agenda. Again, this is Mr. Flansburgh, and I'll ask if council requires any presentation on this item. Okay, hearing none, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Weber for a motion.
I move to approve the item number D10.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Weber, a second. I'll second. I have a motion and a second. I'll call for any questions or comments on the motion. Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay.
Opposed.
Motion carries 6-1.
Mr. Vice Mayor, with that, transitioning to item F1, this is an ordinance adoption, the Charlottesville's Business Resource Center PUD amendment. This is to be read by the city attorney.
Okay, Mr. Shipman or Mr. Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Carl Hall here. This is an ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6562, case number LDC 20-00038, Charlottesville's Business Resource Center PUD amendment. Request for an amendment to a planned unit development handbook to convert plus or minus 2.44 acres from a professional office use to neighborhood commercial and multifamily uses. The site is located within Charlottesville's PUD zoning district and has a master plan land use designation of suburban mixed use. Plus or minus 2.44 acre property is located on the south side of Charlottesville Avenue and plus or minus 1,600 feet west of its intersection with Ambassador Drive.
Councilmember Breckus, can I get a motion, please?
Move to adopt.
Okay, I have a motion by
Did you get
Councilmember
me?
Breckus and a second by Councilmember Dewar. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Vice Mayor, moving on to item F2, ordinance adoption for Washoe County School District Stead Boulevard zone change.
Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This is ordinance number 6563, case number LDC 20-00040, Washoe County School District, Stead Boulevard Zone Change, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.08 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning a plus or minus 34.1 acre site located on the east side of Stead Boulevard, plus or minus 100 feet south of its intersection with Silver Lake Road, from mixed use North Virginia Street Transit Corridor Overlay District to public facility, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. In the absence of public comment, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Weber. Can I get a motion, please?
Thank you. Move to adopt.
Second, Jordan.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Weber and a second by Councilmember Jordan. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Items G1112, G113 have been previously removed from the agenda. We'll then go to item G2. I don't believe we'll have public comment on this.
We do not.
Okay, I'll make a motion to reappoint Councilmember Dewar.
Second, Jordan.
Okay, I have a motion that I've made. Councilmember Jordan has kindly seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Motion carries unanimously. H
Nice.
items, H1, I'll start at the top and ask if anyone has any additional announcements. For Councilmember Breckus, any announcements under H1?
Are we gonna have the FAB give a report at budget meeting? Does anyone have a report on their meeting? Are we gonna have them?
And I'm sorry, did you say the FAB, the Financial Advisory Board? Or
Yeah.
I can mention them
we
at the bottom, but I know that you and I both received some communication from this week. You had previously served on that board, and I'm happy to provide an update in my comments at the end. It might be appropriate too, Councilmember Breckus, if they might want to make a presentation to us, perhaps they would like to do that, and we can make that arrangement. Okay, Councilmember Dewar, do you have anything to add at this time?
Yes, I have one thing. The Animal Advisory Board had a special meeting and they took an action to request that all three jurisdictions adopt, what do we want to say? No puppy mills, no retail sales of dogs, cats, I believe it was rabbits and ferrets. As chair, I'll be signing that and sending that to the city and the other city and county. And I'd like that to appear as soon as possible on the agenda. We had initiated a process some time ago. We have a moratorium in place. The moratorium will expire at some point, and so I think we need to get that back rolling. That was a regulation that our staff are working on. So I'm just wondering if we can get that moved up on the agenda sometime soon.
Okay, and I see our manager is making note of that, and we'll bring that forward at a future council meeting, and with all due haste.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Delgado.
Nothing on my end. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Weber.
Nothing for me, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jordan.
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, for my part, I will add simply that the Financial Advisory Board did meet last week. It was a very productive meeting and longer than normal. It's not entirely at its full capacity because there are some vacancies and some changes to the leadership structure. But I wanted to convey to the body, and I think that they've probably done that individually, but there is certainly a concern that's been raised by the Financial Advisory Board that they want to make sure they have a good control and handle in advising this body on the concerns that they're seeing in terms of pressure from the COVID-19 crisis and what it will mean for our body and our city and our community. I am thankful that Ms. Lochner and also our internal control auditor has been a part of those discussions, and I'll look towards our city manager to bring this item forward at another agenda if we can just bring them forward so that they can have a participation in our meetings. Madam Mayor, I want to make sure that I didn't ignore you. You would have been normally at the top of the agenda, but I'm coming to you now. Do you have anything to add at this time? Okay, thank you. Now on to item H2. Item H2 has been moved to a future agenda, and so that one won't be discussed tonight. We've already handled our I agenda items earlier this evening. So now we're last to item J. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment for general public comment at this time?
We have general public comment that was submitted from Semi Damon, Chris Oberg, and Sandra Cox. Those have been submitted to council and entered into the record officially. I would like to note, because I know the next motion is the one in which everyone gets very excited about, however, we do still need to adjourn redevelopment afterwards. So once we get to this item, please don't run off. So with that, we will move to adjournment of the council meeting.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Move to adjourn.
Second,
Okay, there
Dewar.
was a very vociferous and gleeful motion to adjourn from Councilmember Weber, a joyful second by Councilmember Dewar. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, please no. Motion carries unanimously. Now to the Redevelopment Agency Board. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Before that, just to confirm, item L6 are updates from boards and commissions, in which we've already done. We have no general public comment for redevelopment. Now you may ask for your motion, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you for slowing me down. A motion to adjourn by
Move to adjourn.
Councilmember
Dewar.
Weber and Councilmember Dewar, seconded. Thank you to both of you for being so engaging over the last 12 or so hours. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? You'd be in serious trouble. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you to all of you and to the staff today. I know it's been a long day. Appreciate all of you. Good night.